Welcome, everybody, to another edition of Worcester Council Theater 3000. I'm Bryan O'Donnell. I'm here with Bill Shaner. Bill, staying cool, brother?
Staying cool, buddy. I am locked in.
You're locked in.
I'm a donkey junkie. And I'm ready to rumble. I'm ready to be here for 7, 8, maybe even 10 hours.
Yes. So excited for that.
Yeah. Shots
Definitely.
will be fired. You know?
Well, hopefully ShotSpotters coverage area extends to City Hall. Oh, no, wait, it doesn't. Never mind. It absolutely does not. Bill, what's the locked in thing?
It's Davis Clark, the king of LinkedIn. Like the Boston guy on Instagram who talks about how he's like ready to take on the heavy hitters and do spreadsheets and stuff.
Yeah. Speaking of spreadsheets, hi Molly Cronin. Welcome. And here he is, Brendan Melican.
I'm a sweaty mess.
Brendan, how are you feeling about your sub headline right now?
It's getting there. Did something change about the air quality? Because I feel like my heart just wants to explode today. Like it's not the heat, it's not the humidity, it's whatever else is up. Maybe it's Bill's cat.
Yeah, there's something.
My
there's a general malaise out there, you know.
Yeah. Hey, you don't chew headphone cords. You don't do that.
Doesn't sound fun.
Yeah, sounds pretty fun.
Yeah, Bear's gonna be my guy on the chat today.
Hello, Molly.
Yeah, so it's hot as hell. Hope everybody's staying cool out there.
Look, that's you, bud.
City Hall is not a cool building, so maybe this will rush them through the agenda.
I want to tell you guys a really quick funny story today about speaking of City Hall. So apparently someone in my neighborhood discovered the 311 app and has been using it every day to ping cars parked like on the sidewalk. You know, like our road's like kind of narrow. There's not really room for street parking, but so people pull up onto the curb, and it's annoying somebody in the neighborhood. So the parking division, not the police department, but like city traffic and parking, has been coming around ticketing everybody. And they ticketed one of my neighbors today, and the neighbor is having a complete fit about it. They're like, look, people complained, we have to do it. And then they turn around and go, well, one of our neighbors is a state trooper who's been parking his take home like state police SUV that way, but parking on the street to try and slow down traffic. And they're like, well, how come he can park there? And the guy was just so flustered at this point, getting yelled at by all the neighbors, like, fuck it, I'll go ticket him too. So there's a $40 ticket on a state police vehicle next to my house, which is, he's going to be thrilled about that. No one's going to get shot because that happened.
That's why they don't ticket them, is so that they don't shoot people. That's really what it is. Ridiculous. Yeah, that's a fascinating.
Yeah, I thought it was just for roosters. Turns out there's actual complaints being made there.
Neil in the Patch wrote an article about 311 yesterday or today, in which he said the city is thinking about putting in an AI function. So your questions on Worcester 301 will be answered by some AI, and that ought to go just great, I think.
It'd be great if they just start issuing like parking tickets by drone. They just start like dropping them with a sticky note on your windshield.
Yeah, that's the future, man. All right,
what else is new? What else is happening in the world? Nothing? All right.
No, nothing happened.
Don't.
Hey, Hillbilly EpiP. Working on that one. Hey, stop punching the monitor. Bear loves the cursor. The cursor is a bug to him.
So the cats are still separated.
The cats are still separate. They had so Bear broke out on Saturday. So there was they had a brief meeting of the minds, and then Gus was getting very pissed at him because he kept running up and like trying to bite her tail and stuff. So they are still separated. He is still in here all the time being a fucking rascal.
If we can, I don't know if anyone else can see this. Over on the left side of your screen, Bill, on our side, we can see in the reflection of the mirror, Bear just popping up into in front of your screen.
Yeah.
Every time.
Yeah,
you move
he's
the mouse.
punching the monitor.
Yeah.
But luckily not with claws out, not yet, because that'd be a bummer if I had to buy a new monitor.
Yeah.
No, things are going good. Things
Hell
are going real good.
Hell yeah. What do we got on the agenda tonight? What are we excited about?
We have 26 council orders, which is a lot. So
do we think that there's any chance that a majority of them get the as read?
I hope. I really hope.
As it reads treatment.
But Mo Bergman has an order on about the bricks on Germain Street, so that's going to be an hour from the last time we had the same exact discussion.
Yeah. Yep. Pretty exciting.
I'll get the agenda thrown in the chat.
I'll throw that in there. If you didn't see last week's episode during the city council break, we had Ben on from it's West.
No.
Central West Justice Center, and for a really in-depth and fascinating conversation about tenants' rights and housing court. That if you haven't watched it, you shouldn't. You should go back and check it out. It's in our on demand. You can also check it out on our YouTube as well. Woot Nanny Comedy. I didn't hear anything about that. So I couldn't be sure. That's interesting. I don't want to bring it up because I don't want
get deported from Australia.
I don't want Bill to Tenacious D break up this band. So we're
not getting deported from Australia.
Suffice to say, we live in exceptionally cool times. And I, for one, as weird as it sounds, I guess I'm still kind of happy that Twitter's around.
Yeah, it has been a good week for Twitter. I'll give it that. It's been a very good week for Twitter.
Feels like old times for a minute.
Yeah, for sure.
And it'll get bad again. Probably tomorrow.
Yeah,
and then we'll be back to it. So, but for now, we'll just enjoy people saying hilarious, actionable things.
So many actionable things. I think we've all done a pretty good job avoiding that. I don't think any of us have said anything too actionable.
No, I've copied and pasted a lot of things into chats to point out to people.
Yeah,
that's for sure. I think the somebody tweeted that. Do you think people were being this funny back in John Wilkes Booth's time? Just a really incredible tweet. So, yeah, there was a few things on the agenda that people were talking about, but
yeah. The one that got the most press attention, I'd say, was Jenny Pacillo demanding that the city manager do something about Stop and Shop closing. Which, I mean, that's fine. He can't do anything about that. Could have been an email, but it will be an opportunity to talk about how we need grocery stores, which is good. We do need grocery stores that will create a food desert.
Maybe the city can use ARPA dollars to just buy the Stop and Shop sign and keep it lit.
That would be
on the
really cool.
Building.
Right, but you just can't go in.
Well, there's no food there, but we'll just keep the sign lit.
You can go in, yeah. Just make it into one of those Meow Wolf things.
The cooling center.
By the
Stop and Shop cooling center.
Yeah.
You can have the robot drive around and deliver cool water to people in the cooling station.
Yeah.
I'm sick. This is a great time to have allergies. Pretty excited to be dealing with that in the last week or so. So yeah, if my voice goes out tonight, then I'll just sit here and look pretty for a while. Yeah, I mean, you would think another store would go in there, but as we've seen, in many places that when a grocery store closes down, just nothing goes in there.
Yeah.
And then like an urgent care, like 5 years later for 1 year, and then that's it.
Well, the construction is so cheap and disposable. That's part of the problem too. It's like if you've been through Tatnick recently, like people are weirded out that the 20-year-old Dunkin' Donuts is getting like knocked down and rehabilitated. But when they open it up and you can see it, it's just stick construction. Like it was meant to look like an old brick building because it's in Tatnick Square, but it's a really shitty stick construction building that had already lived out its useful life. All these places aren't built to really be repurposed. They're built as disposable structures.
Right. Yeah, I mean the super, like those buildings are like not made to stand, like they are like corrugated metal around like some steel beams, if you're lucky. So I mean Spirit already has a spot over there. They have the old Dick's. So I don't know. That's true. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know. Business, people are really down on business in Worcester right now, as we saw today in the Worcester Business Journal story.
No.
Bill is not down on business. He's very pro-business these days.
Bill stands on business.
That's a tough neighborhood over there as well, too, for groceries, just because the Aldi is there. And I think I shared it with you guys a while back, but like Massachusetts, not unlike energy, we have one of the highest food costs in the country, even if you figure in inflation. But it's because we always did what we thought was the right thing and stuck to like smaller mom and pop, like regional grocers and whatnot. All of our grocery stores tend to be regional, but they don't have the buying power of most national grocers, and they definitely don't have the buying power of companies like Aldi that are buying on an international basis. And this is amazing. We should do this all night long.
This is the show from now on. Travis, don't bother putting up the stream.
But yeah, what could go over there that would actually be able to compete with Aldi on a food price thing?
Right. And the issue is that Aldi has much better prices, but much worse selection overall.
Oh, totally. Yeah. I mean, they don't have all the middle aisles that, I mean, that was mentioned quite a bit in the stories. Yeah, it was all of the, I mean, I guess
it's harder to get Captain Crunch.
Well, that's the thing. And like Main South Mom, like I would argue with that. Like that's Aldi is for me, like a full grocery store. That's I can't wrap my head around like 90% of what's in a grocery store these days. Like having a full candy aisle is not like a component of a grocery store.
Right. At Shaw's, you can get coffee flavored Monster. So
yeah.
Like a fully fleshed out seasonal cooler and barbecue section is not like, in my head, is not like a part of a grocery store.
You get 600 kinds of ground coffee.
Yeah. I'm sure I've mentioned this before too. Like I always get weirded out that when we had a larger population by almost 30,000 people, like somehow the Goretti family and the Iandoli family was able to hold down like all of the food needs for the entire city for nearly 70 years with just like 4 locations.
Right. Was at that time were there more specialty stores that people were using?
Yes,
in
definitely.
addition? Yeah.
There were definitely like neighborhood bakeries. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, when you think about, go ahead, bro.
No, I was gonna say, I remember on Mill Street at the bottom of First Street where the Bay State Bank is or was. Now, I don't know. I haven't gone over there in a while. Those bike lanes ruin the street. But there used to be a small strip mall there that there was a full butcher in there that we used to go to like every couple days.
Yep.
And I'm so young, so even in my lifetime, that was the thing.
Yeah, no, I mean that's the same growing up. It was I remember like there was like a rotation throughout the week of and it was oftentimes shared throughout the family as well too, of like making stops at different bakeries around the city and making stops at different fish markets and delis and whatnot and butcher shops that offered all that. I get what you're saying on that part, Main South Mom, because like those things don't exist as much as they used to.
Right.
Yeah, what do you got? You got AP Fish, you got Johnson and Sons.
Like we have two butcher shops over in Tatnick, but again, that's us over here. That's it's not like that throughout the entire city. The one thing I guess, Bill, that's cool is all the markets that are being started by and mostly catering to newer demographics coming into the city, like all of the various African delis and butcher shops. I mean, like you could not buy camel meat when I was a child in Worcester. You would have to.
Village. Quincy Village has a stick strip of just like cool African restaurants and such.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's like part of when people talk about 15-minute cities and like walkable neighborhoods and stuff, like corner stores where you can actually get groceries and food.
Yep.
It's like, really important to that whole premise.
Yeah.
I don't know. It'd be interesting to kind of dig into like, I guess it's just like everything is getting shittier, right? But like, what exactly is contributing to the decline of those? Like Dorico's used to be awesome, and that's going to shit. I think it just got bought.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's. I mean, I'm assuming it's just pricing. They can't keep up with. You know, I mean, you consolidate all the meat companies, the corporate farms become like 4 companies in total. They run a monopoly on all the distributing. They jack up the prices on the stores, and the stores can't jack up the prices enough on customers to turn a profit. And then, Amazon wins. Ultimately.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it comes down to rich people are trying to kill us. That's been my.
Oh wait, there's public safety tonight? I thought public safety was last night. Oh boy. The agenda for the public safety meeting looked really stinky. There wasn't much on there. So.
Oh, that's cool.
My guess is we have 5 to 10 minutes that we're gonna do like a.
Yeah, I'd say so. I need a MacGyver thing where I have like this little toy on the back of my chair, and I can just swing it and play with the cat. It's
Can
it's
you
a lot
tape it to a fan?
Oh, that's a great idea. I wish I didn't have a fan in here.
Oh, would be a great idea.
I usually put stuff like over here.
But then you'd have to take the grate off the fan, and then we'd all be on camera watching a cat leap into an uncovered fan, and that would be horrific for everybody.
Okay. Yeah. What else is going on in the great city of Worcester? Let me open up my notes. There's I don't know if you guys just saw a Telegram article about oh my god, stop eating the headphone cord.
Do you have spare headphones you can just throw on the ground? Like, or just a cord?
Oh, look at that. He is helping. He's doing his best. You're muted, Bill.
Oh shit. All right.
So quiet.
Yeah. Yeah, chaos. How long have I been muted? I feel like I've been talking the entire time. Anyway. Yeah, he is a little chaos monster. But he's adorable. What else? We got I don't know if it's going to get brought up, but we had a bunch of community activists got bullied out of the library on Friday by the director of the Jewish Federation of Central Massachusetts, who is now running against Jim McGovern. That's fun. His name is Steve Schimmel. And he basically implied that the people meeting at the library were terrorists. And now he is running against Jim McGovern. Confirmed, as far as I know. But still hasn't launched a campaign yet. So
That should go well for him.
yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
Hope he's ready to feel the full force of the Hillary Clinton crime family.
I saw Jim McGovern this morning. I wanted to get a picture of him with my locked in shirt so I could be locked in with Big Jim. But he left in the middle of the event, of course, because he's a big shot. You know?
Yeah. He knew.
It was a cool event. I'm gonna write about it for my next post. But it was the like a community food access survey. I can't remember the specific name of it right now. But Jim McGovern came down and talked about the importance of hunger, because that's one of his big things. And we had Maine South Mom over there coordinating and facilitating. It was a good time. Jim McGovern made a couple good quips about his fellow congressman. He was like, these, my other people in Washington, they're human beings. And then people like groaned a little bit, and you said, like, I mean, in the most generous sense. There you go. That's pretty funny.
They torch their asses.
Yeah.
I don't know where it
Pretty
is,
grim.
but I've got a Marty Lamb barf bag somewhere around here. I wish I had that as a prop for this conversation from the 2010 race.
So was that the Racism Free WPS event that you were talking about?
Yeah, the one that got
it got
Racism
booted.
Free WPS. They didn't get booted. They got like, they decided it would be a better idea to meet on Zoom than at the library because of all of the pushback that they were getting from certain people in the community. And that's also what it forced the library to put out a statement, and it forced the Worcester Public Schools to put out a statement because of all the angry calls they were getting. I put in a records request for emails about that event, so I am excited to see
3 calls. I'm sure.
I'm excited to see what comes back on that. Yeah, what did Steve Schimmel write? He said, we are investigating whether the library's guidelines were violated, and we are concerned that inaccurate, inappropriate, and misrepresentative information will be distributed. We are deeply troubled that a taxpayer-funded institution would host any program that could incite hate, or violence. And we feel that the hosting of such events is unacceptable and deserving of condemnation. After Trump got shot, Steve Schimmel
Wait, he what?
tweeted after sorry, Bryan, you might want to open up CNN or something.
I have to go to Washington.
Yeah, I have to go to Washington. I have to put an end to this. Steve Schimmel tweeted, I am desperately asking that the temperature of our rhetoric be turned down now. After just calling Racism Free WPS and a bunch of other organizers essentially implying that they're terrorists. So that's great. Yeah. I'm excited to see what I get back from that record request. It's probably going to be some real psychos.
Yeah, it should be interesting. And again, I think it'll be less than a dozen calls.
Yeah, I'd say so.
I got to say,
Who's that
bandage
Mini J
job,
Media?
the
Yeah,
bandaging job on Trump's ear is not a manly look at all. All this like manly talk, like he's such a tough guy and whatever. That's a really weak looking bandage. There's so many great ways to tape an
It's
ear.
weird.
That's not one of them.
Here.
Dude, if you really wanted to be tough, just leave it out.
Leave it open.
Yeah. Let
Cut
it
your
dry
ear
out.
off.
Here.
So the blood dribble down on your crisp white shirt while you're doing your speech.
Yeah. Well, just remember, everybody, you got a Vincent Van Gogh to the polls in November.
We have approval of the minutes.
That's one of my favorite jokes I saw on Twitter.
2024, roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Calorio?
Yes.
Councilor G.I.?
Yes.
Councilor King?
I always think it's cool when two has staff.
Councilor Nguyen?
Yes.
Yeah,
Oh,
I think that's a boss move.
Yes. Councilor Pacillo?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Manny J Media is on this meeting, like
all the way
Just
in.
one announcement. We have
all
another
the way right in front of the podium.
on the privilege. That's 9.15.
Are we going to get a?
Gotta hear this. Gotta hear this.
With constables.
The constable order was held under privilege.
Public participation. A person.
Oh,
may
just
speak
one?
No more than
Okay.
2 minutes.
Usually it's like 9, and it's like,
On
okay,
the
the whole
agenda.
meeting's different
There's
now.
your name, city of residence, and item number.
Yes, Fred Nathan. So I'm going to make it quick. I've got about 10 items here. So
Oh, I want that. I want that tight shot of Fred's head.
Yes. 9.14 A and B again.
Oh, we gotta get a Marco Flex tonight. It's been a few weeks.
I know we do.
Did they ditch a bunch of chairs?
9.1.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Look how open that is.
I'll message Marco right now.
And ask him to flex too.
Why is he
Hey,
wearing
two
such a warm
things.
shirt?
Oh, yes. Here we go.
Marco with the warm shirt, not Fred. Fred's just weird.
10A and 10B. So I don't
see
know if
Jennifer
they have
Gaskin
an office
and Vanessa
of
Hogan.
no
I don't see
Americans,
Joanna.
how that goes.
Marco
It
just
says,
texted me. He goes,
refugees
about to hear a half hour of people whining about bricks again, aren't they?
Are they legal refugees or are they
Unfortunately,
illegal?
yes.
That's one doesn't clarify. So if it's illegals, I don't really know what the city can do for illegals.
Oh my God, I wrote about you.
I mean,
Fred
I
is
don't know if
really
everyone
confused
here
right
knows the
now. He wants to know if
history.
they're illegal refugees
What would,
or if
Jews
they're
be
legal
forced
refugees.
by the
Are they just
Nazis?
refugees?
This
That's
country turned away a
its
lot of
own little
people
status there.
who were fleeing, being killed to come to this country.
Are they legal like from Ukraine or are they illegal like from Sudan?
So just so we're clear.
Just so
Just so we're clear, are they the type of refugees I would like? Hint, hint, hint,
Name,
hint.
city of residence,
Yeah.
and item number.
Grace Ross, 10 Oxford Street, Worcester, 9.15A, I guess it is. But we wanted to give a quick update. As you know, we had revealed that the constable who's been harassing 14 times since we had figured out he was operating probably illegally in Fitchburg, the way that he got away with it was that his bond was not co-signed and was not legal. And we believe that a city manager taking responsibility by having to sign off on something is not just a theoretical thing. It got away in Fitchburg because they were with an interim mayor at the time who did not take this stuff seriously. So we don't think that's a good idea. The issue
Well,
about
we take it a
changing
lot
the
more seriously
constable
here. With our
licensing from 1 to 3 years probably isn't meaningful because the city, I think, has been doing it according to statute every 3 years
Hey.
anyway. But I just found a letter that
I'm gonna try this new
sent
microphone.
to
Ooh.
City Manager Augustus in
I think it's really fun how we have
2017.
conversations like the one
very
Grace is having
outrageous
right now
behavior
without it
by a
all
Worcester
acknowledging that we have
constable.
actual
We need a
job
means to
descriptions in
complain,
Massachusetts
to have
that
these
were invented in the
licenses
1700s.
reviewed and
And like nobody has
revoked
ever
if
thought like,
necessary,
do we
whether
really need
it's 1
fucking
year or 3
constables to
years,
do
that's
anything?
not
Like, is
what
that the
matters.
best
What
way to get
matters
this
is if
done?
we
Like,
catch them doing something illegal, we
For
need a
real.
way to act on it. We just
Hello.
got the
Hello.
Ooh.
wow.
Sound nice?
Smooth.
Constable
Yeah.
Santana.
Can you
and
sing
it
for us?
includes a letter
It's a ribbon
from,
microphone. I have my interface
City
plugged in.
Manager Augustus
Wow.
saying
I feel like a radio
outright
host.
that he can't
You
use
sound
his
like a
license
radio host.
outside of Worcester. So Worcester knew. City Manager, Law
Worcester
Department,
knew.
Chief of
City
Police
Manager,
knew they
Chief of
cannot be
Police.
using their licenses in another city. And
My
more
favorite
importantly,
like
he was
legacy from
told,
the
and this
olden
is after
times is the
Police
sheriff.
Reform Act,
Mm.
Where it's
that
like
he
the
couldn't
sheriff
use
used to be a
police
sheriff,
powers
and
in
now
the
it's just like the
city.
guy who
He knows
polices how long
in the
prisoners can be
letter
on the
that
phone for.
he can't be physically restraining somebody to
And guess
evict
what? He
them
thinks it's
or
too
carrying
much.
out a bench
Too long.
warrant.
Yeah, far,
And
far
that's
too
critically
long.
important. The city has known since that license renewal on January 10th of
God, you let these guys talk on the
2022
phone for
that
forever.
none of these constables
They never
who
want to get
don't
out of
have
here.
training can be using their police powers. So the
Oh,
city has
all right.
known.
This mic is not a
and
good
we've
idea because
got
it's
to
another
have a way
thing
to
for
enforce.
Bear to grab at.
Oh. Baby alert.
I'm Gordon Davis. I live in Worcester, and I'm going to talk about 18H. 18H is the tabling of the investigation of systemic racism. Now, according to Rule 29, 18H cannot be tabled because it was held under privilege. According to Rule 29, 18H must be heard at the next regular city council meeting. It was never heard over months. I've been complaining that it was never heard, and it should be heard and voted upon by the entire city council. Also, on number 2, I wrote a petition for this meeting, and the petition was not allowed by the city solicitor. The city solicitor said that it was a traditional tabling, but it was not. It was tabled under privilege, which means that Rule 29 comes into effect. And I asked the city council to allow me to write why that rule
No
that's
dog.
coming into
No
effect
June right now.
is in effect now, and the council is now in violation of Rule 29 in regards to 18H. The other issue is that we asked the city council to seek the opinion of the city clerk. Now, the city clerk knows what's going on because he wrote in 18H that it was held under privilege. Now, the city solicitor disagreed. He said it was held
This whole
under
thing is bullshit.
traditional tabling, but that's untrue. And the city solicitor has also given his opinion. I'm asking the city council to seek the opinion of the city clerk, who has not yet given an opinion as to this issue and as to how it relates to Rule 29.
Thank you. Can you wrap up your comments, please?
I'll wrap it right up. I think it's time that this council stop embarrassing itself by
I agree with
denying
that, big
civil
time.
rights through legal means, and that especially when they have a city solicitor who doesn't seem to know what he's doing.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Did you
Awesome.
answer your residents?
I don't
That's
have
true, and it rocks.
Your 18H.
Nice
If
hat.
Something is going to be
Oh,
held
yeah.
under privilege.
What's that?
And it's going to be held.
Yeah.
Excuse me?
9.15A, correct?
I can't hear you. I'm sorry, Ms.
Oh,
Miller. Turn
9.15.
My hat is covering my ears.
I can't hear you. My hat's too loud.
Damn, you fucking beat me to it. I'm so mad.
It's going to be held under privilege. You done?
Great minds. Great minds and all
Saying
that.
anything else? I've sat here, meeting after meeting, listening to something being tabled and saying, Mr. Mayor, I want to hold that under privilege. And it has been. Now, this is about systematic racism. It makes you look bad. Of course it should be held under privilege. It just seems to just say that it makes it, I don't even want to say the words. It looks bad.
I'm going to trace that whole Gordon Davis
It's
order
supposed to be
or
held under privilege.
a little later because how it died is pretty
Held
sketchy.
Under privilege, across the board, for everything, for every item that comes before the council.
Not like it was going to go anywhere.
This is a very important matter to everybody that lives in the city, not just certain groups, but to all groups. And I agree with him. It makes this council look bad. You have to be hypervigilant. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please bear with me, I've never done this before.
Now, go ahead. This your
My
name?
name is Earl Turner.
Worcester
and,
resident? Yeah.
I'm kind of questioning 19B, C, D, E, and F about the residential inspections. Is there some way that the city can mail all the landlords in the city the information on this? Because when I called the code
did.
department, I was told that I have to let the city in the apartments. I personally believe that the police need a warrant, so shouldn't the city need a warrant. My tenants believe that so also. I look at it as another way for the city to generate income. How much does the city expect the little guy to bear? You're building all kinds of properties in this city for, you're saying low income. $2,300 a month is not low income. I have 2 tenants that work for the city. They can barely afford to pay the measly $600 a month that I charge them. Every one of my properties I get 1/3 of what the rent the city is saying is low income. Some of them even less than that. I just, when does it stop? My taxes have doubled, my water and sewage have doubled, the open space tax, when does it stop? I'm actually at the point of saying,
Just sell.
You get a lot of money from selling.
I'm selling my property
Go ahead.
because I can't afford to own them anymore. But what I'm looking for, honestly,
do it.
is clarification on what these rules and laws actually are. And I've gotten this. The lady said to me, well, we want to do this because we want to know who owns the property. You know who owns the property. You send me the bill every 3 months. So you know who owns the property. It's not like, that's lame. I'm not a very good speaker, Joe.
You're doing a very good job.
Shut up, Joe.
And I just want to know, when does it stop for the little guy? Because, I own 5 pieces of property in this city. I'm paying between water and storage, $22,000 a year. I make $60,000 a year income. Add everything up, there ain't much left over.
Get another job, bro.
I'm like I said, I'm thinking I'm getting all these offers from these out-of-state people, and I'm like, hey, you know what? They're starting to look really good. I'm 65 years old. They're starting to look really good.
Yeah, retired.
Like I said,
What's your name, city residence?
John Edward Keogh. I am
This is the cable guy,
resident
right?
of Worcester.
Yeah.
I'm here to speak on behalf of 12C.
Is that why Manny's
It looks like
filming?
that you're going to adopt it on a
Maybe.
roll call. That's good. But I would recommend that all the city councilors get to know who Dan Gaskin.
Yeah, that's right. My mom's radicalized.
Dan Gaskin was the co-founder of the Worcester Caribbean Festival. But Dan wasn't just that. He was also a pretty heroic dude. And he lived just recently. I think it's an opportunity for the city to teach our youth about someone who really worked really hard for peace that wasn't an official person, right? He was just a guy from the neighborhood who really tried hard. So vote for 12C and learn about him. And if you don't know him, that's because you're not interacting with the communities that you should be.
Wait, what's
You should
12C?
be interacting with every community.
I think it was the renaming of the street that Jennifer had
Right.
proposed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, that got held
Anybody
last
else?
time?
David Webb, City of Worcester. Regarding 915A, changing the constables from 1 year in statements that require city manager approval to 3 years without needing his approval. I think it's important that the people acting with any authority of law, especially around a situation Chief Saucier has told us his hands are tied, are properly vetted. And it's interesting that while so many things in the city are difficult, what you're prioritizing streamlining is the ability to evict people. Constables serve papers, but they're also the face of evictions, something the city has heard, something this council has heard and discussed multiple times. This is a continuation of a concerning trend from our city management of streamlining accountability avoidant practices. Signatures are something there are many different software options for and is not a complication to digitizing processes. The reason to remove a signature is to remove accountability, not time or efficiency. 10M, the newest proposition to address Worcester's trash crisis, monthly street sweeper and leaf blower cleanup. It seems we've repurposed the quality of life to no longer hunt the unhoused, and now they're city manager's clean team doing neighborhood cleanups. We've got the business improvement districts keeping downtown nice.
Isn't that
Chamber of
good?
Commerce Green Corps keeping individual things nice. We've got expensive yellow bags that break, $2,000 fines to criminalize homelessness. Local businesses offering weekly bin pickups. Shout out to Cruise Contracting. Local artists repurposing it. There was a recent Telegram article. Why do we have city councilors asking the city to use leaf blowers to pick up litter? Can't we just get trash bins? Yes on 12C, honorary street naming after Daniel Gaskin. Yes to 10P and 10Q. Yes on 10C. No to 10S. There are some statues in Worcester we should be ashamed of. And
I
try to
really
hide.
fucking
That
hate
isn't
this
one of
style
them.
of like
Neither is the museum.
accessory voting.
No on 10Z. Let's not give
Yeah.
Creative 508 the Navy Committee
Doesn't make
fear-mongering treatment. Thank you.
any sense.
I'm
Oh
not
yeah,
even-
we have to talk about the Creative 508 thing. That's going to be interesting.
I believe the rules allow me to address the statements made in direction of certain counselors. The reference to 10S and the item regarding Major Taylor, there's nothing in the order that's asking anybody to hide anything. That's what was just stated. I saw it on social media. I see it here tonight being said. I just want to make sure the characterization of what my order is correct. Unless you can't read English, it clearly does not say anything about.
Ooh, wow, Mo. Oh, Mo.
Mo.
Oh.
Good evening. My name is Lena Jensen, and I'm a resident of Germain Street. I'll be the first of 4 of us who are attending tonight from Germain Street, and we'll be commenting on
Germain Street or German Street? Am I right?
This is the
I'm here to
bricks.
express my support for motion 10-0 by Councilor Bergman pertaining to the preservation of historic and iconic red brick used for the sidewalks. Almost a year ago, in August of 2023, a large number of Germain Street residents attended the City Council meeting to request
Look at this freaking
preservation of historic red brick sidewalks. Over time, a large number of City Council members have supported a preservation effort by stating their support in City Council meetings, by meeting with residents, by coming to Germain Street, and by placing phone calls to us and
I can't
on
deal
our
with the
behalf
bricks.
to City
I do not
departments.
care about your bricks.
This includes Councilor Bergman.
Why isn't Fred questioning her immigration status?
Philo, Gloria, Toomey, and
She's the right
Russell.
kind of
We
refugee,
deeply
if you know what he
appreciate your
means.
support. Furthermore, at a recent community meeting, the city manager stated that the city plans to make a, quote, major investment, unquote, in Germain Street. Thus, we find the 2 options that we recently received from the Department of Public Works and
Donna
Parks
Cholera?
for how to handle Germain Street red bricks. And I almost never use this word, but we find it objectionable. Option
Whoa.
1 includes no
Hey.
whatsoever. It's just all concrete.
Wow, the
Mo-
rhetoric in
Mo's-
this country.
Yeah, Mo's gonna need another rebuttal here.
Stripped
Saying
of
filth
bricks,
like
and then
that.
it speaks
I
of
almost
potentially
never
using
use the word
stamped
objectionable.
concrete instead of bricks. So we are deeply opposed to stamped concrete in place of red bricks.
Oh.
Instead, we propose that the city consider making red brick sidewalks the main or sole sidewalk design for the street. Red bricks last. The ones in front of our house have been there for over a century, and they're beautiful. If the city is really going to make a major investment,
Just dig up your part of the sidewalk and put the
where
bricks
there's
down.
so many historic Worcester houses,
No one's going to notice.
please do so in a way that preserves or enhances the beauty of the street. Red bricks will best serve that goal. As always,
That would be really funny to clip that and then put a bleep over objectionable.
Kind of a long bleep.
Yeah.
Yes.
Especially
Good
with
evening,
her
councilors,
speaking
Mayor
style.
Petty. My name is Al Trachemus. I live at 18 Germain Street. I'm here in support of
Ugh.
10-0 as well. As Leni said, we have been provided 2 concept photos, and as she said, neither one of them contain any brick. It's all concrete. Or
I feel
stamped
like there's
concrete,
just
and
a
that's
special little
not
FU
we
without
don't
having to
feel
hear
that
this after there was like an
suitable for our
assassination
street.
attempt. Right?
Yeah, this is
Also,
real,
no
like,
mention is made
you know,
of the differing sidewalk
bourgeois
areas on our street.
type of
On
shit.
the even number side, the distance from the back.
Well, this
of the
guy's got a nice
sidewalk to
house.
the curb is 9.5
Be a
feet.
shame if
On
somebody
the
threw his
opposite
sidewalk
side,
through it.
7 feet. Good distances, but they definitely require 2 different treatments.
I used to live in
I have
that
more
neighborhood,
comments, however, I
completely
understand that
violating
thanks to
the
effort of
no
Councilor
more than 4
Pacillo,
unrelated
we're gonna
people.
be having a
Like we had like
wall.
6, sometimes 7 of us in there. And the neighborhood was on our
Commissioner
ass.
Rawl on Germain Street. This
It was
Thursday
great.
Oh, yeah.
4.
I actually had an inspector come and inspect for the
hours.
no more than 4.
And lastly, we have
and I
asked
just told
this
him
question
that
before,
2 of
but
them
we
were my
would like to
brothers.
know the timetable for this
And it
work
worked.
and
He
respectfully
just left.
request that the council help us to find
Wait, he
out
said
when
18
or
Germain
if the
Street,
work
right?
has been scheduled. Thank you.
Thank you.
What's kind of wild about The woman who spoke before was talking about how they were
Hi, Katie
told that there
Silverstein,
was
Germain Street.
major investments going to be
Just to
made
build off
on
what
their
my
street.
neighbors have already
Those
said,
major
there's really
investments were like
specific and
they're all underway
additional
now. They're all new
questions that
water
weren't addressed in
conduits
the
and
two
whatnot to
plans
make
that
sure
we
that Doherty
received.
has the pressure that it
We have
needs. But
heard
like
that the trees will
one of the
be
oldest
preserved.
neighborhoods in the city
We
that
know
has like
there's no
zero
way you
water
can keep
pressure
all those
is getting
trees.
like
They're jutting out into
insane
the street.
infrastructure
The
upgrades,
roots are huge.
and
So we
all
just want
they're
to know which
doing is
ones to
focused on
and what they will be
the fucking
replaced
brick
with.
sidewalks that
We're also
they don't
curious,
even walk on.
what is the plan
Also,
for some of the
go to
driveway
Google
exits?
Maps and
We
look
have
at
a few
18
very
Germain
unique
Street. He
driveway
doesn't have
exits,
fucking brick
including one
sidewalks in front of his
that
house.
was put in with materials purchased
He
directly
doesn't.
from the city and
There's
installed,
there at
which
the end of the
includes
street at the
provision
Highland
and
at the
unique
corner of
that is
Highland there
very
are,
special to the
but in
homeowner.
front of his house
That's
there
gonna
aren't,
get
and most of the street
trashed
is not red
or
brick.
their way to put it back in with the reconstruction. Third, with the designs, it's very ambiguous as to what materials will actually be used. So we want to ask, before this goes out for bid, is it going to be specific as to what materials, specifically bricks, will be utilized in the design, and not leave it to the contractor when that time comes? And included in that is the preservation of those hitching posts and the granite curbs. Is that going to be in writing, or is that going to potentially get lost between this room and the actual project? The two designs that we received,
Really important that we retain our hitching posts.
as Lena said,
Really
they were
important that
objectionable.
we
I
make
mostly
sure that
found
we
them a
make
little disappointing after all the
no
effort we had
changes
put
to a
in
neighborhood to
and
make it more
expressing that this
accessible
was
to
a unique
people,
situation,
as long
with
as
a
you
unique
have
solution, and we got
the
back to
perception
very
of yourself
generic
that you're rich.
design plans that didn't seem to take any of that into consideration.
I think she cried before
feel less about
during
bricks
similar
and more about
public
what is
comment.
the city's commitment to this historic preservation.
If the
What's
city
city's
gets rid of our
commitment to
hitching posts, we're going to
preserving
be
the
forced to go
unique
back to
character of neighborhoods
black-faced
and
lawn
not just
jockeys.
our own? And what is
And, you know,
Is that what you want, Joe?
the opinion
this is
of
about
the
historic
council?
preservation.
Does
We
it
need
matter
pig
outside of
troughs
the-
to dispose of our
It
garbage.
seems like there's a kind of a disconnect between that and these plans. We are, however, very much looking forward to meeting with Commissioner Raleigh this Thursday. I'm very happy he's coming
Oh
down.
my God,
And
the
hopefully
commissioner's
what's been said
meeting
here
with
will
them?
translate into a really constructive and creative solution. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Paris Jensen. I live at Germain Street.
Ugh.
I'm here in support of 10-0. I've lived on Germain Street all my life, and I've always loved the red brick on our street. When I was in elementary school, we had asphalt in front of our house. It was in such bad shape after successive Worcester winters that pieces had started to come off. And one day when I was walking home from school, I saw that there was red brick underneath it. There was a whole second sidewalk over 100 years old. Even at 11 years old, I thought, wow, this is something special. I spent a month or so removing the asphalt. At first, I was taking pieces off with my fingers. After a bit
Oh
of
my
this, our
God,
neighbors
what is
left me
this
a crowbar.
fucking The Moth story hour? Jesus Christ.
For an afternoon.
Can you ask
The
Marco
result was
to
that we
lean over and
uncovered the
ask
whole
Jen
historic
Gaskin what
brick
she thinks
sidewalk.
about this?
It was like finding a time
Yeah.
capsule from when the neighborhood was first built. It had hardly moved or changed.
They're
Remained
redoing the sidewalks in Burncoat right
particular
now.
time and place.
And
now a unique feature
they're
of the place I call
like
home,
in front of my
which I and
mom's
my
driveway,
neighbors
just
are proud of.
actively making it less safe by just skipping
few
over
months
her
ago,
driveway.
5 Worcester
Like,
families on our street
and
got together to help
she
out
keeps
and
saying like told
The
her like you
sidewalk
should
was
talk to Jenny,
had
your city
asphalt
councilor, or like someone
had
from
the
the city
beautiful
council,
brick
and let them
sidewalk
know that you're not happy. She's like,
was a
basically like
reminder to
saying
me
she doesn't
what
want to be a
makes our
bother.
street special.
And these
The street
people
itself
are
is
requesting
historic
like they're in The Sims, a type of brick
Also,
for their
the investment
sidewalk.
of the people who live here and
Yeah, it
preserving
needs to be
will make
red.
it better.
I would settle for brown, but
For a
preferably red.
decade, we've enjoyed the red brick in front of our house. Same for other neighbors who have restored the old sidewalk.
Was this person actually admitting to slowly removing the asphalt from the city side? Yeah, okay, so
Enforcement, as in the plan.
just destruction of city property over the
Yeah.
course of a decade.
All we're asking for is to keep the beautiful red brick that has been a feature of our street for 100
Can
years.
somebody drive down Germain Street right
Work
now
hard
and
to
just
preserve and maintain.
show exactly how much red brick is
But
there?
if the city of
Like,
Worcester
I really
is
feel
willing to
it's like
invest in
2
and help
blocks,
preserve
like
its
2 houses
and those
worth
red
of
bricks will
sidewalks.
still be there, looking just as beautiful 100 years from now for our grandchildren to enjoy. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
I swear to God, if it's one more of those from
Name, city residence, and item number.
Good evening. My name is Ruth Rodriguez, retired teacher from the Worcester Public School.
All right, back to the regular people that we ignore every week.
Thank you so much about
You know the answer to this.
the disparity. We've been sitting.
A $100 check every 2 years buys you unlimited time to
families that
speak in
have
front of the
been
Worcester City Council.
illegally evicted. And let me just tell you, the majority are all Black and Latino. I am asking this council.
The
let's
price tag
have
of
a
Worcester corruption is
conversation in the
basically an oil
city
change
about
at
the
Jiffy Lube.
racial disparity. Because think about this, and I Google, you can find it. The majority of the undocumented immigrants in the United States come from Canada and Europe, not Mexico or Africa. But our Black and Latino are the ones who are being treated with such inhumanity. And I'll just share with you how I know that this happened. While I was doing my master at BU, I was in a program that we had to work with the community. It was a year that Boston passed a law that families enrolling their children in the public school had to
I'll be
show
right back. I gotta make a
proof
call.
of citizenship, which is illegal. But that year, I took a family that had just come from Puerto Rico. While we're in line waiting for our turn, none of the white family were asked. And we knew that some of them were not citizens. When it came my turn, she was very adamant. And I said, oh, so you didn't ask any of the white family, but you got this family that came from Puerto Rico who are U.S. citizens before they left the island. I am just pleading with you. We need to have a conversation about the racial disparity that is happening in the city.
Thank you. Name, city residence, and item number.
Jennifer Gaskin, Worcester, Mass. I want to speak on a couple of items. As far as 10S, I think Councilor Bergman may have misunderstood. I think what we are trying to say is that we don't want it moved to an obscure location. It's in a prominent location where people can see it. It's a person of color that represents us and our community, and we want to make sure that it remains in a prominent position. That was the point. People can read English. I actually graduated with an English honors from college, so I can read very well. 19J, I want to support
In
what
for another
Councilor
rebuttal.
King is saying here. I have been threatened publicly because of my work in the community. Many of the councilors have been threatened publicly, and with the behavior that we have seen over the past couple of days, with the incident that occurred over the weekend, and just the social climate of violence and etc., I think it is very important that the councilors feel protected in their community here, not only here in City Hall, but in their communities as well, because their information is public. And if somebody wanted to do something to them, it would be very easy. So I think it's very important that there is a conversation and that there is protection for people who are serving publicly and doing the work of the community. And then on 12C, my petition, I would like to thank Councilor King, Councilor Pacillo, as well as Councilor Russell for your support on my petition. And I'm not gonna belabor the point because I've already told you guys who my husband is, but what I will do is agree with what John came up here and said. If you do not know who he was, that means you're not engaging with your community. You need to engage with your community as a whole. So thank you.
Thank you.
What's Mo doing? Oh God, what's he going to do?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Vanessa. I am a resident of Worcester for 11 years now. I am I'm in person. I'm here in support of 12C. As an immigrant, I take home with me. I could never be alone. As an immigrant, I'm always home. I know my heart is not a house, but I call it home. I can pack my identity in an hour.
Did they
because where
really?
there's
That's really
truth,
interesting.
There's power. As an immigrant, I take home with me, I could never be alone. This is what being a resident of Worcester has meant to me. Born and raised in Dominican Republic. When I first moved here 11 years ago, and
That's
I
so funny that they
saw
took
the
their
Worcester
addresses
Caribbean
away.
Carnival, I felt like I was home. Then I got in touch with Jen Gaskin and the late Daniel Gaskin.
I'd be
and
interested to
they
see
showed me the way, the rope on how to form my own organization.
what the deal with that is.
So from that carnival, I founded my own nonprofit culture organization. And if you look at the two giant marionettes on the second floor, that was my organization. That was a project that we did with the community, with Hector Reyes House, with Technocopia, with a lot of you here in support of the diversity that is Worcester. Representation really matters. When you look around you and you connect and you're engaging the community, and we all should want an engaged community because communities prosper. So I truly hope as an immigrant, as an active member of the community, that you vote in support of 12C. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Okay, seeing nobody else, we'll go to Bruce. Is your name, city residence, and item number?
Bruce Hoffner, a resident in New Hampshire. My family owns some property here in Worcester.
This fucking guy.
So I'd like to address Mo Bergman and his four-way stop sign on Clark Street in St. Nick. I take that St. Nick on the way home just about every time I travel that way. Numerous times I've almost got clipped. You have to look both ways, stop, look again, and then start to pull out and hope that you don't get clipped, and stop and look again. So something needs to be done. It's just not a safe street. And also, I'd like to address Jenny Pacillo, or Pacillo? Okay, Jenny. So I'd like to address that 538 Lincoln Street. Lincoln Street is pretty dark right there by McDonald's. You have two bus stops. People go into McDonald's, buy food and so forth, and they go running across the street. There's no flashing lights or crosswalk or anything. Somebody got killed a couple of years ago trying to cross right there. And I think it was around 5, 6 o'clock at night in the wintertime. So it was quite dark. So I'd like to address that. And also a Stop and Shop. We all know Stop and Shop is closing at Lincoln Plaza, which is going to create a hardship for minority families that don't have cars.
This is not the way this guy is.
What's going to happen when you keep saying the police bad?
Oh, no, never mind. Here he is.
Protection in that area, regardless of what you say. It's just that they're non-existent. The guy from AutoZone said to me, well, the city of Worcester is like the mafia. I said, what? He said, yeah, the city of Worcester is like mafia. You got to pay for protection. He said, there's no police around here. He says, people come in, they steal, and they leave. Stop and Shop, I found a shopping carriage, and I watched my camera the night before, and it was full to the brim with stolen goods. I found it in my yard on Lincoln Street. And I'm saying,
how do you know they were stolen?
What in the world? So I watched the camera. It was full to the brim with meat, batteries, little, unbelievable amount of things. So I watched it. I kept rolling it back. Cars after cars came up and met this guy and bought stuff. So
I don't know what he's trying to say, but I don't like it.
Going out of business. And Dick's went out of business because of all the theft. And Target, when they say that they have almost $1 million shortcoming every year from shrinkage, and Lowe's has the shrinkage they have. It's just unbelievable. There's no police there. You got to do something.
Okay, can you wrap up your comments?
I'm done.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Go to online, Mr. Cork.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The first speaker to identify is Chris Horton. I'm trying to mute the resident now.
Yes, hello. Can you see and hear me?
Yes. Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, that's how Roman tells me he needs more attention.
I'm calling in reference to 915A. and opposed to the proposed
Yeah, we're the only ones that care about this damn
amendment
city.
to the city ordinance. The
Hey, sorry about that.
are a really
No
serious
worries.
matter.
I thought it was about something serious,
Evicting a
but
family
it's
from
even
their
better.
home, especially if you're
It's
evicting
about
a family
something
that's
silly.
been in their home for a very long
Yes.
time.
This is going to be a fun game for
or
everyone on the
you're
stream.
evicting a homeowner, and there's a whole collection of
Can you give us a clue?
laws and regulations.
Hold on, I'm uploading an image.
Oh yeah.
The state at the state level, which govern the details of who can do this and how they do it, and they're there for the protection of the people and the protection of the public interest and preventing what for many people, if there's a wrongful eviction, is an irrecoverable harm. And we in the city should take that seriously.
Wait, is it a Twitch violation? I'm going to put this message in the private.
Designing a set of
Roman gets the zoomies for approximately 4 minutes per day.
which govern who can do these evictions.
We go
under
outside,
what
he
authority,
wags his
under
tail
what
really fast, and I
conditions,
say go,
and to make
and then he
sure
just
that
runs back and forth
this is done
across the
right
yard
and
for 5 minutes, and
professionally
then
in a
he
way
sleeps
that
most of the rest of the day.
deprive people of their rights and
But he's just mad that I'm not paying attention to him
unexpectedly
right now, so
violently from
he's
their homes when they're
invading my
not
personal space.
when they still have a process going. So I would, just on the grounds of not doing anything hasty without looking at the whole picture, I would oppose that proposal.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The next speaker is Jillian Phillips. I'm going to try and mute the resident now.
If Twitch chat
Can you hear me?
constitutes libel, it's probably the weakest version.
Wonderful. Hi, my name is Jillian Phillips. I work in Worcester at the Office of New Americans at Friendly House. And I'm here today.
Why are you saying
to,
it's liable to say that my dog
be
gets the
available to
zoomies?
speak on number 10A and B relative to discussing the Office of New Americans and the work that we've been doing. My job is an integral job here in the city, supporting
All
our
right,
new
guys.
arrivals,
What
our
does everyone
refugees,
think
our
this
immigrants who are
is?
arriving, to ensure that they have everything that they need to be successful.
My
and
friend
for
found
our
this outside of
community.
their house
And
on
I'm
the sidewalk.
also available to the providers in
And
the city
we
to ensure that they have the
don't
resources and supports
we
that
don't
they need
100%.
to be able to do their
We
jobs.
think
So we're very
it's
excited
crystal
about
meth.
this office. It's been in
Um,
place since last
but
October, and we've been able
it could
to help
be ecstasy.
roughly 1,500
Could be
individuals
something
in the
else.
city of
Looks like
Worcester who are
looks
either refugees,
it looks like a
immigrants, or
candy
new
that would look
arrivals,
like crystal meth
and we're hopeful
to
to
me, but
continue that work.
it's
And we
not
believe
blue,
that
and I know that the best stuff is
proposals under
blue.
10A
So
and B will help us to do that.
Yeah,
Thank you.
but I'm
yeah,
guessing
Ben
whoever's
knows.
doing whoever's doing crystal meth in Worcester is probably not doing the best stuff. They're not
Yeah, blue
doing.
magic,
They're not getting the Walter White special.
crystal blue persuasion.
Mr. Mayor, I think we also have Rob Bellato who just popped up.
Well, Rob Bellato, let's hear this.
Okay, Rob has a petition on. Let me just read it
Mr.
now.
Bellato, can you hear us?
Yes, hi, I'm here. Thank you. Thank you. My name is Robert Collada, City of Worcester, District 2. I had submitted a petition item 8GG. I just submitted this petition in hopes of proactively improving pedestrian safety in District 2. There's, we saw this, the most recent tragedy on Belmont, and there have been a lot of pedestrian accidents in District 2. I know that, so I was hoping that, or thinking that this could be a great opportunity to improve pedestrian safety. The city's mobility action plan has recommendations to implement interim pop-up safety projects. It would be great to see something like this happen in areas that have, increased pedestrian activity, especially in the summertime. I know Lake Ave is slated for a project through the Complete Streets program, but that plan is a few years away. It's equally important to prioritize short-term projects that can quickly improve pedestrian safety. I think you can try and get more creative and move faster in that way. I know DTM does a really great job. I also wanted to support item 10X to try and keep the Lincoln Street Stop and Shop open. Food insecurity is very real. The community food assessment just put out a report that between 11 and 38% of Worcester residents are fighting food insecurity. It's not just about being able to afford food, but having access to food in your neighborhood. So I think that's really important. And also, I just really want to support item 10O. I think this is a really great order to continue to replace iconic, antique, and inaccessible sidewalks. This is a really great use of our taxpayers' money. So I want to support that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. We have two more, and we'll close it off after that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've got
Love it. Love it, Rob. Nicely snarky.
Yep. Hi, good evening. Thank you so much. I am here. I'm a Mayra Morales, city resident of Worcester, and I'm here in support of 10A and 10B. As you just heard, Jillian Phillips, who is our coordinator of New Americans. We have been doing some really great work in community, including the city manager and the mayor have been very supportive of the work that's being done. And I think it's important for the council to hear the work that's being done and for the city manager to get a report on that to let you all know. I also want to clarify that all of the refugees and new Americans that are coming into the city and into the states are not illegal. The fact that we call them refugees means that they've been vetted and by the USCIS, and so they're here legally. And all of the new Americans that have been coming in also. Community came together this week and helped over 130 folks to apply for work permits and TPS, and because they want to give back to our community. So I think it'd be great for all of you to hear from them and from Jillian, who's out there, trooper, doing the work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, we have one more speaker, Joe Garcia. I'm trying to meet the resident now.
Hell yeah, no, man.
Hi, my name's Joe Karsha. I'm a North Lincoln Street resident, and I'm just calling to support all the items having to do with North Lincoln Street, especially the Stop and Shop item. I can tell you as someone who's lived here a very long time, someone who has worked in that plaza.
Thinking
for 12
outside of
years
the
and
box,
someone
what
who
would even
works
be the
with
proposal for
community,
the
currently
city to do
that
something about it?
this
Is it like
closure is going to cause
beg another grocery
leaking
store
hole
chain to buy
in the
it?
neighborhood?
Yeah.
It's going to need filling
Like Price Chopper,
immediately.
I think, or Market Basket.
We need to either
Yeah.
keep this store open or replace it with a similar sized supermarket. I think anyone that
Camber,
shops there
I need to get a test.
will
So
tell you that
I
Target
was
and Aldi
working
is
doing
inadequate
some
in terms
cleanup
of
at my
meeting the
dad's
needs for
apartment,
the neighborhood,
and there was some
especially if you
mold there.
consider the 400
And
additional
that's when
housing
it
units
started.
that are going to be coming into the neighborhood.
So I think
we
that's
need to
what it
figure
is. I
this
don't
out.
have any other
Kate
other
Tooney,
symptoms besides that
said
my
that she's
throat
willing
is
to bet
bothering
that
me
this
and my
is related to
nose is
shoplifting.
periodically
I'm gonna
running.
ask the council, why don't you
So I
do an
don't
exit
think
interview
that
to all
it
these
can be
businesses
it
who have
could be
left
COVID,
Lincoln
but
Plaza
I
over
do
the
need to
last
check
few
on it.
years, and let's really
But
try to
I
figure
have
out what's
been
going on and what is
trying
behind
to
their
avoid
decisions to pack their bags and
hanging
go
out too
to other
much in
neighborhoods
anyone's
while
house
this
or
one's
anything.
left high and dry.
In
I think
the
we need to figure this
small
out.
chance
We
that
need
it could
to
be,
ask
but
Eric Batista to fix
I
this
gotta
mess
grab
before
one.
it gets any
I had
bigger,
some at the
because
house,
at
but
this point we have a
they
food desert
expired, of
looming
course.
over a low-income neighborhood.
And that damn Joe Biden won't send
So
me
let's
anymore.
work on this and figure it out. And I want to thank Jenny.
Yeah,
I think you're doing a
it's
great job. So
it's
thank you.
you know, oh, we can make that trade, yeah, for
So
sure.
you'll be the last speaker if you want to come up.
My name's Dave Ford. I live on Tyson Road, and I'm here because we're going to be approved tonight for a one-way. This street, we were told when it was made public, it was going to be this.
Look at this
that, and the
sweet boy.
other thing.
Totally done with the zoomies now.
Didn't come out anywhere near what it was supposed to be.
Oh,
Just
babe.
laying on the desk.
We've been here time after time, and we finally
So cute when it gets to that point. Such a headache before.
got this to the point where it's going to be made one way, because it is, this street is taking care of what's.
Yeah, I'm curious about that, Cameron. I was trying to figure out. I know it's like impossible to get this information reliably these days. But what like the current strains symptoms are, and I know it's all over the map no matter what, but like I was under the impression at the very least that like some sort of fever was baseline part of it.
We thank you, the people of Tyson Road.
Thank you.
But like I said before, and as you know, It's just impossible to know at this point.
Okay, we're going to go. The first is a motion is to open the hearings regarding the 7A and 7E. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman? Yes. Councilor Caloria?
Yes.
Councilor G.I.?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Carlson?
Yes.
Councilor Nguyen?
Yes.
I miss anything good from public comment when I stepped away?
Russell?
Yes.
Nothing too crazy. There's that guy that lives in New Hampshire.
Location on 37 Black
Ah,
Street,
fuck, really?
Road.
I love
Yeah,
that guy. Ah.
he was talking about how
20 Street and
Stop and Shop closed because there's not enough police over there.
Oh.
And that the guy at AutoZone said that Worcester is the mafia town because you have to pay for protection from the police.
Location
So that was pretty cool.
And E is National Grid for condo location on Plantation Street.
That's pretty conflicting
Seeing
assessments of the police department right there.
the hearing and to adopt. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Caloria?
Yes.
Councilor G.I.?
Yes.
Unless he thinks the cops are completely innocent in the
Nguyen?
supposed organized crime, pay for protection.
No, he didn't. But he also said that like it's
Mayor Petty?
everyone's fault. It's minority groups' fault for saying that the cops are bad all the time. That's why the cops aren't there. He was all over the place.
Public Works and Parks. 18E, refer to the Public Works Committee.
I love that he drives down from New Hampshire just to
refer
park
to
his
traffic
wisdom.
Parking. And 8B and 8BB and 8CC, we're going to start a hearing for August 27th, 2024. We can take those collectively on a roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Caloria?
Yes.
Councilor G.I.?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Carlson?
Yes.
Councilor Nguyen?
Yes.
Councilor Hayda?
Yes.
Councilor Pacillo?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey? Mayor Petty?
Yes.
Where'd Brennan go? Did he have to go show?
Yeah, he had a meeting.
Construction site
He
owner
had to step out
involved
for. I think he's gonna try and come back after.
supervisors Provide either the city's inspectional services department or the district city council with a timeline relative to their project to be shared with the abutting residents. And double E, Natalie Gibson requests the city council, requests the manager work with the construction site on the developers to post.
No,
signs
that's
at the
Manny
construction
J.
site,
Manny J
detailed
Media.
Contact information such as business.
I think you
number,
can
email,
record.
website that could be used to make
No questions
inquiries,
asked in there
report
from
issues,
behind there.
proceed the timeline for a
I
report.
remember.
F.
Didn't someone bring that up at the last meeting?
Gibson requests city council, requests city manager consider the following changes to the DPW waste
I can't remember
operations.
now. That's-
Vaguely recall.
That's too. That was the last meeting was like a year ago.
It's like one assassination attempt ago. How much?
Yeah.
Request.
That was was that pre the debate?
A pickup exchange.
Dude,
day.
was it pre the debate?
It would have been pre before the debate.
Recycling bin.
It was before the debate because it was 2 weeks ago.
A different fucking world back then.
That was literally a different time.
If they have staff.
The thing about recording last time was that David used a railing. So they said that if anybody's going to record, it has to be freestanding. They can't be touching anything.
Pedestrian lighting to improve pedestrian safety during the summer months at the
I will be
intersections of
right
Belmont
back.
and Stanton Street, Lake Ave and Bigelow, Davis Parkway, Lake Ave, and Anna Street and Shrewsbury Street and Fantasia Drive. So we take those collectively and send them to the manager. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Caloria?
Yes.
Councilor G.I.?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Carlson? Councilor Nguyen?
Yes.
Councilor Hayda?
Yes.
Councilor Pacillo?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey? Mayor Petty?
Yes. 9.1A.
Mr. Chairman, is there a way we can take 12C out of order, Mr. Chairman?
Oh, 12, C. Oh, we can take B. I was going to take B. The guy just said something.
Yeah, we got some young people here.
Yeah, sure. Hang on for 1 sec.
Oh, that's
So
good.
we'll
Move.
take
Good move on
12C
Christian's
first.
part there.
Then we have 12A and 16A and W. People have asked to take out of order. So let's go to 12C. Report of the Public Works Committee upon the petition of Jennifer Gaskin. Request honorary street name designation on Salisbury Street from West Street to Boynton Street for Daniel Gaskin, who was co-founder of the Worcester Caribbean American Carnival Association. Recommend adoption of the company order. So we can take that on the roll call.
That's an amazing idea.
Councilor King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to first thank the committee, George Russell and the folks on that committee for moving this out. And wanted to just comment on a couple of things as relates to Daniel Gaskins and the family, and also the Caribbean event that's been occurring. I've attended every single one of those, I believe, except maybe one over the years. And, you know, the association is important. It brings the community together. It brings the diaspora together. And, you know, I come from a family that comes from the island of Bermuda, Mr. Chairman. And feeling at home and seeing faces and traditions and signs lifts up the island community along with the greater community at large, Mr. Chairman. In regards to Mr. Gaskins, who's no longer with us, we can see that the family's here. This is a family legacy. They have young members of the family that are here today. And to lift up this gentleman who passed away is extremely, extremely important. We're able to hear from Vanessa earlier how one organization influenced another organization. My wife happens to be Puerto Rican, who's also from the Caribbean islands, her family. And, you know, I really look forward to moving this forward as soon as we can. I know that the parade, the festivities are at the end of August. I don't know if it's something that we can do by then. There's a lot of work that has to go into this moving forward. But I'm just hoping that this is on the city manager's priority list, Mr. Chairman, and I hope that we have a unanimous vote here as we move this forward. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll take this on a roll call. Prior to doing so, Councilor Ojeda.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I too want to just speak to this as understanding what the festival means. And I think it's important for people in the city to understand what the festival means to not just the family, but I think what it brings to other families, and for us to understand the culture it brings. And I myself, obviously, in Puerto Rican and Dominican, my wife is from the Caribbean islands as well. She's from St. Thomas, so from the Virgin Islands, has a lot of family there. And sorry, I'm just a little choked up because I understand what this means to the family, I understand what it means to you, because it means a lot to us as well. So, you know, I agree with Councilor King. This is something that we should definitely move forward with. It's a great time. It's a great opportunity to, if you don't understand the culture or have a little bit of understanding, it's a great time to understand the joys of the food, the music, and what the dance and the attire, which is very beautiful, and it's very glamorous.
God, Donna Clorio is so still.
Definitely, if you're interested, she's right here. Reach out to her and take part in it, because it's a great thing that, you know, we don't get to see often. I have to go to another country to be able to experience it. You know, Juve is a beautiful thing as well, which is the night before, and it starts at like 4 a.m. and it goes all the way till the next day, until your body can't take no more, and you go home, rest, and get back up and party again. So it's a great time, and this is, to me, this would be an honor to the family, but also, you know, for the city to, I don't want to use the word step up, but the city to recognize what this really means to not just the family, but what it could mean to the city as well. So thank you.
Well,
who's flagging me?
And I do agree. I enjoyed the festival and the history of that, and so look forward to voting for this. So we will do a roll call. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Calorio?
Yes.
Councilor Agia?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Oh,
Carlson?
yeah, I could use a little crystal meth in me right now.
Councilor Ojeda?
Yes.
Councilor Pacillo?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yeah.
It's not so much that I'm tired, is that it's just when you're here alone, and you're the only one speaking, it feels weird.
Move it along so there won't be
Sure,
delay
it's a
in putting
month.
the signs up.
So motions to reconsider. Roll call.
No.
Councilor Calorio?
No.
Councilor Agia?
No.
Councilor King?
No.
Councilor Carlson?
No.
Councilor Nguyen?
No.
Councilor Ojeda?
No.
Councilor Pacillo?
No.
Councilor Russell?
No.
Councilor Toomey?
No.
And Mayor Petty?
No. Report of the Committee on Public Works upon that. This is on 12A. Report of the Committee on Public Works upon the communication of the city manager recommended
12A.
adoption of fiscal year 25 water and sewer rate. Recommend passage of the 2 accompanying proposed ordinances. Take those collectively on a roll call.
Crystal Light do be very refreshing.
Councilor Bergman,
Yes.
Councilor Calorio.
Yes.
Councilor Agia,
Yes.
Councilor King.
Mr. Chairman, just a point of order. Did this already go to committee?
Yes, it's coming back.
Okay.
It's recommended
All
by
right,
the
yes.
committee.
Councilor Carlson.
Yes.
Councilor Nguyen.
Yes.
Councilor Ojeda.
Yes.
Councilor Pacillo.
Yes.
Councilor Russell.
Yes.
Councilor Toomey.
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes.
Yo.
What's up? What's up?
So we just, on the, in here, 16.
The Dave Gaskin order went through without incident.
Nice. That's awesome.
Yep.
Finally.
Are they
I
on the
know.
roll call? Roll call.
Councilor Bergman. Councilor Calorio.
Yes.
Councilor Agia.
Yes.
Councilor King.
Donna Clorio was
Councilor
actively
Carlson.
dissociating the entire time that Billy Oeda was speaking about it.
Yes.
That was fine.
Councilor Ojeda.
She just drew a huge line through a piece of paper.
Councilor Toomey.
I really want to know what she's drawing.
Yes.
Was she holding it like this?
Okay, so motion for reconsideration. On those items we just voted, motion for reconsideration. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman.
No.
Councilor Calorio.
No.
Councilor Agia.
No.
Councilor King.
No.
Councilor Carlson. Councilor Nguyen.
No.
Councilor Ojeda. Councilor Pacillo.
No.
Councilor Russell.
No.
Councilor Toomey.
No.
And Mayor Petty.
No. Okay. City council appointments, non-city council confirmation, transfer information communication of the appointment of Michael Parado, the Board of Health, and place on file.
Mr. Chairman.
Council King.
Jack,
Thank
do
you,
you
Mr.
think? Do
Chairman.
we think that I'll ban you again tonight? What do we think the odds of that?
And I know
The over-under on jacketing
operations matter.
ban from the
Temporary
street.
ban.
We had done some work with the folks that kind of vet some of this. So just want to ask the chair to the administration, what is the process for vetting?
Banning Jack from here is like everyone who gets banned from Ralph's for life.
I mean, I did do some research.
And it's just back the next
You
week.
know who Mr. Parado is, and he was a former city councilor. I also know that, you know, at one point many years ago.
Speaking of Ralph's, oh my God, was it a time when High Command brought literal knights swinging actual weapons into the mosh pit? It was insane.
City. And I'm quite
Just
sure
so awesome. I'm really bummed. I had to work and then I forgot it was happening that night and I just couldn't get down there. But
yeah,
I was incredible.
What the vetting
I was right up
process is,
next to him,
for
and
these
they were
particular positions,
hitting
Board
each
of Health. I'm not sure who it's replacing.
Were they reenactors or were they from that group that's always at start on the street? Like, what was their deal?
McCardle just found them somehow. He didn't really explain how. I think that they're like Ren Fair actors.
Yeah.
What that vetting
They showed up with like.
And whether or not the man.
Oh, it was outside. So if they were upstairs, they would have volunteered for it, for sure.
Perhaps we could look at as a council through the chair.
But they got changed upstairs, and I was up there for when they were going down, and it was so funny getting those knights down the stairs.
The process in which
Everyone was like, "Watch their cloaks! Watch their cloaks!"
apply. They are an interview process through the CDAC. Actually, not the CDAC, the CAC, the Community Advisory Group that interviews everyone. Once they get recommended, from there they get recommended to the actual committee, who then meets the liaisons of that committee and the individual that oversees boards and commissions on behalf of the administration. They meet with them, they interview them, they review their resumes, they ask a lot of questions to get to know the candidate. And then based on that vetting, they discuss all the candidates. They look at also district representation, they look at BIPOC, they look at all different factors, and then they recommend that to me. I do a final interview of the candidates, and then I then make the recommendation back to the group. And so that's usually the process. There's a resume, there's an application, and then there's interview.
It just looked weird during the day.
probably
Yeah.
about 2 to 3 interviews that happen.
During the day, you can see
individuals
all
selected.
the pools of
But again,
dust
we're
in
always trying to balance
the little
representation,
traipse corners.
representation when it comes to
Yeah, that place is very dirty.
people of color, but also
That's like when you go to Vincent's and during the day
districts.
and you see that like the
In
moose,
this
for instance, is like
particular,
3
board,
times
we
bigger
haven't
than
had
it should be
district
from having all the dust on it.
quite a while.
Yeah, and it's just
We've
covered
had
in
it-
spider
we've had an
webs.
open seat, there for some time now.
Oh,
So
speaking
we
of
have this
that,
opportunity to bring some
funniest edit ever
Thank
that I
you,
had to make
sir. I
to a
would like
story
to
or a
make a
correction
motion,
rather.
that we get,
In my most recent
a
post about the
report back
bus,
on,
I
what those rules are. I know they're already stated.
egregious error,
In
incorrectly
addition to that,
called the
Chairman, a
Middle
motion
River
that,
the Blackstone
see how
Canal.
they do such vetting.
Was corrected by both Tracy and Colin Novick. And then Colin Novick told me that he's rowed a canoe
Sure that,
through where the Middle River goes under 290 through a series of like tunnels under the earth and then comes out.
I don't know whether or not the district council was involved, but,
and he told me that you don't have to paddle, but you have to hold your canoe oar out like this to just collect all of the spider webs that are coming at you.
Things for,
and I can't even imagine that. That's a real Shelob's lair down there.
Yeah. Homelessness. You know, we want to make sure that we have a well-rounded board. I looked at those.
Also, speaking of Ralph's, we're getting close to the hot dog safari.
Yeah. What's it? What date is it again? The 11th?
The 17th, August 17th.
August 17th.
Yeah.
In charter, so I just want to make sure.
I'm gonna put up a picture here short in a moment. I'm gonna upload it, but if you want a shirt, if you want to pre-order a shirt, that's ending on Saturday, the pre-orders.
To be an entity that reported to the manager.
We'll have some at the event as well, but if you want to guarantee that you get your size, then the best way to do it is to
and I support the motion to file.
Is to pre-order. They're $20, and all you got to do is Venmo.
Mr. Chairman, I for one want to
Worcester Hot Dog Safari at Worcester Hot Dog Safari, all one word, $20 with your name and shirt size before the 21st, which is Saturday.
With distinction in the many years that he
And then we'll have a shirt for you.
That's it.
So, if you've never been, you should come down. It's going to be a fun year.
Many of us,
and it starts at Ralph's and it ends at Ralph's. And
he took, and I'm sure if he
it's so much fun.
That we take, there'd be many votes that members of this council
have the vendors this year been announced? Have the hot dog locations?
No. So we know obviously Mamaru won last year, so he'll be making a return trip this year. But we're not prepared to announce quite yet, but that'll be coming soon.
Or almost volunteering as a member of the Elections Commission, someone who's really active in the community and who I'm very happy is willing to step up to the plate, and I want to thank him for that service.
Thank you, Councilor Russell. And, well said, and he's a good person.
Mr. Chair?
Councilor Hijack?
I think we could easily arrange that.
Just want to make sure that
Colin was also telling me
here, I didn't hear
that
saying that
in 2000,
Council Peroto doesn't
him and a bunch of guys
or hasn't volunteered or hasn't
put together a flotilla is the word he
overall.
used. I'm not sure what a flotilla exactly is, but they
that
rode the Blackstone River on that flotilla from Worcester to Pawtucket.
Vetting, particularly as we
and then had like a welcoming party, a Pawtucket welcoming party for them once they got there.
Discussions on the
They invaded and stole the baseball team.
On tobacco use. So I just urge the administration.
I hope Patriot Diner didn't close.
Councilor King's.
Oh wait, no, that's one socket. I'm getting my Shitty Rhode Island places
message,
mixed
which
up.
is that if we're going to put people on the Board of Health, we need
It
to
also,
make
I
sure
think,
that
is still
they
open.
have appropriate expertise.
Pawtucket's just the
and,
Webster.
while I think
Rhode
that
Island.
having a background in
I saw
insurance is valuable. I would disagree
maybe
that
3 weeks ago. I don't know.
equates to having,
Ted Leo and
public
pharmacists.
health
Oh, at that cool venue there, right?
And
and I will also support the motion to file.
well, this was in what's the one that's next to BU?
Oh,
Yes,
the
Mr.
Paradise.
Chairman.
Yeah. I thought you were talking about the Met in Pawtucket.
To support
Oh no, so but he was
and,
talking about how he like like he's like, well, you always see us in Boston. We love being here. We love kicking off tours here.
this is
He's
really
like,
something
you won't find us in
that
fucking
is
Worcester. And
extremely new to this
we're all like,
council,
what?
that
Because
all
I
of a sudden
like I
there's
was there
new
with a few Worcester people
credentials
like, whoa, what the
for
fuck? He's like,
this committee.
motherfucker stole our
I think
baseball team
that
because he lives
we
in Providence.
should
So
stand
he's like,
back
motherfucker stole our
on
baseball
that
team.
committee
And
as of right
and he's like,
now.
I'm just kidding. I don't
And
care
I
about
just
sports. I
want
don't
to
know if
make
you
it
know who I
very
am.
clear
And
that I
very
stand
fun.
in support
Worcester
of
catching strays. It was really fun.
Colorado
That's
going
so sick.
on this
Yeah.
board. He does have
And
a long
I sent him a
history
message on Instagram
in the
after.
healthcare industry.
I just said, hey, listen, man, we don't want the
So I
baseball
just
team. It's
want
ruining the
Rudy
city.
to stand in
Yeah,
support of that
please
vice
take it
versa,
back.
Please
somebody
take it
who I
back.
think would be a good asset to
There's a
Board of Health.
at the time that
Thank you. Okay.
Pawtucket voted to not renew their contract with those Blue Sox or whatever. However you say that, there was like one socialist city councilor in Pawtucket who had always voted against it every single time. And I'm just remembering now that'd be a really good person to hit up for an interview.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Be like, all right, what stage of this thing that you witnessed for your entire like career as a city councilor? What stage are we in? What's coming next?
Yeah, what can we expect?
And make sure that everybody's health is taken seriously. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So I think Councilor Russell said it best. So congratulations to Mike Parado for being on the Board of Public Health. And thank you for your service. It's much appreciated, and your continued service, your past service.
Oh, here's a fun video.
But also, we have some orders. Take those collectively on the roll call. Roll call.
Throw in the chat. Rudy Giuliani took a big old spill at the Republican National Convention.
Yes.
He went right over into some folding chairs. Dude, that guy is fucked.
Yes.
Pacillo?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty?
Yes. Recommend the appointment of Redon Hosha to the Cable Advisory Board. Confirm on
Nice
roll
job.
call. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
In a very painful.
Yes.
Councilor GA?
Yes.
I'm watching right now. Oh no! Oh no!
Carlson?
Oh no!
Councilor Nguyen?
Oh,
Yes. Pacillo?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
dude, politics is so good lately.
Yes.
Oh my god, dude! It's
9.3A.
so
Recommend
insane.
the adoption of the proposed salary ordinance.
There's
amendment
100
and the
days
compliance
plus
with
still
changes
until the election.
enacted in the fiscal year
We're
25
so
budget.
screwed.
Advertise the proposed ordinance. Roll call.
Councilor
Freaking
Bergman?
Teamsters
Yes.
presidents making
Florio?
Yes.
like speeches at the RNC.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor
Yeah,
Carlson? Councilor Nguyen?
Frank Kim tweeted that
Yes.
he's probably
Pacillo?
just gunning for
Russell?
Secretary of Labor.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor
Uh,
Petty?
Yes.
Like
recommend adoption of Massachusetts General
we were
Law,
talking. We
Chapter
talked about it a little bit in our group texts
Relative
earlier,
to
me and
the,
Brendan, but we didn't really get
establishment
into
of
it.
Senior property tax work
I understand it
Let's adopt that on the roll call.
from the standpoint of
Roll call.
like they are explicitly trying to destroy public trade, like trade unions.
Yes.
The like
Yeah.
Trump's administration.
Yes.
So buttering them up
Yes.
makes a certain amount of sense,
Yes.
even if you're a union president. Showing up to the RNC makes a certain amount of sense to be like,
Russell?
hey, look how reasonable and cool I am, and I'm
Yes.
saying good stuff about
Yes,
you,
90.4.
and
Right.
you know.
Recommend adoption of resolution to designate two iconic.
But it was, and I'm glad. Obviously, like he's gonna be at the DNC also,
Development Incentive
and it'll
Program,
and
approve the
obviously
tax increment
undercut
financing
this
agreement
to an extent, but it's very. It was not fun. Not a fun watch.
Yes.
It was interesting how big of a reception he got.
Yes.
Councilor Carlson?
Yes.
Councilor Nguyen?
Yes.
Councilor Hader?
Yeah,
Councilor Pacillo?
yeah. I mean, it's a really good time to be like
Yes.
Mayor Petty?
waving that flag right now, especially if you're a newcomer. Like the sticker mule guy, just coming out of nowhere.
Improve a tax.
Yeah, and I mean, I think, and that's what I like. That's like I think what O'Brien was doing was different than what the sticker mule guy was doing. Like I think it was more like a hoping to curry favor before the inevitable, and saying like, well, the Teamsters are going to do whatever they need to do to survive.
Right.
Let's hopefully get some like soft support from these people that hate us.
Right, because there's no lever of power left. If executive and judicial are both like in line in the project of just destroying organized labor, like pretty much
So
it's
it's
just going to happen.
So it's all about
Um,
hoping to
I am
trick Trump into
just
thinking that it's
to,
okay to
just
support the Teamsters and unions
Yeah.
in general.
Listen,
or just
we're like
labor.
25% cops. So
only
like
subsidizes
we're
Well,
based.
I mean,
market
also,
rate,
yeah,
and
very
I'll
much going to
later.
where his
We believe
membership
that we
already
should
is.
also
Yeah,
tackle
right,
it.
right.
However, I do not agree with the state's approach to subsidize luxury apartments. When you look at the details of the proposed initial monthly rent, and again, this is initial monthly studio apartment, it's $1,963. A one-bedroom apartment is $2,228. Two-bedroom apartments, $2,758. Now, I feel good about the folks that are going to be able to afford those rents.
This is
That
interesting.
certainly does not represent the majority of my residents in District 5, and I'm pretty sure it does
I
not
kind of missed it, but
represent
I'm pretty sure she's talking about
the
one of the
wealth
tip
and
deals, right?
well-being of residents across the city who are struggling under astronomical rents. But when I look at the subsidy chart under the details, and I did some adding up, it sounds like these folks are getting $1 million, close to $1 million, $11 million in subsidies through state and federal projects, in addition to the tax breaks that we're giving them. So
Jesus
while
Christ.
I understand that this needs to go to economic development, I would like to make a motion for the Chief Economic Development Officer to go back to the negotiating table and ask these folks if we can add one more unit at 60% AMI that is accessible for folks with disabilities. And why I think that's important is that while the developer has a right to make money, our residents have a right to have a living
This
in the
is
city.
9.4B.
Certainly does not represent those folks that are living in poverty, but at minimum, since they're getting $11 million in subsidies, we should do everything in our power to leverage that and increase the amount of units that we can glean in exchange for the tax subsidies that they're receiving. I am also very happy to see in the proposal, as it's expected for every developer, that they will abide by the TIF policy, the TIF and type policy ordinance that we have. And I look forward to the compliance reports that will go to the economic development to make sure that these folks are complying with workers' rights, labor rights, union apprentices, and all the good and wages that are outlined in the TIF policy. So just to make sure that the clerk gets it, my motion is for the Chief Economic Development Officer and the city manager to go back to the developers and negotiate one more unit at 60% AMI that is ADA.
I'm enjoying it. I don't know, Bill, have you been playing Fortnite lately?
I've exclusively been playing the reload.
Yeah, I like
Me
reload
and
a
Katie
lot.
love the reload.
Chairman, if
I'm just never on when everyone else is on, so I haven't been playing too much.
Give us a synopsis of this
I
project.
think things balanced out
Main
after they added the
Street.
cars. And it is kind of fun sometimes to run over Mr. Like Peter Griffin.
Yeah, the cars are
Through
wicked
the
fun.
Councilor, so 204 Main Street, I'm sure most of the council is familiar. On the first
And I got a
floor, you
John
have
Cena
the
skin, so I'm
Courthouse
pretty
Cafe,
psyched on
Garden
it.
Fresh Courthouse Cafe, who will remain there throughout the project and once it's completed. And the upper floors have been vacant and underutilized for several years. at this
Excel's
point.
motion is going to turn this into like a
Group has
2-hour
been
debate.
working on this project for a few years as well since they've owned it. And as we know through a lot of reports that we've provided to the city council, due to the current environment of construction costs and interest rates, it's really challenging to get these projects to be financed, both on the equity side of the equation as well as the debt side of the equation. A great case in point of that is when you look at 340 Main Street, another important asset that we have, historic property on Main Street. That's a project that was also approved before inclusionary zoning.
That's exactly what she said. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing.
State historic tax credits as well as the local tax savings.
I have a
through
feeling
tied,
Katie's going to come out against the
still
idea
could
of
not
asking the
forward at
developer to do
100%
something.
market rate.
Yeah.
So what we're trying to do
Yeah,
is
Sneaking
Safe to say.
suspicion. Sneaking
Yeah.
suspicion.
we
There's going to be a
negotiate
divide
these
here.
partnerships with the private development community, that we're making sure that we're negotiating what is necessary in order to move the project forward and make it financeable, and also make sure that we're thinking about the greatest
Financeable.
needs facing our community. And so I think that's reflected in what we've negotiated here in this package in terms of getting those
God.
2 units
The
affordable
TIF
where they
package is
otherwise
attached in the
required to
agenda.
do that at the 60% area median income rate.
Oh, Bill, this came up for a second when you were away. They took the councilors' home addresses off of the Meet the City Councilor page.
In the project. So that is
Oh.
kind of a brief overview of the historic property.
And the implication being that it was around the same time as the rental registry,
create these opportunities
was coming together. But I don't know.
These projects done. Then
I don't think any of the. I don't think any city councilor has an owner-occupied unit.
And this.
No, Donna does.
Donna. Oh, okay.
Donna is an owner-occupied landlord.
Okay.
She voted to exempt herself.
Space of the city, but also I think that we suffer from the threat.
I never looked at that page. I don't think so. I couldn't tell you.
They definitely were there.
You could use the Wayback Machine there. Let me punch that on the Wayback Machine.
Demolition if we can't find a way to work through some of these macroeconomic.
You definitely could see them after this council came in, though, too.
Costs in particular.
Because I out of curiosity, I double checked Jenny's address.
Thank you, Mr. Dunn. And I just want to stand and say
I don't know if I would want to subject any student to that.
Happy I am that we're finally seeing this project here move forward. And let me be clear, I have no issue with asking for another unit. That's certainly something that we can do. But I just really want to emphasize that in terms of our TIF and tie policies, as well as working with organized labor, this city council, and we've said it several times, and I know during my tenure, as well as Councilor King's, and certainly the rest of my colleagues, along with the mayor, we've all worked tirelessly to make sure that our friends in organized labor and that the folks who live in Worcester.
Get to your point.
Candy would speak at the RNC as a representative of the AFL-CIO, right?
And that's the reason why the policy was changed to an ordinance. And I do believe that.
Amber, you're right.
I know with all
I just put it into the Wayback Machine.
Meetings that I have with the different projects happening.
I'll try to find the exact time that it changed.
Is there looking at all of
so in 2021, the addresses were still there.
Reports coming from all of the different construction going on throughout this city that's receiving any money. So I just want to make sure that people
that joke that
we in fact do hold
in
all
2023
developers to
the addresses were still there.
The ordinance that this council worked very hard to make sure that that took place. So again, I look forward to this project.
February 29th, 2024.
Economic development.
By the Wayback Machine is the sickest website ever.
To this project down on Main Street for a building that's been empty for as long as I've been on council. That building has been empty. I'm not sure how many more years prior to that. And again, it's not about giving away the store by any means. This is about putting housing in downtown, and quite honestly, we need it everywhere.
Okay,
and
so
I'm actually thrilled.
February 29th,
doing the affordable piece to this.
Still there.
This is also
June 4th gone.
That the council, along with the city manager and the mayor, certainly every day works hard at making sure that that gets done. Thank you.
Thank you. So take both.
Mr. Chair, can I speak for the second time?
Sure. Prior to that, Councilor King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just really quickly to the chair, there was some rents that were mentioned, $1,900 for a studio. I don't remember what the other numbers were. If you could just kind of share what we anticipate through the chair that those rents will look like at 60%, and also if we're not at 60% through the chair.
Sure, through the chair to the councilor. So the composition of this project is to be 90% market rate and 10% affordable. The HDIP program overall is a market rate program, so it requires at least 80% of the units to be market rate. So what this project is projecting on the market rate rents is $1,963 for a studio, 2228 for a 700 square foot 1-bedroom apartment, and 2758 a month for a 900 square foot 2-bedroom apartment. And then the inclusionary zoning units would be capped at the fair market rent, which for FY24, studio is $1,282. A 1-bedroom.
Dude, that's the inclusionary zoning cost.
And the fair market rent comes from the federal government in establishing what the affordable rent levels are for our community.
Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure that the public was aware of that. You know, looking at this report, it's clear that part of this is about converting what it indicates here is underutilized office space on the upper 3 floors of this building. And as mentioned, 10 1-bedroom.
All of that debate over inclusionary zoning,
total 6
and the end product is that
now those 20, it sounds like
two
we'll have 2 at 60%.
fucking studios that are $1,200.
Jesus Christ.
Jesus Christ, dude.
Negotiation that would be seeking another 60% AMI with ADA accommodation considerations and accommodations, and for the administration to go back to negotiating. That certainly shouldn't prevent the committee from doing its work. And one of the things that
Sably, what do you think? What do we read as?
Quite aware of, this is a 100% minority owned business that's headquartered out of state. And you know, I think that we have the opportunity here to be helpful. We have the opportunity to gain some.
That's awesome. Yep.
Tax revenue moving forward, and they have.
We're both card carrying members. Yeah.
But one of the things that
I have a shirt that I can sell you. Actually, it's $75, but you're gonna.
And I don't know what greater need we have.
Let me get you a link.
Keep our city folks in the city. You know, as
wait, no, I forgot to make the link. Shit. Never mind. Sorry, Sably Wolf.
Yeah, you're gonna have to want it.
Family events, as I'm sure all we are. I increasingly come across individuals who have moved in from Boston. You know, whose perspective is, hey, $2,700 for a 2-bedroom, that's affordable compared to where they come from. But we're losing the folks that built this city up, Mr. Chairman. And I hope that we can continue to figure out a way to bail them out as well, to make sure as our elderly population experiences an uptick in homelessness, as folks who have financial challenges continue to experience an uptick in homelessness. And from the naked eye, Mr. Chairman, as we see folks increasingly in our community who are unsheltered, that we work hard. And part of that work is our negotiations, because that tax revenue can go towards many things in the city, but also towards dealing with some of the social ills that beset us. Because in doing that, we're going to save money in other areas. You know, it's not something that we've talked about yet here, but we know that the Supreme Court has made some decisions. We know that, you know, there's a potentiality that folks who are sleeping in public can be arrested, Mr. Chairman. Now, I'll state publicly that I am vehemently opposed to the criminalization of folks who are homeless.
Okay.
And I'm sure that if that ever comes before
it's already criminalized.
Right.
When we talk about, again, when I heard Mr. Dunn say, looking at greater needs, you know, I know that we'll continue to.
Yeah, Sticker Junkie is the one. Yeah, that's the one that Travis found. It looks great. I think that's what we're going to go with.
Suggestion and motion. I look forward to the work that I know Councilor Merrill Carlson will lead in economic development. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor Nguyen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I intend on being brief on this one, but I do want to support the motion to have the economic development chief go back into renegotiation, I think it's important that I remind folks that, these are the moments in which we set the trend for the future rents. The ripple effects of these condos and these, high expensive places is that other folks will not be able to afford their rents later on, right? And so, yes,
That's a good
it's
summary.
$1,900 now for luxury condos, but that means it's going to be $1,600, $1,800 for other places. And that really makes it impossible for people to stay. And thinking about myself and my own networks, a lot of my high school.
Dude, Joe Biden just did a flub where he said he's capping rents at no more than $55.
Because of this. And I want to really remind folks that
That's
this
so
is our
sick.
responsibility. It is our duty to be on the front lines of allowing for affordable housing. And when we choose to, really not push more for affordable housing and for units, which I think we're doing a good job of. But
When the president says it, it has to happen. Everyone starts sending your landlords $55
I
checks.
think one more unit is the bare minimum. I hope we go to 2 or 3 more units that could actually support folks. Because once again, I want to remind
Oh,
folks
the
the
Kill
long
Tony?
term
No, I gotta
numbers.
watch that.
This is
That
happening
looked
now,
awesome.
but in 5 years,
No, what
1900
happened? I
studio
don't watch it.
might actually be
Really.
the norm.
Shane Gillis
And
brought
that's
his
not
Trump
okay with
impression.
me. And I hope
Oh.
that we can stand here together as a council to say no, that we actually can do better. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Hajji.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just want to iterate what I started this discussion with, which is to compliment Mr. Dunn for, I don't know if any of us did advocacy. I certainly didn't, because I didn't think this was possible to get.
It's not really national rent control, but it sounds like it, which is the idea.
Also, it has nothing to do. It's not real until after the election if we have control of both houses of Congress, and it doesn't matter anyways because the Supreme Court has made it clear that nothing's happening ever again anyways. So
Yeah, they'll strike it down. But it is, to be clear, the caveats on it are insane.
Right.
It's a 5% cap on rent increases annually, limited to 2 years, limited to buildings with 50 or more units, and
I'm very happy that these
no
folks
new
have
construction
subsidies they need.
qualifies. So it has to already been
And
constructed.
that we are adding more
And
units.
the
I am
penalties for
making the
noncompliance
point
are
that
limited
out of
entirely
support,
to federal tax
put it
credits. So you can still keep your state and local
to
tax
the 3
credits,
jobs to
but you can't
afford
keep your federal ones.
basic rent.
So
utilities,
what happens if a
childcare.
7% rent
And
increase
so,
is more lucrative
I
than
would
your federal
appreciate
tax
if
credit?
the Chief
Right.
Economic Development Officer could keep us
It's very
apprised
bullshit.
as to the results of the conversation, which I'm sure will go to ED. I would be personally interested in following up with him to see what the obstacles would be for the developer to not agreeing to negotiating one extra.
I would
unit
love it if the
percent
president talked
AMI
about
that is ADA
like full
accessible.
national rent control. That'd be awesome. But
Thank you, Councilor Hajji. Mayor Petty.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and just want to thank the Economic Development Office for putting this together. And as was said by most of the councilors, is that all
that's exactly it, Gamer.
And today,
This is going to be a split vote on
we
a single
have
unit to just ask them politely
85
to
affordable
negotiate for
units
it.
in the Canal District. So I know this is a balance, and we're trying to get all types of housing. All types is important because it's not lost on us that people can't afford to live here. And whoever thought that was the case 10 years ago. So this is important. I don't mind going back and asking the developer to take a look at this. I know Peter Dunn will do that. And also ask any member of council to chair that committee. Maybe you can have that discussion in committee also when it reaches your committee. But I just want to thank again, these are complicated cases. Like you said, that this building has been empty for years. We have finally someone who's going to develop it and who otherwise wouldn't develop it unless we have all these incentives here in the city of Worcester. But
Fact, citation
needed. Again, it's not
Honestly.
lost on this council, the entire council, that we have a housing crisis here in the city of Worcester. The more we build them, the more we'll have, more inventory we'll have here in the city of Worcester. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, I'll give you a black job, Jack.
City Manager Batista.
Oh my God.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to the chair, to the councilors, I just want to, first, I want to thank Peter Dunn for his work in kind of negotiating and doing the due diligence. But also I want to thank Minkiti Group for their work to kind of work with us in this negotiation process. Because from where we started to where
Their
we
work to kind of work with
took
us.
a lot of work on their part, but also on
It
the
took a lot of
city's
work.
And this, I think this is the complexity that right now that we're dealing with as a community and as an administration when we're looking at the requests of proposals that we're seeing on a day-to-day basis from many, many developers who are looking for more and more incentives and opportunities for them to be able to put these pieces together. It's becoming more and more difficult to get these deals done and do them in a way that takes in consideration the needs of this community. And that was our first initial
Dishwasher's
discussion
so
with
great.
people right away when we wanted to make sure that whatever we presented to the council had elements that incorporated.
I'm realizing
the needs
that
and the
I have
requests
a
of the council and
huge
also the
aversion
community,
to doing
that we
dishes
continuously hear, and that's why it was important
because
to
I
have,
worked in a restaurant and at
them adhere to
Starbucks
inclusionary zoning when they didn't have to. And we
when
try to do that as
like
much
in
as
high
possible
school
with
and my
every
early
negotiation,
adulthood,
because we
and
know
now I can't
that,
stand doing
you'd be
dishes.
surprised at some of the requests that come into the office that Peter
It's
Dunn
like the
just said,
one thing I
"No, we're
talk to
gonna
Jess
do
about it
this."
all the time. I'm like,
But we're able to work
I will
things
do
out, and it
everything
requires a
else in
lot
the
of
house
work.
if you want me
We
to.
have
I
a
will
lot
cook
more work to
every
be done.
single
There's a lot
meal that
more
we
units
ever
that we
have.
need in the city.
I
Just like the
can't do
mayor said
dishes.
today, we had a great ribbon cutting, 100%, 83 units, 100% affordable, 60% AMI and under. 13 of those units are going to be 30% AMI, and 11 of those units are going to be accessible. And so it shows that we're trying to be as diverse in terms of the portfolio that we're trying to create in the city with developers, but we also have to work with the developers. They have their challenges in trying to put these.
We have to work with the developers. We can't ask them for anything more.
And anything that we can do to kind of help the
Oh,
production.
thanks
alleviate
Ben
some
for
of the burden
resubscribing
that we're
earlier.
seeing
Appreciate it. Yeah.
in our neighborhoods and in some of our rents. That comes with a cost because we can see as well that some of our 3-deckers, they're not selling for 200 and 300,000 like they used to 10 years ago. These 3-deckers are selling for $600,000-$700,000. So to be able to pay a mortgage of a $600,000 or $700,000 3-decker, it requires then you to increase those rents. And so we have to figure out ways and put programs and incentives in place to try to retain that. And that's why the Office of Economic Development and Peter
So
Dunn
crazy how defensive
were
they are
trying
here.
to
Just had like the
create
suggestion
programs
that
to
they just
incentivize
use even a little bit of their leverage. Like they're
bring
so
those
allergic
affordabilities down in some of our
to
3-deckers
using
because we see the burdens that are happening in
leverage.
our community. So again, this is extremely important. We value the request, and that's something that we'll take back and discuss and have a conversation. But I just want to mention one that it requires a lot of work.
They're gonna be like, hey guys,
between
one of our city councilors who like we don't really like that much, like maybe like kind of asked if
we're not comfortable
like
presenting
maybe
a
you'll
deal
add like
that we
one
know
more,
is gonna
a
be
little bit
at
more
least a
affordable
unanimous
apartment, but
vote.
like totally cool, totally chill if you don't
know
want to.
how
Like, you
challenging it
know,
is to
we're just
present a
asking,
deal,
haha.
to this council body that doesn't meet the things that we need as a community. And so that's the things that we're going to negotiate consistently because we're not content with just presenting any deal.
Yes, everyone do this.
Present a deal that impacts our community and
Everyone keep
provides
throwing your prime
the
dollars
that
at
we're
us.
looking for, especially in the affordability. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll take those collectively, refer to economic development. Council Haji Aizada. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council Haji?
Yes.
Council King?
I was on mute for a little bit.
Yes.
Council
I
Hida?
realized, but I was also backing up what Yanni said.
Yes.
I don't have a job right now.
9.11.
I finished my job.
Recommend the approval of solicited proposals and enter into agreement.
I got a lot of free time on my hands
contracting
coming
for
up,
integrated parking.
and
They just had to massage it.
I think it's time to get real weird on Twitch.
Yes. Council Calorio?
Yes.
Tubs.
Yes.
Council King?
Yeah, we're doing tubs. We're doing bathtub streaming.
Yes.
Council Hida?
Yes.
Absent
Russell?
consideration of one large hot tub, we will be using our individual bathtubs.
We are on B.
Mine's way too small.
I was thinking about just digging a hole in the backyard and putting one of those big like metal tubs that you see like that they have a Tractor Supply or another better store that's not shitty Tractor Supply. For like
roll call,
like cow pastures. I'm just making a big hot tub for us to all hang out in my backyard and stream.
Carlson?
So that'd be so sick.
Yes.
Council Hida?
Yes.
Pacillo?
But yeah, we got
Yes.
some stuff in the
Recommended
in the
adoption of
works
ordinance to
for
establish a
Twitch,
street
so we're gonna make
on-street
these
parking on Grove Street in the
these
vicinity of
subscriptions a
Hill
lot
and
more
for traffic and parking.
Councilor
user
Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Gloria?
rewarding.
Yes.
I don't know what.
Councilor
We should think about doing school committee on
Yes.
Thursday too, because they're evaluating the superintendent.
Yes.
Yeah,
Ada?
yeah.
Yes. Councilor Pacillo?
It's at 4 p.m., which is going to be tough.
That's the
for
thing
most
that
of
was
us.
hard. It was hard for the last few months for us to
Recommended adoption
cover
of the ordinance
because
to
just
prohibit parking
everyone's
on a portion
time
of Cove Street
for
for the traffic
not
and
didn't
parking.
line up with that. But yeah,
Roll call.
I'm going to be watching it, so I'll throw it out.
Gloria?
I can do it now too. And
Cool.
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Carlson?
Yes.
Councilor Nguyen?
yeah,
Councilor Ada?
we got some good stuff
Yes.
coming. And if there's any other stuff you guys want to see, like
Yes.
Mayor Petty?
Yes.
just
9.1
full like
A,
day long
transportation
Fortnite
communication relative
streams,
to the
whatever
response to
you
the
guys
fire
are
at
into.
Washington Heights apartment complex. Instead of the public
Mr.
safety.
Chair?
Play Oregon
I'd like-
Trail
I'd like to speak on this. Thank you very much.
over and over again.
I want to just start by
Kayaking stream,
thanking
yeah.
Dyer for the report. And I know that
Honestly,
in the
streaming
report
kayaking down the
listed,
Blackstone River
and
with
also
Connolly would be
Director
such a fun
Goodwin,
time.
Yeah.
they both listed some agencies that were involved, both in the city side and the community. So I just want to take the
What'd you get on
opportunity
you?
to mention some of the faces and names beyond those organizations and departments. Thank them profoundly on behalf of my constituents who are still displaced for their amazing work. That begins with the fire department and the emergency responders, without whom and without their quick and heroic work, we didn't lose. We would have lost people, and we didn't. So I want to thank them very much for that.
Wow.
I want to
Precious boy
send
alert.
a special shout out to Lieutenant
Dun,
Melvin,
dun,
who is the lead investigator in the fire department, for
Hi, Eric.
going above and beyond the call of duty. Lieutenant Melvin has been an incredible humanitarian throughout this ordeal for these tenants. She has been a resource to me, as well
What's
as
up, Eric?
Representative LaBeouf, and I cannot say enough about the amazing work that she has put into it above and beyond what her job requires. I want to thank specifically Amy Peterson, who, so that I didn't have to find out through the media, sent me a message at 4 a.m. in the morning. City Manager Batista was there with her at the scene, ensure things were okay. Deputy Director of Emergency Communications, Rob Connolly, Elisa DeLeo, clearly Charles Goodwin is doing an amazing job at mentoring these folks because their service has been incredible. Amy Waters from the director, from the senior center, who made every resource available to the displaced folks. The inspectional services and building commissioner, David Horn and Lee Hall, who answered a lot of questions. Casey Starr from Worcester Public Schools.
Yeah, in this report she's talking about on Washington Heights fire, the fire department ends it with saying that in the past 2 years, 1,100 people have been displaced by fires.
Representative LaBeouf, who is the
That's
best
so
person
crazy.
one could ask for.
1,100
And all the
people.
who donated. We received a lot of donations through JCC and
Yeah, it's
Buen
insane.
Samaritano and others. And I also want to say thank you to the residents in staff who I have met with when meeting with the residents, with the folks that are staying there, who have been incredibly helpful to us, to community legal aid, to Representative LaBeouf every time that we've met with the residents. I
No, we
just
are not
wanna
even on
mention
notice
for the benefit of the public that we are holding meetings every Friday with the Washington Heights management. They're responding to our concerns, to my concerns as the district counselor. We will continue to hold those meetings until every person has found a home. We still have a lot of folks with disabilities at the hotel, refugees, immigrants, people with fixed income. And I can tell you that this has been quite an ordeal, just as much as the Mill Street ordeal was. It's been helpful to get responses from the Washington Heights management. We've hit some roadblocks, but I'm hopeful that we will surpass them. And lastly, I just want to say that it is really sad that we have had 2 deaths this year in Councilor Ojeda's district, and 1,000 people displaced in the last 24 months. And that's 1,000 residents that were displaced, and that displacement ordeal ends the day or the night that they were displaced from their homes. It continues probably to this day with them having to redo all their lives and deal with the trauma of being displaced and dying in the fire. So I just want to reiterate something that I've said on this council floor for a very long time, that we have to do and craft every policy that relates to tenants, particularly those who are so vulnerable, just like the Washington Heights and the Mill Street and the folks that died in the fire or the Gate Street fires, with these folks in mind. Definitely with our firemen and women in mind and the emergency responders, but specifically with our most vulnerable tenants. And I will say this because I am convinced that this is the right thing to do. I still think that the city lost an amazing and a huge opportunity to add extra guardrails for these vulnerable tenants by exempting the 2 and 3 units from the rental registry. I would be interested in knowing from the city manager, and I'm not going to ask for this answer right now, but in the days that come as we implement the rental registry.
Yeah, but
I would
Yenny,
be
you gotta
interested
understand,
in
they
finding out
like
from him and
them,
the staff
and
how they're
they
gonna
are
deal
not
with cases where we have fires
subject
as
to
well
the
as the cases
same
of people that died in
strictures
outdoor
that the
areas
rest of us
and
are.
owner-occupied units that are not in compliance with code and that we cannot reach because now we don't have them registered and documented with our rental registry. I'd be interested in continuing that conversation, but I just wanted to take the time to name all the people that have contributed to responding to the fire, to my residents, and I remain committed to staying alongside with them until every single one of them is housed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank the administration for the work that they've done. I want to thank all the organizations, and I mean they're all listed here. There's too many to list. The city folks, of course, the senior center, emergency management, police, fire, Manager Batista, inspectional services, the public schools. Then we have the state partners, the American Red Cross, Representative LaBeouf, Councilor Hadjiai, and I'm sure more. My question to the chair, to the administration is Washington Heights subject to 110 inspections? To the chair.
Mr. Manager?
To the chair, to the council, yes, they are.
Okay. And do we know if we have been in alignment with the 110 inspections? Have we been doing them routinely over the last, I guess, 10 years, once every 5 years, right? So have we been timely with the last two, or we've been out of the time frame, through the chair? I hope you heal well, whatever's going on over there. Bless your heart.
Thank you.
Yeah, so just question, the 110 inspections.
What was that?
It is subject to
I
that.
think he was talking about his arm being in a
And I know
sling.
that's every 5
And
years
I
or
hope
so.
you
Can
heal
speak
well,
to,
whatever's
I'm
going
sure
on
it's
over there.
included
And then he
with
said,
that
bless your
package.
heart.
I'm quite sure we have the information as relates to.
Why would he say bless your heart?
I don't know. I was
Washington
led to believe that that's
Heights.
the rudest thing you could ever say to somebody.
It's a very snide thing to say to somebody.
Occurred where they within the 5-year time frame.
I guess it came.
I don't have, through the chair.
Mr. Horn.
Taking it. Oh,
Thank you. Through the chair.
this is the guy. He told bless his heart.
Doesn't he look like he threw his arm out, like throwing, pitching for the
buildings
Texas
that we
Rangers
have
in the 80s?
Up to date in front of me, but I can tell you that.
Dude, he looked like he could be on
inspected by us,
freaking
just typically the common
King
area.
Towers baseball team.
I'm just trying to
La
find
Flama
out
Blanca right
because
here.
We don't know whether or not we were in the 5-year range in Washington Heights. Do we do it within the time frame?
We try to inspect those buildings every 5 years, yes.
What about Washington Heights? Was that inspected
Washington,
within the time frame?
I can't tell you verbatim. I wasn't prepared for that question, but I can.
I'm just
certainly
wondering,
get
that's
back
gonna,
to you.
Understood, Mr. Chairman. I just want to say to the administration, that's the question that's going to continue to come from me as it relates to all of this. We know what the rental registry is supposed to be as we move forward, coupled with the 110 inspections. I've been very clear that, and I've been asking for the backlog numbers. I've never gotten them for the last 4 or 5 years. And this question constantly comes to my mind when we just heard about the 2 deaths in Council Ojeda District 4. It makes me wonder.
I do not.
I mean, I think you can call inspectional services, right?
You should, yeah, you should just call inspectional services or the Board of Health.
But it's important that we as a council, the administration, has a clear understanding of the capacity and how we operationalize in the division.
Well, yeah, I mean,
so I would like a report.
It would only be
back,
if like someone asked you
on
to.
The last 3 110 inspections related to Washington Heights and when they occurred. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. So we'll send that to public safety along with the order. Collectively on a roll call.
Councilor Bergman,
Yes.
Councilor Florio, Councilor Agia,
Yes.
Councilor King,
Yes.
Councilor Mark Carlson. Councilor Nguyen, Councilor Ojeda.
Yes.
Councilor Pacillo,
Yes.
Councilor Russell,
Yes.
Councilor Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes. B, transmitting information communication relative to the efforts being made to obtain PFAS-free firefighter turnout gear. Thank you, Chief. We'll send that to public safety. Look forward to the report in August once you do the testing. When it comes back, much appreciated. Okay, roll call.
Councilor Bergman,
Yes.
Councilor Florio, Councilor Agia,
Yes.
Councilor King,
Yes.
Councilor Mark Carlson.
What?
Councilor Nguyen, Councilor Ojeda,
Yes.
Councilor Pacillo,
Yes.
Councilor Russell,
Yes.
Councilor Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes. 9.14A, recommend the adoption of an order to approve a 5-year intermunicipal agreement for the replacement of the computer-aided dispatch and records management system. Adopt on the roll call. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman,
Yes.
Councilor Florio, Councilor Agia,
Yes.
Councilor King, Councilor Mark Carlson,
Did half the council just bail?
Councilor Ojeda,
Yeah, I feel like there's something going on.
Councilor Russell, Councilor Toomey,
Is Marco still there?
and Mayor Petty.
I think so.
We never did get our flex.
Recommend this is.
So he
I
owes
know.
us this answer.
I didn't ask him for the flex. I feel bad asking him every time.
Fine. I understand.
It was my fault. I was like, yeah,
No,
I'll
no,
ask
no.
for the flex. And then I opened up the chat window and I was like, I can't keep asking him for the flex.
You're showing discretion.
Control of the former Prescott Street parcel. Adopt on the roll call. Roll call.
Mayor, I think we skipped 916 A as well.
No, A is held under privilege.
I thought they held the console.
15B.
B, yep.
9191.
Councilor Bergman,
Yes.
Councilor Florio,
Yes.
Councilor Agia,
Yes.
Councilor King,
Yes.
Councilor Mark Carlson, Councilor Nguyen,
Yes.
Councilor Ojeda,
Yes.
Councilor Pacillo,
Yes.
Councilor Russell,
Yes.
Councilor Toomey,
Yes.
Mayor Petty.
Yes. Transmitting information. This is 916A, transmitting information communication of the current practices used in the city roads to dealing with problem properties. Council King.
Yeah, I would like to hold this, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Privilege.
Oh, we're flying now.
So I'll put that under privilege. Okay, we are on 9.30A. Recommend the approval of the transfer of funds, the emergency 9C stabilization fund to the bond rating stabilization fund and closure of the emergency 9C stabilization fund. Adopt on the roll call. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman,
Yes.
Councilor Florio,
Yes.
Councilor Agia,
Yes.
Councilor King,
Yes.
Councilor Mark Carlson,
Yes.
Councilor Nguyen,
Yes.
Councilor Ojeda,
Yes.
Pacillo,
Yes.
Councilor Russell,
Yes.
Councilor Toomey,
Yes.
Mayor Petty.
Yes. B, recommend adoption of the local acceptance of Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 44, Section 54 regarding trust fund investments.
Sally, nothing too crazy so far.
Florio,
Yes.
Councilor Agia,
Yes.
Councilor King,
Yes.
Councilor Mark Carlson,
Yes.
Councilor Nguyen,
Yes.
Councilor Ojeda,
Yes.
Councilor Pacillo,
Yes.
Councilor Russell,
Yes.
Councilor Toomey,
Yes.
Mayor Petty.
Yes. We have finance items, 9.35A through E, 9.36A through D, 9.37 A through D. Motion to take these collectively and adopt on a roll call. Roll call.
Council Bergman,
Yes.
Council Caloria,
Yes.
Council Gia,
Yes.
Council King,
Yes.
Councilor Carlson,
Yes.
Council Nguyen,
Yes.
Council Hada,
Yes.
Council Pacillo,
Yes.
Council Russell,
Yes.
Council Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes. Next item up is 9.39A, transmitting information communication relative to digital equity in the city. Council King.
Followed by Council.
Mayor Petty.
Thank you, Councilor King. And, we're still discussing the close of the digital divide. We've been talking about that for years and just.
Joe's really getting down from his chair to talk about the digital
highlights
divide.
that, the landscape of the city of Worcester, how we're moving forward. So I wanna thank
Oh, my God.
Public Library, we're going to play a key role in implementation. The understanding is that they have received $100,000 for digital equity initiatives that include digital literacy and the loan device program. So I appreciate that very much. And the report also recognized inequities of homes who do not have access to computing devices and those lacking digital skills. And this effort will be tremendous help to our community. Again, I just want to thank the City Hall for working hard on this, in the administration, and the librarian, Jason Homer, for putting this all together. This is something we've talked about for years. It really came to a head during COVID, when we talked about people not having access to even to the internet at that time. People might have access to their phones, but they don't have access to all these devices.
It's our God-given right to bullying there.
Compete in the marketplace when it comes to this digital divide. So this is a great step forward. The report has a lot of recommendations, and the library's
In terms of bullying, Joe Petty's a pretty good guy to bully because he takes all in stride. But also, he doesn't listen to anybody at all, ever. So, like, it never works.
This is a comprehensive
But it's
and
fun
well-written
in the
report.
moment.
I would like to thank the Worcester Public Library, city manager, staff, the administration, and the Central Mass Regional Planning Commission. This clearly took a great deal of time and effort. There's a few things I'd like to pull out from the report. Worcester doesn't have a connection issue. About 99.98% of households have physical access to at least one broadband internet service provider. The issue is affordability, and residents who face these barriers are most vulnerable, including elderly and BIPOC communities. Worcester had one of the highest adoption rates for the Affordable Connectivity Program, which is a federal program giving people a $30 subsidy for
Mike's
the
feeding
internet.
back.
We were in the top 5 statewide for enrollment, and the ACP ended this spring, but this just shows the need for more affordable internet for folks. And finally, lack of device access also contributes to digital inequity. More than 5,600 households citywide do not own any computer devices at all. 12.7% of all households only have a cellular data plan and no other type of
Oh yeah, the storm's making their way
really
this
matters
direction.
to a lot of people.
Oh,
Pretty crazy.
we gotta check the
92%
radar.
of job ads
Yeah.
in the state require digital skills.
All right, turn Jenny off. We're checking the radar.
Social determinant for
Just
public
kidding.
health. People need access to telehealth appointments, healthcare portals. They need to access SNAP benefits.
I love
apply for
checking the radar.
jobs,
It's like one of my
housing.
favorite things.
That's
Going
one of the best
forward, we
things to
need
do.
continue advocating
When a storm's
for more
coming
state
and you
funding.
switch it
Worcester has
between,
given
1 hour, 12 hour. Oh,
to the
Right.
Broadband
oh,
Institute,
dude, I love
which is a start. I'm really happy the public library is going to be
checking the radar when there's boomers coming in.
literacy education
I mean-
and provide access to devices and
I mean,
our partners to promote digital equity in the city.
dude, New Hampshire's about to get flattened over entirely.
For that, the
That's
urban
awesome.
ties, Council King.
Thank you, Mr.
Well,
Chairman.
that sucks. Jess is in New Hampshire right now,
Certainly look forward to
Outside?
having this committee, Mr.
on the
Chairman.
Saco River.
One of the things.
Yeah,
Not
she's-
in the river right now. They're staying at a place.
The
Oh, don't tease
census
me like that.
tracts and how it relates and how, to what degree folks have internet or don't have internet. When you look at the census tracts as it relates to having the proper devices, it's a common theme when we talk about equity, those locations, those demographics, the socioeconomic statuses of folks, affordability. Affordability has been something that we've been talking about for quite some time. I look forward to trying to figure out in committee, is there strategic coordination that can be enhanced between the city and other entities? That's important for us to figure out. And what additional opportunities? I know that we've made attempts in the past to.
I don't think my house is going to get hit.
We have some funding here, but there have
we'll
to be
see.
forthcoming and possible additional equity funding on the federal and state level, Mr. Chairman, and that requires.
Oh, my house is getting whacked.
Mr. Chairman, as chairman of this particular.
I like switching between different
I will
radars.
engage
Mm.
in some lobbying
When I don't get
of our
the
folks,
results I want from one.
on that level. Again, I look forward to this and having this, come before the committee in a couple of sessions. So thank you, the administration, for the work that's done. Thank you for the community outreach. And, I know
All right, new goal for the city council meeting is to be over by 9 p.m.
showing up.
because that's when the starts.
And one of the things that will encourage the administration over this next year, as we move towards evaluations and such, and that is that we try to continue.
Yeah, Camber, you're right.
Having a way to formally.
Houston is like a harbinger of things to come.
Yeah.
New efforts, new angles, new
And
ways,
it being in Texas is
innovative ways.
very unfortunate for them.
Folks.
Because of the way that state is run.
Yeah.
And because Houston is a majority black city.
The same ingredients in the pot, because that's who shows up. And showing up is part of it. But, perhaps as we move forward, we can widen our capacities. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Okay, refer that to Urban Ties. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman? Yeah. Councilor Calorio?
Yes.
Councilor Agia?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Mara Carlson?
Yes.
Councilor Nguyen?
Yes.
Councilor Ojeda?
Yes.
Councilor Pacillo?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. Also, Councilor Nguyen is going to hold 10Z. That's on 10Z, which is on.
Oh, we're cooking right now, huh?
We're going to the first order is 10A.
I want to recuse myself on 10A and 10B, the friendly house items.
Never mind.
Okay.
Just have to get through 26 orders.
For the record, Councilor Russell has recused himself on 10A and
No,
10B.
epic. No,
10A
nothing good has
requested
happened tonight. I
Council
can't
for
remember.
report
Anything good happened
concerning
tonight?
No.
Yeah.
There's a couple funny calls. Or one funny call. I mean, public
refugees and new arrivals.
comment.
Hygiene.
Mr. Chair, could you take the second one as well?
Yeah, sure. Request a standing committee on public health and human services invite representatives from the Office of New Americans to discuss the work taking place to support refugees and new arrivals in the community. Councilor Hygiene.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As you heard from Jillian Phillips, the coordinator of the director of the Office of New Americans, and Maidi Morales, who's been a longtime organizer and activist, and overall just an amazing resource for our community, specifically for immigrants and refugees. We, as a community, have responded. I know that the city manager has committed resources to this office. Senator Kennedy also secured an earmark, which is good. I do want to not spend a lot of time on speaking about the importance of this office, because to me that's pretty obvious, but apparently to some members of the public it's not. So let me just say this unequivocally. I was once an undocumented refugee along with my mother, my father, and my 85-year-old grandmother. And I am not, and neither have I been, an illegal human being. There is no such thing as illegal people. There are human beings who need our support, whether they have status or not. They have more courage than all of us included in this council and those in the public who oppose that, for crossing boundaries and escaping political violence and economic violence in their countries, most of which has been created by our own government. So I just take exception to the comments regarding illegals. And I stand by our refugee and immigrant and new arrival communities, whether they have status or whether they're undocumented. They are our residents, and we have a responsibility to support them. I look forward to having Mr. Phillips come to the Standing Committee of Public Health and share with us a report as well as some of the work that's taking place in the city. The reason I put this order and why I think it's relevant right now is that I believe a lot of people don't know the work that the city manager Batista has put to support this new office. But most importantly, people are not realizing the amount of coordination and organizing and resources that our community led by the Office of New Americans is doing to support new arrivals, while the state has placed limits on shelter, and while we know that homelessness is increasing, as well as a lot of people are unable to afford basic human necessities. So I would urge the chair of the Public Health Committee to schedule a meeting and have these folks come in as soon as possible so they can share with us the work that they're doing, but they can also talk to us about how we can sustain this work. And I just specifically want to mention the city manager, Batista, has been an incredible support to the immigrant and refugee community. And I hope that he will work with the state delegation to make sure that this position is funded beyond what it is allotted right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I first and foremost would like to sign on to this. I think many of us here, perhaps the majority of us here, come from family of immigrants or are immigrants ourselves on this council. And I think that's important to note. I think this thing stands true from the folks that we appointed as a council, majority of whom have come from elsewhere. Some who are already part of these United States, but did not live on the mainland, folks who came from other countries. Mr. Chairman, I would like to ask the administration to speak a little bit about this Office of New Americans, whether or not that comes under the auspices of the city of Worcester, and what that actually looks like so that folks have a clear understanding of what it actually is and is not, through the chair to the administration.
Mr. Manager.
Through the chair to the administration. So the New Americans effort that we have embarked on, I can't do that. I can't say it is just me, as the mayor took a big part in this, but our community played a significant role. They came to the mayor and I basically in the time where we were seeing a number of refugees coming to the city through the state, being brought to the hotels and needing some support and some direction. And so the mayor and I met with the community, and one of the ideas was that one of the challenges the community was having is it was the coordination of who to go to and who would be the key person to try to coordinate all these efforts. Because again, there was multiple agencies, multiple individuals working in this effort. So they came to us. They also went to the delegation and had Senator Kennedy put an earmark forward, and then asked us for ability to fund and support a position that would be housed at Friendly House, and it would be in partnership with our Office of Health and Human Services, in terms of the auspice of oversight of the Health and Human Services Office to support them. And so we started conducting meetings, and then they recruited an individual by the name of Jillian Phillips, who is an amazing person, has done wonders in this work at all hours of the day, 24/7, 365 days. Jillian has gone above and beyond to serve our community. And so we put our heads together to support and create this position. The position is currently housed at Friendly House. And so right now is that there's a significant need to enhance or support or continue supporting this position in the continuous work, because as I'm aware, funding may be running low in terms of supporting this position. But again, the purpose of this position was to coordinate all the efforts around the refugees coming to the city and the resources that are available with multiple agencies that are serving that role. And so the mayor and I conducted many different meetings, the New Arrivals Task Force that meets on a regular basis to kind of coordinate these efforts. And so Jillian oversees this task force and oversees the day-to-day coordination for everyone here in the city.
Wow.
Thank you.
All right.
Mr. Chairman, let me.
Everyone watch this King of the Hill clip on your own time.
Yourself,
It's just very, very deftly
in this.
nails current events.
Manager is able to share a little bit.
Kind of freaky.
What
Mike Judge
Councilor
sees the
Hadji
future.
so that folks have some clarity, and I look forward to the report on the work. And, you know, as a social worker here in the city, I've seen firsthand the challenges that our children have, our youth have, folks in our schools, challenges that have come before our teachers, before law enforcement, before fire, before inspectional services, just about every aspect of city government that touches this population, Mr. Chairman. And it was stated earlier that it's a privilege to be in these United States, that it's a privilege to be within the confines and the parameters of the city of Worcester, Mr. Chairman. I stand before you today, and I will also express that it is a privilege to serve the refugee population. It is a privilege. My father-in-law, political refugee from Laos, my wife's father, and I know the trials and tribulations. And when you think about, it brings me back to our schools. When you think about the young folks and their adjustments and their strengths that they bring, it is extremely, extremely important. And we have folks, appointees and other folks here in city government that have come through the immigration process, who have been immigrants themselves on all levels of city government. And this is great and important work, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to sign on to this, and I look forward to the reports. And thank you for clarifying that we have an HHS position that's working, in my mind, teleworking over at Friendly House. Thank you.
Oh, someone's up from their nap. Say hi, Bear.
Aww.
No, I didn't.
Mayor Petty.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the comments. And
There, you're so good on camera.
I'm pretty proud of as the mayor. You can go back to the Hurricane Maria, where we took probably over 300 families, if not more. I have gone back to Puerto Rico, but at that time, we stepped up as a community. Tim Garvin, Sarai Rivera.
I don't know what glare is coming from. It's my lawyer.
Task force, and so I just want to thank them.
Oh, the glare that he gives me.
When we had the Afghanis, people from Afghanistan, when Governor Baker.
Kaber, Gus and Bear are still separate because Gus
the people in place
is having a hard time with the transition.
Between us and North.
And Bear's a little bit rambunctious.
Probably over 700 people. And then we have refugees again coming in who have legal status, by the way. They're coming in, they're all documented. They come in.
So brave, Joe.
Sometimes it takes some years to get here through the refugee process.
So brave of you to say, Joe.
We have people coming from Haiti, which we're glad to take. We're trying to a lot of them have jobs now because, again, this community. And I want to thank Maide Morales, who runs the Haitian task force, and with Ann Bureau, who's always been there for me in the city going back, way back. And I just want to thank her too. And I just want to thank Jillian Phillips too. She does God's work in some sense, and she walks the walk.
She judges the sinners from the saints.
She comes into
in some sense.
Goes out of her way on weekends at night to make sure people are safe, trying to get the resources that they need. And it's difficult to get the resources that you need. And especially in so many competing issues going on. And just to get the housing, you know, we talk about housing, and also finding housing is hard to do. But we have a lot of companies who've stepped up in this community, hiring people. I want to thank them. And I just also want to throw a shout out to Alex Meridian. There's a guy on Saturday, the heat, trying to get people there, like TPS and documentation to work. looking for just getting all the resources he could do that. I think there's another one coming up in August too. And he's done it in the past. The guy takes time out of his day, his week, beyond what he does for a living. And a lot of this he's not getting paid for. So and there's a lot of people that help him out in the community. I'm sorry I'm not mentioning your names, but on behalf of the city of Worcester, I want to thank you personally. We're trying to make the experience of people coming into the country safe and feeling welcome. And believe me, let me tell you something. When it comes to economic development, I think it paid dividends over the last 10 years when we had certain people who were anti-immigrant, that we were accepting people here. Because companies watch this. They want to watch and see where they're going to come and do business. And certain groups come to the city of Worcester because they know they're welcome here in the city of Worcester. And so I just want to thank Councilor Pacillo for putting this on. It's good that the public knows what we do. We have that meeting in public health and we report back on what we do here in the city of Worcester. And I just want to thank everybody involved again. Mr. Manager, I want to thank you and your team too, because it couldn't be done without your team too. So much appreciated.
What is this in regards to? Is this a TELUS order like asking for an update? I don't know. Yeah.
Okay.
This meeting
I thought so.
Yeah. What is he grandstanding about?
Manager.
Who is he talking about?
Public health. Roll call.
Oh my God.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Palorio?
Yes.
Councilor Gia?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Moore Carlson?
Yeah.
Councilor Nguyen?
Yes.
Councilor Hida?
Yes.
Councilor Pacillo?
Yes.
Councilor Russell recused himself. Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. 10C, request the Standing Committee on Municipal and Legislative Operations review the framework currently used by the City Council to evaluate the city manager to approve a new, more substantial document for such purpose. Councilor Pacillo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Russell
I will make
recused
this quick.
because
Most of my colleagues spoke up
he's
at our
getting
last
freaky with
meeting
it
about the need
with
to
that one
improve
person.
our city manager evaluation process. I couldn't agree more. I'm sure we all
Yeah,
have our opinions on how this.
he
could
gets
be
buck
improved.
wild at
This is
the friendly
being
house.
discussed
So
in MLS.
They're,
So I'd like to
they're
thank Councilor
sick.
Bergman and his committee for taking this on.
Never
I'm
mind.
also happy to see Councilor Toomey's item on the agenda as well, and I appreciate my colleagues for all of their hard work on this, and I look forward to being a part of the process as well. Thank you.
Hey, don't bite furniture. Stop.
A couple of things. First, I'd like to sign on. I'm not sure how I missed that, but definitely on the same page. And actually, I have filed this before when we
Wait. I missed it the first time Kate spoke. I wasn't looking.
NY.
Request the Standing Committee and
This is
MO
awesome.
contest is to contact the
This is an
National League
all-time
of Cities,
council bit.
Mass Municipal Association, the International City County Management Association for best practices and potential consulting regarding creating a.
What is my
digital platform
parenting style?
for City management performance evaluations. Council.
Those,
I have
you.
no
So
idea.
those
Figuring it
are organizations that have done this work before throughout the
So
country.
far, it's can I bend over backwards to give you
But
everything you
certainly
could
we
possibly
can,
want?
Utilize,
Um,
and I hope that
that's
that we
pretty
do that. I know that there have been several
Yeah.
there, and also I believe that there's also a international city managers. Is that
Yeah,
correct?
but I mean, cats
I'd like to
exist in
amend
this
that to
world, right?
include, the city manager organizations.
It's not like it's going to turn out
and
to be
locally as well.
like a bad person
Okay, thank you.
if you
Council.
spoil it.
Councilor Bergman.
Thank you,
It's
Mr.
never
Chair.
going to be a person.
I'm not going to add anything other than to
True.
suggest there's probably a number of orders that are similar or the same floating around that all should be combined, and perhaps our clerk can help us streamline which orders, should be taken up at MLO. I'd like to take them all up at once, and I think there's probably some stragglers from previous months or years that should be combined with whatever goes before MLO as a result of tonight's meeting. I'm happy to take it up. I mean, I'm not going to promise it'll be on the next agenda. We just did the manager's evaluation, but I'll certainly make a commitment that we'll get it on as soon as we can. And certainly we'll do our best to get it on the agenda for 2024. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to begin by appreciating this order. This is something I've been pushing for quite some time. There's actually an order currently in municipal operations that I filed that was supported unanimously by this committee to do exactly what this order is asking. I was really initially going to ask to file it, and I said, you know what, I'll just sign on to it. Let's send it in. We'll take it all together. But this is something I've been pushing for quite some time. And, you know, Councilor Toomey referenced some of the entities and resources that can go into this, Mr. Chairman. Looking at other municipalities, looking at MMA and other similar bodies. But this isn't rocket science, Mr. Chairman. And I look forward to a work product. I did reach out to the chairman, Councilor Bergman, and the chairman indicated that he would hear this, you know, at a point in time where he feels that he needs to pull it forward. I did consider it pulling out of committee because we've talked about it for some time, but I have confidence that this will be heard and that committee will make a decision. One of the things that, you know, in my particular order is that it did ask for some technical assistance, is how I referenced it, from HR. Now, we can't ask, in my opinion, HR to come up with something for their boss necessarily, but there is some assistance that we can provide. We now have our own chief of council, and we have council aides, and we have this ability, enhanced ability to deal with some of these things, Mr. Chairman. In addition to this, we also appoint the auditor, and we also appoint the city clerk, Mr. Chairman. I have filed an order quite some time ago. It was unanimously supported by this council, and I brought it up during, I believe, the clerk's most recent contract that we awarded. And that was a similar rubric for that position. And I've yet to see the work product. And I'm going to ask.
Yeah, I'm looking at the radar right now. It doesn't look like
body that I initiated, requested in
developing
regards to a rubric, a draft rubric.
I don't know if we're actually going to
for
get
the city clerk position, and when will we have it?
a major amount of
Has
rain.
it been anything at all been done on it? I'm not sure what date that was, but this is important work. We only appoint 3 folks, and I don't know if this order is being ignored. I don't know if it's being stymied. But what I do know is that there's been no work product. Through the chair.
Mr. Manager.
Yeah, through the chair to the council, there's been some work that's been done on this for the sake of an evaluation, and that not only serves potentially the clerk and the auditor, but also myself. My understanding, though, is on recent conversations here on the floor, and there's been a number of different items that has filed and also moved past the evaluation of the clerk.
Yeah, but we have a
and that's
severe
what they
thunderstorm
moved forward
warning
and did the,
for Worcester right
contract.
now
I never
until
brought
1
that
a.m.
forward
But
because of those kind of
I
discussions
don't
and
see anything
moves that
happening.
happen here on this council body. But if this the will of the council is for me to bring that forward, then that's be something that I can definitely bring forward.
Yeah, we're untouchable in this damn city.
Chairman, it was the will of the council. There's nothing been on the floor that's withdrawn that. That's a work product that's
I guess it's going
expected.
just north of us.
And I look forward to it. I'll be meeting with the manager this month. I'm not sure if there's something else going on behind the scenes that I don't know about. But we evaluate these folks, and it's certainly in our best interest to have a referential tool to evaluate folks when we're awarding them contracts. Because when we award a contract, we assign responsibility, we assign oversight, and it would be extremely helpful moving forward. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I just take both items or send that to MO. Okay. Those in favor, I'm sorry, roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council GA?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Merrill Carlson?
Yes.
Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pacillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes, we are on 10D, request the manager, request the Commissioner of Transportation and Mobility work with the appropriate representatives. From
What is the Worcester wall?
To review.
The dome that surrounds the city that doesn't let anything.
Oh,
in.
yeah.
As well as the lower end of Lincoln Street.
Is that an actual weather term, though?
That could be made to this area, Councilor
I don't know. That's a
Worcester
good
wall?
question.
Yes,
Yeah,
Mr.
I
Chairman.
never heard that before.
I mean, there's the hills surrounding the city.
To,
We do tend to get less within
talk about
the valley,
the unfortunate loss of a young girl's life.
but I don't know
just
if that's
a couple of
an
weeks
actual thing or
ago,
just a perception.
as well as a 20-month-old
little girl.
Thank you, Gamer. Thank you
who
so much.
also
It feels
is still
nice
in the
to have somebody on my
hospital.
side.
Mr. Chairman, as you know,
I'm never going to cheer for Roxy.
and
I'm just never
you
going to do
were
it.
certainly supportive of this order, that in the city of Worcester, we have a real problem with speeding, with distracted driving, with a awful lot of pedestrian crashes over just on Belmont Street, which is the lower end of Belmont Street, not on the other end where Gianna just lost her life. But if we look at Belmont Street from Worcester Tech down to Lincoln Square, we're talking about 31 pedestrians who were hit over the last 5 full calendar years. Of those, at that time, there were 0 fatal, but certainly 28 of those that were seriously injured. Mr. Chairman, we continue as a council to send a tremendous amount of items to traffic and parking through trying to do traffic calming measures, through signage, and through reducing some of the lanes in some of these areas. Mr. Chairman, Belmont Street seen a reconfiguration not all that long ago. But today, having the conversation with the manager, if we look at Belmont Street from the Lincoln Street to up to the school, that's a real problem for this city and for all of the folks who certainly live in those neighborhoods. There's been several orders that have been put before this council. One of those orders by Ms. Alvarez for Rodney Street, as an example. For the people who live on Rodney Street, it's truly a danger for them to get out onto Belmont Street. And if you look at these numbers for the amount of pedestrians who have been seriously hurt, I don't think we're at a point any longer that we can wait for long-term plans. I think that there are some short-term plans working with transportation and mobility that we certainly can think about doing. And when we talk about where Gianna just lost her life, that end of Belmont Street, Mr. Chairman, you know it very well as I do. There is no way to cross Route 9 unless you're at Plantation in Belmont or you're at Lake Ave in Belmont. People who try to cross over that way, and a lot of people have made it from one side of Belmont Street to the other, but it's certainly extremely dangerous for people trying to cross there. We have several issues, obviously, in this city. I talk about Shrewsbury Street on a regular basis, and Shrewsbury Street, again,
So what
I
are you
don't have the
proposing?
numbers
We
here
haven't gotten there
tonight,
yet.
but I will ask for them tonight in a form of a motion. How many pedestrian accidents have we had on Shrewsbury Street? Mr. Chairman, this council approved several blinking caution lights on Shrewsbury Street, of which nobody stops for them. If you sit on Shrewsbury Street, and I have a constituent who sat on Shrewsbury Street last week for 1.5 hours and watched the blinking light, of which nobody who drove Shrewsbury Street stopped. Again, I know that there's been several pedestrian accidents on Shrewsbury Street. And again, I think that, we have to
Say
obviously,
Shrewsbury Street
short
again.
term, we need to think about what we can do for the safety of our residents who are walking on these streets, crossing these streets, or whether they're bicycling on these streets, or those who are been hit that are in wheelchairs on Belmont Street. Mr. Chairman, I would
How did
ask
Kenny
for
vote
the
on Mill Street?
administration to think about whether we do more speed humps in the vicinity of Shrewsbury Street, whether we look at doing
She
speed humps
has
on
not once
Belmont
pronounced
Street.
the leading R in
I
Shrewsbury
don't
Street.
think that those should be out of the question. Mr. Chairman, the city of Boston has announced, they just did last week, that they were putting 2,000 speed bumps up in the city of Boston, and that's on all of their streets. And they're doing it for the same reasons. And it's really about using them as a traffic calming measure. But I also believe, Mr. Chairman, that we need enforcement on these streets. We
There
have
it
a
is.
lot of people who just are not obeying the rules of the road. It's just not happening. And I think that for us as a council, you know, whether it's Shrewsbury Street, Belmont Street, and we have the lower end of Lincoln Street. And again, you know, I said the lower end of Lincoln Street because I know that that's an area that I've represented since I was elected, and there are several
Not a serious
that I know that
proposal.
have been hit and hurt seriously on the lower end of Lincoln Street. The lower end of Lincoln Street, Mr. Chairman, I think that we need to look at the lighting on Lincoln Street. I
How
don't
did you get
think
over
that the lighting on Lincoln Street is very good. And again, for us to look at Lincoln Street, the lower end of Lincoln Street, and is it a time for us where the Department of Transportation and Mobility take a look at some of these roads? And I know that they have a huge task ahead of them with the city and all that they're trying to do, and they do a good job. But Mr. Chairman, I think we should be looking at roads where we have the data of the pedestrians who have been struck on these roads. And to hear that Belmont Street is one of the worst roads in the city of Worcester, and I'm sure if we get the data for Shrewsbury Street,
The data.
I'm sure that Chandler Street is another area. But I really do believe that the city manager working with the Department of Transportation and Mobility, and I know on, you know,
My God, get
Belmont
to your
Street, that
fucking
we also
point.
need to be talking to
Tired of
MassDOT.
this shit.
And I understand from talking to the manager that MassDOT has already reached out, which I think is great. But I would just encourage, Mr. Chairman, for us to be looking at some short-term solutions while we're trying to find long-term solutions, because I don't think that we should be not doing anything given the amount of crashes that we've had on the street. And again,
How did Kenny vote on Mill Street again?
thank you, Mr. Chairman,
Can't
for your
remember.
support, and certainly talking with the city manager.
I think I know.
With Department of Transportation and Mobility. I think that the city of Worcester really needs to take a long, hard look at what we're doing, in which I also believe,
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, that
What did
the
you do? She voted
city
against the
needs
Mill Street design.
the police department, and, you know, do we need to buy more equipment in terms of radar guns? From what I understand, we don't even have enough of those. Do we have the ability, Mr. Chairman, to put up pole cameras? Is that something that we also could be looking at? So I look forward to working with you, Mr. Chairman, along with the city manager and the Department of Transportation and Mobility. But again, in the form of an order, Mr. Chairman, I would like for us to be able to get a report back on the crashes on Lincoln Street, Lake Ave, and Shrewsbury Street.
Thank you. So
Thank you.
I'll send this to.
I 100% think that.
Request for reports.
That's the only reason in my
Manager.
mind.
Roll call.
Council Bergman? Yes. Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council GI?
Oh, without a doubt.
Council Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pacillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. Request city manager declare public health and safety emergency to vulnerable road users, pedestrian, bicyclists, people on wheelchairs, on wheelchairs in light of the 2 pedestrian crashes that killed a child and severely injured another less than 1 week apart. Council Hajai?
Yeah, that's exactly right. You can enforce all you want, but if the road lets you go like a million miles an hour, people will.
Faces around addressing both short and long-term changes to the Department of Transportation Mobility and other departments could implement that would assist pedestrians and other vulnerable roadway user safety issues in the area throughout the city, and that's the heavy pedestrian usage. Councilor Hajai?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that my heart dropped when I heard about Gianna Rose Simoncini and the toddler that's now transferred in a Boston hospital for the serious injuries that she suffered. When I look back in the last 24 months, we have had 9 pedestrian fatal crashes, 7 in 2023, 2 in 2024. This doesn't include Candice Asari-Aboa, who is not included in this report because her death a month after she was killed on a crosswalk came after the reporting window. And so we've had 2 children under the age of 14 and a toddler that were injured. The kids are dying in our streets. The most vulnerable road users are at extreme risk on our streets. I talked about that at our last council meeting as we were discussing the Mill Street issue. And I just want to bring up that I think that the reason why I'm calling this and calling on the city manager to declare this a public health and safety issue is that we know that nationally traffic deaths are increasing. They are certainly not decreasing in our city. And according to the CDC, the leading cause of death for children between 1 and 3 years old is by traffic. And the city manager is 100% correct at calling
That's a
this
crazy stat.
traffic violence. It's not an accident, it's traffic violence because it affects the stability and the well-being of our residents. So I'd like to frame this conversation as a public health and emergency because I believe reframing this crisis as such, it will also hopefully raise awareness that the speediest drivers bear the greater responsibility, the personal responsibility. And also it would allow us to stress to the public the urgency of slowing down, transform behaviors, and allocate the appropriate resources. While I believe that enforcement is necessary, as the experts in our DTM team, national experts, as well as the city manager have mentioned, including the chief of police, is that enforcement alone does not work. And so we can allocate resources to enforcement, but that alone doesn't work. And it does have implications that I think could be harmful to our community. I appreciate that Council Calorio, Chairperson Parking Committee, has held 5 district meetings regarding the 25 mile per hour mandatory policy, as well as the safety zones policy. And I understand the need to have a public survey to gather additional input. I had the chance to reach out to Council Calorio this afternoon and gave her heads up that I was going to make a motion tonight for the DTM, for the Department of Transportation and Mobility, to close the public survey and for the chair to hold a meeting in August to analyze the results of the data, including the ones in the in-district meetings,
Need this book.
and to vote the mandatory 25 miles per hour safety zones in favor out of committee so that we can review them in September. The reason why I feel the urgency for this is that we need to give the DTM and we need to give the police department the time and the ability to educate the public, to buy all the equipment and infrastructure they need, and to make sure that it gives us, the district councilors, as well as the rest of council, the ability to educate our constituents on what this means. I urge my fellow councilors to support this motion. I urge
very
the
much
city
Cat, I'm
manager to
okay.
treat this as he has, and continue to treat that with a public emergency, a safety and public health lens. And I will add, this is also affecting our most vulnerable road users, for specifically those that rely on walking or bicycling, or our wheelchair users to get around the city. My second part of the order relates to the fact that we expect our Department of Transportation and Mobility to do a lot. And in the short 2 years that they have been in existence, I think they have done quite a lot, both in moving policy as well as responding to the thousands of orders, the work of the Traffic and Parking Committee, the mobility action. And I can't say enough how appreciative I am of their work. But their work doesn't happen in vacuum. And all the things that as district councilors and councilors at large we want to accomplish cost money. Speed bumps cost money. The last authorization from this council was $250,000 for speed humps.
What if they had public comment after?
Thousands of them. That requires
So
that
people
we
could
take
show up and
our
just yell
from the
at
budget
like someone
to
like
make sure
Donna
that we're
Gloria.
supporting the work. The purpose of my order
That would be
asking
fun.
for support as to
That'd be
the
really fun.
financial allocations that it takes to actually do
I
this work.
said,
One is to educate the public.
what is it in
as to the
1984? The
amount
3
of money that it
minutes of
takes
hate.
to do all
2
the
minutes hate,
transformative
yeah.
2 minutes hate.
changes that are so
Yeah.
necessary to support this work and preserve the lives.
Everyone just
and
screams the
well-being of our
TV
residents.
in like an
Two is to
ecstasy
educate
of
ourselves
like
as
just
to the
repressed
advocacy
rage.
that's needed, both at the state level, at
Pretty
the federal
fucking dead
level,
on, Fox News, I'm gonna say.
budget.
And
So I'm hoping
for that
that
matter,
report comes back with
MSNBC.
the numbers
Yeah,
for
yeah,
work
yeah.
that's
They're
being
all,
done
It's
and
like
how much
this,
will
all
cost.
bad.
but Fox News
And
is like
implement
invented it.
short-term and
Like we gotta give them
long-term
credit.
measures, that we use that
Like
information
MSNBC,
to both manage
CNBC, just
expectations for our constituents and to make sure that we are supporting the work of this department along with the traffic division to the full extent financially that we can. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councilor Bergman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll address both items as well. With respect to 10E, I was thinking long and hard about the implications of the declaration of public health emergency. And I recall when that was issued in the past, there was some discussion about whether or not that shifted the balance of any of the authority of this council when a public health emergency is declared. So this doesn't affect 10F, but with respect to 10E, I'm going to use my personal privilege to hold the item, and I'd like to get information back from the city solicitor as to what the declaration of a public health
Jesus
emergency,
Christ,
what's
what
the
an
impact of
asshole.
that when it comes to the authority that's delegated between the city manager and the city council. And second, on that issue, I was certainly on the council as many of my colleagues. I look around the room, Councilor Russell, Councilor King, Councilor Toomey, Councilor Merrill Carlson, Councilor Clorio, and Mayor Petty. A number of years ago, when the issue came up about what can we do for the best practices in trying to address the issues on the roadway. And all of us collectively pursued at the time a rather original idea, which isn't so original, which was a speed hump. So I certainly, as a number of my colleagues I just mentioned, have been part and parcel of trying to come up with ways to prevent injury and death. And all of our hearts have to go out to children that are killed, just like they go out to elderly people that are killed and anybody in between. We don't want deaths in the city. I just, question whether or not the city of Worcester making that declaration is in our best interest if what's happening in Worcester is no different than what's happening in every other major city, particularly in Massachusetts, which is these are issues that need to be addressed. And there are many ways to go about addressing them. And I'm not sure what impact the declaration of a public health and safety emergency has on changing any of that. We need to look at road design. We need to look at lighting. We need to look at police personnel that can monitor traffic and a whole host of many other things that go into making the city safer for for everyone. And I would say that I do wish that under 10E, vulnerable road users would have also included motorists, because there's certainly been a fair share of motorists injured, as well as pedestrians, bicyclists, and people in wheelchairs. Everybody deserves to be protected. And I look forward to getting the report back from the.
Let's protect everybody, even anybody that's never been in a car or near a road.
I'm not going to address
Let's
that
just
because I think
widen
it's
this
wise
out to become not a thing.
together. And we'll
Wow.
see what happens with 10E when we next meet. But I don't oppose 10E.
I really, they're not meeting next week.
On that. Thank you, Mr.
He's such a fucking dickhead.
That was so petty.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Of course, I think we all express our condolences to the loss of life that has occurred. And, you know, pray for as full of recovery as possible for the individual injured. That being said, I want to sign on to 10E, Mr. Chairman, in preparation for the next meeting in a month, a little over a month. And that's a significant amount of time. And while I understand and appreciate Council Bergman's request, I actually agree with getting a detailed report. I was going to simply ask through the chair to the administration, what is the understanding of what would a public health and safety declaration do in terms of funding, in terms of resources? What does it actually mean through the chair?
You want to get a written report on that?
I'd like a verbal response at the very least, if there's any inclination by the professionals that are here, or our solicitor, or anyone. I still would like to see the report that the councilor asked for, but I would like some sort of, this has been on the agenda for a few days, understanding of what a declaration of a public health and safety emergency would do in terms of resources, capacities, funding. Is that such a thing through the chair?
Through the chair to the councilor, I know we've been asked to prepare a more detailed report.
Of course.
But in short, a local declaration by the city manager does not bring with it any extraordinary powers that are not already in our normal course. So there's no.
There's your report, Mo.
With extra funding. It's just you declare it to bring awareness to it, and the manager then make directives to his administration to do certain things.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just asking the administration, is there a intergovernmental plan as it relates to pedestrian safety, vulnerable road user safety that we have in play? So we've been doing a lot of stuff on the city side, right, with protected bike lanes, pedestrian safety, et cetera. Has there been any outreach to, on the state level, the federal level, any communication, any thing as it relates to funding or resources to date through the chair?
Mr. Manager?
Through the chair to the council, the short answer is yes. There's a number of projects that we've set out, whether it's state or federal grants. Some of them we've been awarded, some of them we have not been awarded. Part of the Vision Zero plan and the mobility transportation plan as part of the master plan is to give us a framework of how to approach the street redesigns and the infrastructure of our city. And so these plans are going to help be the guide and the roadmap for us as a community, as a body, as an administration, and also as a council to understand how we're going to move forward in implementing and redesigning some of our roadways. And so these plans are coming into fruition. There's significant work happening right now around Vision Zero and also around the mobility transportation plan that would then be presented to council. It's been a lot of a community engagement process as part of those plans. And so when that comes forward, that would give us an understanding and recommendations of what funding do we need to seek, what partnerships we need to build so that we can be able to put these plans forward. But short of that, we are working with state and federal delegations when there are particular projects that we're seeking funding, whether it's through earmarks, dollars, or federal grant applications that we're constantly working to try to offset some of the costs related to these projects.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, one of the things that the council has is the ability through municipal operations and legislative affairs, or whatever it's called now, MLO, is to have an understanding of intergovernmental relations, Mr. Chairman. And what I would request, and this isn't specific to this particular item, but I would request any of that engagement the administration does, that we get a quarterly report on. I know that, and it's my understanding that the city, as city councilors, we should be engaged in some of that work. I know the mayor is engaged in that work all the time, but I think it's important to keep us in the loop, right? So I know that there's grants and there's funding and there's, intergovernmental affairs that relates with entities like DOT or, other things. But this is more on sort of the interaction and engagement between the elected folks, because you sit there and you wonder, as I think was referenced, this seems like this is a crisis in the city, as indicated by Councilor Haji's item 10E. And it makes you wonder, where do we rank as a city? What resources does Governor Healy have for us? And if those communications have occurred, and we as individual councilors, as a collective body, as the mayor,
Nope.
advocate or lobby, we can certainly do that individually. But if there's something already going on, perhaps we can support it, or vice versa, Mr. Chairman. So some sort of just quarterly report back to the council, formally, that could go to committee perhaps, and that could be taken up there if necessary as relates to legislative affairs, or budgetary issues or legislation that could potentially impact this issue and others. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Okay, so
Mr. Chair, motion to suspend the rules, please.
hang on one second. Councilor Russell?
Mr. Chairman, when the report comes back that Councilor Bergman has asked for, I want to ask the law department if they could specifically address in that report if any of the purview of any of these issues comes away from the council, whether it be to the manager or whether it even be to the Board of Health. If we declare a public health safety emergency, if that would trigger something, because I remember a controversy a couple of years ago over another issue where the Board of Health decided that they were going to get involved in some issues that some of us were surprised that they were involved with at the level.
Does anyone know what they're talking about?
So I want
with this past issue with the declared health?
ahead of time. I'm not
A state
advocating
of
that
health
they should be or
emergency.
they shouldn't be or
I don't
whatever.
remember what they were
Just
talking
like to know if they, what will happen at that point and have that included in the report. Mr. Chairman, in District 3, we've had our share of fatalities, pedestrian fatalities, issues, fatalities and events and issues that I know I've advocated for changes. I know Representative Donahue has advocated strongly for some changes. And where our fatalities have appeared more than not has been on state highways. And Mr. Chairman, through you to the manager, my question also is that when we're talking about speed limits and any kind of things, I mean, Councilor Carlson had a great item on, we just got done talking about working with the Department of Transportation, the State Office of Transportation, and where are our limitations? I remember when there was a death on Route 20 at the Auburn line in Quincy Village, near the mobile home park. There was some effort made where we wanted to do things about moving a light, moving crosswalks, and we were told, hey, it's a state highway. You can't tell the state it's something that has to come from them. We were able to put some streetlights in and make it a brighter area to, foster some more traffic safety, which was a good thing. But I'd just like to know in the form of a report when it comes back, just like where are the parameters here? Because, when you look at it, I remember when we first started talking about the 25-mile-an-hour zone, I asked the staff member in the council office just to do some homework. Maybe some other people in the council asked her to do the same kind of information at the time. But a lot of those fatalities were on state numbered highways, whether it be Route 290, whether it be Route 20, whether it be roads like 122, et cetera. So I'd like to know going forward, the rules that we're contemplating changing with speed limits for just one item, let alone anything else. What are our limitations dealing with these state labeled highways? Most of the streets, when you think about it, even like Grafton Street's Route 122. Are we limited there, or is it a different street? If someone could answer it now, I'd be happy to listen to it.
Mr. Raleigh?
Thank you. Through the chair. So in Worcester, most of the state routes other than the interstates and Route 20 are actually under local jurisdiction. So we have full authority for the design and operation of those roadways, including Route 122. The exceptions, as I said, are the interstates, State Route 146, Route 20, and then some small sections of other roadways.
So like Route 9, as it is on Belmont Street, is within the city purview?
Through the chair, that's correct, except for the signal at the intersection of Lake Ave and Belmont Street.
So if the city wanted to put a speed bump or a speed limit or whatever they want to do on Route 9 or Route 122, some of these smaller state labeled highways, we have the right to do that. Through you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner?
Through the chair, yes, that's correct, within the parameters established by state and federal law, but yes, that's correct.
Okay, but again, the roads that are eliminated from that consideration are Route 290, 190, 140, and what else?
Sorry, through the chair, 146.
146.
I believe you said Route 20, which is correct. There's a small portion of Route 12, and then a few isolated intersections near the interstates.
Mr. Chairman, is that list available someplace? I'd appreciate it if the commissioner could share that with us. Because when we're talking about these issues going forward, it's good to know what areas are excluded. I'd love to see that in a written communication. It doesn't have to be a report, but just a simple email would be good. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Hajiak?
Just nobody probably been trying to wriggle their way out of having to do anything.
Just a couple of quick things to provide some clarification and education for the edification of council. When I use the term vulnerable road users, I'm pulling that from terminology from state law. So those, we talked about actually the poster that I held at the last meeting. Perhaps I'm happy to share that poster with Councilor Bergman. Those are folks that walk and bike. There are roadside workers, people using wheelchairs, scooters, skateboards, roller skates, and other mobility devices, horse-drawn carriages, farm equipment. And for your information and the council's information, that comes from an act to reduce traffic fatalities, which passed in 2023. All I'm asking tonight is a symbolic gesture from the city manager to align the things that he has said publicly, along with the work of his department, that traffic violence is an issue in our city. The city of Boston adopted a resolution because of the reckless driving and speedy driving, and they had multiple fatalities just like we have. I really don't understand the hesitation and all this anxiety around the city manager publicly saying we are in a state of emergency, public health emergency, and the safety for our residents. If you would like me to put it as a resolution, if that comforts your feelings, I'm more than happy to do that. I'm not asking for anything specific. I'm not asking for a declaration from the state or from the federal government. I'm simply asking the city manager to declare a symbolic gesture of calling what we are currently experiencing, the death of our kids and vulnerable road users on our streets, a public health.
Yeah, if that comforts your feelings, it's great.
That is all I'm asking. And again, I heard the city solicitor say this doesn't come with anything other than a symbolic gesture that we can actually use as we educate our constituents on behaviors on the roads, which I know that all of us care as district councilors and as at-large city councilors. So if you'd like me to put that as a resolution to be adopted to make sure that you are 100% ensured that I'm not asking for a federal declaration of emergency, I'm happy to do that. I just don't understand the hesitation and putting more roadblocks to something that should be innate and it should be done expeditiously by all of us.
Thank you. Councilor King?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to preface my comment by simply stating there was a reference made earlier that perhaps, I think they were referencing the Board of Public Health, had made a controversial declaration of public health some time ago. I just want to state that that declaration was that racism is a public health issue.
There we go.
In fact, it was and it is. It is and it was. There's no controversy.
Oh my God, this is
that
crazy.
fact, Mr. Chairman. And the fact of the matter is, as it relates to this particular order, for me, this declaration makes sense. It's the council asking for a declaration, which means that we make this administration makes this a top priority. A top priority, as referenced by a number of folks. You know, we've been dealing with this challenge as relates to vulnerable road users and pedestrian safety and the like for quite some time. And when it hits district by district by district, it seems overwhelming, I think, to the general public and to us at times as elected officials. This declaration will lift up this issue. And I would expect and anticipate that would also not just be reflected in funding, but also in enhanced implementation of any measures to make things safer, Mr. Chairman. So again, I certainly also would like to see a report regarding the question that Councilor Bergman asked, but this is an easy one for me. We could do both, but to ask the city manager to set this aloft is appropriate, and I appreciate the order.
Thank you. So that
Appreciate everybody wishing black mold upon me.
City manager, one of the requests for reports. Roll call.
And my amendments, sorry, Mr. Chair.
What was that,
I made I made a motion for.
Wait, so did Mo withdraw his
the public survey to be
His hold?
completed and
Yeah.
thank you very much.
A report back on that too. Roll call.
I made that in the form of a motion,
No,
actually, not in form of a
yeah.
report.
Roll call.
Councilor Bergman,
Yes.
Councilor Florio,
Yes.
Councilor Gi,
He didn't withdraw his motion, did he?
Carl Carlson,
Yes.
Councilor Nguyen,
Yes.
Councilor Ida,
Yes.
What just happened?
Yes.
Councilor Russell,
Yes.
Yumi,
Is he just letting it slide because he knows he was going to look like a dickhead
Mr. Mayor?
after all the explanations?
Toomey.
To state that how grateful I am to Councilor Colorio for the diligence that she had in having all of those hearings. That was a lot of work and a lot of effort, and she deserves credit for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we are on G, request to identify as soon as possible a funding source to provide a permanent solution to lighting issues occurring at Tiverton Field.
Oh, I think they voted through 10F, but not 10E.
This item was brought to me by someone I've known for many, many, many years, who's been involved with baseball here in the city. And I know that they reached out to Councilor, I think, Carlson, and the mayor. And I've spoken with a number of folks, and I'm sure that the other electeds have as well, who were emailed on this. And I'm quite confident this will be addressed. You know, I can tell you this, you know, there was some folks that reached out to me that wanted to make sure that
But Mo said he was holding it. I thought he wished to hold it.
There's two orders.
doing a amazing job.
There's 10E and 10F.
That particular field as well. This is
10E is the one that he held. 10F is
that
the one
is,
that he held.
is a reflection of an ongoing issue that we haven't gotten to that we need to prioritize. And that's what this is. Looking forward to it being rectified and us identifying the appropriate resources. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, we'll send that to the manager. Roll call.
Chairman?
Councilor Russell.
God, we haven't even talked about Stop and Shop yet. I hate this.
Councilor Russell's name will be signed on along with the rest of us. I'll put my name on that. Supply chain issue too on the part. But I'd like to find out. The quicker the better, like Councilor King said. Okay. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman. Councilor Gloria.
Yes.
Councilor Gio.
Yes.
Councilor King.
Yes.
Mayor Carlson. Councilor Nguyen.
Yes.
Councilor Hito.
Yes.
Councilor Pacillo.
Yes.
Councilor Russell.
Yes.
Councilor Toomey.
Yes.
Mayor Petty.
Yes. Request the manager provide the council with a feasibility study relative to the best course of action to repair or replace the pedestrian bridge connecting Illinois Street, Crystal Street, and Canterbury Street. Councilor Ojeda.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I'll be brief, but yeah, I had a neighborhood meeting actually, and Commissioner Fink was there as well as Eric McCullough, our chief of staff, and speaking with the residents that've been there. Some of them have been there 30 years, and the bridges.
There he is.
To get over to the other side.
We missed you.
I just want to speak.
You missed nothing.
Fortunate though.
But you're still here, man.
And maybe this
For now.
Councilor King's, I believe it was his order or something. I can't find it just yet. But in talking with the
Yeah,
residents,
a lot of talk, not a lot of
landlord that owns several properties in that neighborhood who came in and was
like,
very upset about
productive talk.
It was just his opportunity.
More talk about bricks.
Push his concerns.
No, shockingly little talk about bricks.
As far as taxes and things like that go.
But as they go along the night, I will say that all of the talk they are doing makes the bricks seem stupider and stupider.
I asked him why, and he said they wouldn't come, and that he feels as though he doesn't have a voice. He doesn't live in the city, and he was it got kind of out of control. It got ugly to the point where he actually put his hands on me. Not
whoa. What?
I don't want to say he grabbed me, but pushed my shoulder. Bigger gentleman, and long story short, I had to call the police because the residents in the neighborhood saw that and they weren't happy about that. So I ended up having to call the police to save him.
What's he talking about?
And
somebody tried to fight him
he left
at a
right
neighborhood
before
meeting.
the police showed up. So this is an area.
Oh yeah, that was
people in that neighborhood care about what goes on in their neighborhood.
I don't know.
What was amazing to me
I'm not gonna tell tales out of school.
see the relationships that they already have with the police in the neighborhood.
But
they know this officer.
Brennan, Mo Bergman held the declaration of state of emergency regarding traffic violence, and said that he wished that motorists were included in the definition of vulnerable road user.
So they were really supportive. I really want to support
And that was
them.
pretty
It's not
funny.
too far from where I live as well, so I drive by it very often. Really look forward to seeing what we can do with that. Like I said, the residents.
It got real dumb there for a second.
There's a post on Nextdoor I stumbled across the other day about Mill Street. And probably the person that called Mo. This person was claiming that Mill Street causes them great distress, and the city shouldn't be allowed to design roads that cause anxiety to drivers, because the anxiety is what causes them to do stupid things while they're driving.
Right.
No, not any sign of the kind of self-awareness that would say, if I'm wicked anxious driving, maybe I shouldn't be driving anymore.
Yeah,
it was.
You should never call last call at any bar, because you know what happens after that.
Yeah.
People get in their car drunk, so just never call last call.
Keep the party going.
Familiar with what?
That's really dumb. Yeah, Mo is being a little vindictive. He's being a little bitch about it.
Is that bridge all ours? You know what I'm talking about? Where he's talking about?
Yeah, that is true.
Mr. Manager?
I know there's a
I
railroad
tell,
track there.
speaking on
To mention to
9.4B.
council, there's
Oh,
ticket
yeah, yeah,
hours,
yeah.
but I don't, I'm not 100% sure, so I'd be happy to come
Patel
back
tried to make a motion
to give a
that
better
the
analysis
204
of
Main Street
jurisdiction.
development, the city manager asked them to add a third affordable unit to that development. So just one more. And it prompted an absolutely insane, I'd say about 45-minute conversation, where everyone had to get up and say, oh, you know, we'll definitely ask them, but, you know, these development deals are so complicated. We might not be able to, blah, 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 blah. And they were very much signaling like, we don't actually want to do this. But we don't want to be on record saying that we're going to vote against asking for one more affordable unit. So it was really, really, really crazy.
King?
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson?
Yeah.
Councilor Nguyen?
Yes.
One of my notes I wrote in for myself while Candy was speaking was that she is so unserious and so convinced of her seriousness, which is kind of a recurring
Councilor Bergman?
thing, I think.
As it reads.
Roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Calorio?
Yes.
Councilor Haji?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson?
Yes.
Councilor Nguyen?
Yes.
What?
Councilor Hito?
Yes.
Oh, and my new kitty's been a menace.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
Mayor Petty?
Yes. Next is request, city manager request the Commissioner of Transportation Mobility provide.
Both my guys are sitting on the same bed and not fighting.
Cars do not.
That's great.
That's pretty exciting.
In the bike lane, Councilor Haji.
As it reads.
Roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
All right, I'll get it.
Yes.
Councilor Haji?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilmember Carlson?
Yes.
Councilor Nguyen?
Yes.
Councilor Hito?
Yes.
Councilor Pacillo?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty?
Yes. Request the city manager to consider allowing city residents who have small pickup trucks with commercial license plate the ability to drop off their personal yard waste at the Millbury Street drop-off facility. Councilor Russell.
Mr. Chairman, if you'd like to take I and M also.
Sure.
L and M, excuse me.
Yep. Request the manager to consider allowing large items like furniture and mattresses to be dropped off to the Millbury Street facility without an appointment. Councilor Russell. Request that the manager conduct a monthly street sweeping program in the city urban neighborhoods that indicate staff using leaf blowers to ensure litter is cleaned by said sweeping vehicles. Councilor Russell.
Mr. Chairman, I'll take the last one first, the 10M, dealing with this. I'm just looking for some action from the administration about the litter problem in our urban neighborhood. That's pretty much it. This is my suggestion. I had coffee with the manager this morning for my monthly meeting, and I said, if it sounds crazy, come up with, tell me what else we can do, because I need something I need to tell the residents of the urban neighborhoods that we're making progress in the litter issue in those urban neighborhoods. It would make sense to me that when we're sweeping the streets, that we sweep them on a more frequent basis. It would also make sense that not to just sweep around vehicles. And I know it would be too much of an ask to do a sweeping on a monthly basis like we do seasonally, you know, with towing cars or moving vehicles around and that kind of thing. So I think something has to be done, whether it's with a leaf blower, whether it's with staff, something needs to be done, and I'll ask for that to go to the administration. Mr. Chairman, on the other two items, I've asked multiple times for the facility on Millbury Street to be open for drop off of large bulk items without an appointment. Again, we're still working on an appointment basis. I'm struggling to see why, because when I go there or family members go there, there's always availability to go in, and we still have a problem with people tossing things on the side of the road that they could have gotten rid of at that facility. Mr. Chairman, the first item, K, was brought to my attention again and multiple times in the last few months from people. You know, if you're a tradesman, you're obligated to put a commercial plate on your vehicle. So if you're an electrician, if you're a plumber, if you're, you know, doing plowing a few of your neighbors' driveways with a little F-150 or 250 or something similar, you have to, even if you have your names on the outside of that vehicle, you have to have a commercial license plate. But what we're doing is we're basically saying that anyone that's got a commercial license plate, that they can't come in and drop their yard waste from their own yard. I want to be perfectly clear. I'm not talking about anything larger than a small pickup truck, and I'm not talking about any waste from any commercial properties or otherwise. I'm just asking for the people that are the working class people that have a small truck that they're mandated by state law to have a commercial plate on it, that we have some kind of a system other than just telling them no, that they can't come. There should be something that they could sign. They could show their ID, showing their residence. The people at the gate could they don't have to be detectives to figure out if somebody's running a commercial business and they keep coming back and back and back. But if somebody's cleaning their yard and they want to use their own vehicle that happens to have a commercial plate on it, I don't see why we're telling them they can't use the facility. So I move that goes to the administration also, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Russell. Councilor King.
Mr. Chairman, I got to tell you, this is another very, very frustrating matter as it relates to 10L. Something I've been pushing for, the council's been pushing for, other folks have been pushing for in prior administrations. In this administration, Mr. Chairman, we've asked that the hours be expanded at Millbury Street. Ballard Street over there. And also over by at the other location. Now, I've personally brought my own yard waste, as they call it, over there in the past. And there's no one there, Mr. Chairman. There's no one there. And they won't take you because you don't have an appointment. Now, in the prior administration, they had indicated that they didn't want to go to this no appointment system because years and years ago, there were concerns about traffic backup on the street. And I can tell you that due to the lack of accessible hours, that the traffic backs up when they are open. It'd be less backed up perhaps if we had more options. I've asked in the past for what would the financial costs be for at least piloting this during the high point seasons of use. And we've yet to get that, Mr. Chairman. I'm not quite sure what the barrier is as relates to accessing this without an appointment. I mean, I certainly think that the appointment process has some merits. I've been told there's been a past issue with money. I'm not quite sure. And I just want to ask through the chair to the administration, what is your understanding of the barrier of increasing access for these sorts of things? Given the current hours, sometimes I've had to drive 2 weeks with stuff in my car because I haven't had the ability to get there because the hours are limited. What is the barrier to expanding to allow things such as large items to be dropped off without an appointment or regular sized items to be dropped off without an appointment? What is the barrier through the chair?
Mr. Manager.
Through the chair to the council, the commissioner and I have heard loud and clear this council body on this request, and we've had multiple conversations, and right now we're working on a plan to address that. I'm trying to move as quickly as possible to present something to this council, but ever since I took office, this is something that we've been very intentional about. There's a number of barriers that we're working through. One is it's operationalizing this work on a multiple number of days and having the proper staff there available to receive the people that are coming in, to then be able to dump the stuff, etc. The other barrier is we don't have the technology in the booth. So if someone comes in and has to pay, $5 for whatever it is to drop something off, we don't have the technology in the booth right now to be able to swipe your card. It has to be the cash or check. And so that's why right now the system is you have an appointment and you pay, online or bring, cash or check there. And so we're looking at those barriers. We're looking at those challenges. We have some ideas. That we're going to bring forward to this council body that will alleviate not only looking at expanding the days, but also bringing technology to provide more accessibility to our residents. I know that, this is a sense of urgency, and we've been very hard at work in trying to understand those challenges and put some things in place. There's potential some conversations here regarding staffing in terms of hours and times of the day. That again, we're looking at not only the level of staffing, but also the current staffing and whether we could be able to do that as well. But again, we're going to be coming forward with a plan that addresses all of that to this council body.
Mr. Chairman, through the chair, could you just state for the public what the current hours are for a drop over on Millbury Street?
Mr. Mayor, you might not know. Mr. Manager?
To the chair, to the council, I don't know the exact hours off the top of my head, but I know Wednesdays and Saturdays are the current days that are allowed for people to do a drop off. Wednesdays is in the afternoon. My understanding is there's some time in the afternoon, but usually Saturday is where is the morning, has allowed the morning to the afternoon. But I don't know the exact time. I can definitely bring that back forward as part of our recommendations when we're looking to make enhancements and changes to the drop off center.
Thank you. I just got the opportunity to pull it up here. It looks like 8:30 to 7 on Wednesdays, and then Saturdays and Sundays.
Is that what that was? I saw Geo Hellraiser posted that there was a bunch of cops at the corner of
Mr. Chairman.
Park and Chandler, I want to say.
I saw somebody tweet hours ago before I left you guys that there was a pedestrian accident with reconstruction going on down there.
And I understand.
Didn't see any other details though.
And I would recommend that we take the short steps first. We don't have to wait and wait and wait. Some things we can do now. I know also over on Clark Street and Chandler Street, there's also limited hours. And I'm also understanding.
That was pleasant. Yeah, you're right.
Sometimes drive up over there on Chandler and they just dump in any.
I saw something about that earlier too. System. I didn't see any details. I don't know if it's another one of those things that's like, if you just reelect him and then get in Democratic majorities in both houses of Congress, we'll talk about it.
We don't want to be too quickly to bring something forward that then collapses, and then there's conversations of inefficiencies.
Because that doesn't matter. That's what they always say. And also this time he's not going to win anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Way for people to use. I also understand there's been a discussion for 9 years. I'm in my role a year and a half, and the commissioner's been in his role about 3 years. So again, we're working diligently since I took this office to come forward and bring forward a solution, and that's exactly what we're going to do.
Councilor King?
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to gently reiterate. There are some steps we can take in the short term that will have a positive impact on the long term. I want to make it very clear. This isn't throwing everything to abandon. This is something that we've been talking about for 9 years, at least a year and a half now in this administration and previously. So this needs to get done. If we're here in November, perhaps even September, October, and we're still talking about this, I think it's going to be a heightened conversation. We should really move on this, and I can't emphasize it more. I just want to make sure this isn't about being careless or cautious or inefficient. There's some things we can do right now. Let's do them.
Okay, just let's send those.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be brief. Yeah, I agree with Councilor King, and I understand where the city manager's at, right? We have to do our due diligence. We have to make sure it doesn't blow up in our face, right? With some other things that have happened in the past. I'm just suggesting maybe in the meantime, while you're working through this process, of just adding another day, if that helps out, or even half a day. Just again, in the meantime, while you come up with whatever the next plan is. I think adding a day, half a day, again, something very small, something easier, and maybe have to be later in the day as well. Like Councilor King, I do my yard work. I try to help out here and there, and sometimes 5 o'clock is too late for me, or 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock. You know what I mean? So, if it's going to be half a day or if it's another day, just make sure to keep in mind that, maybe 6 or 7 o'clock will be a little easier. But I do agree, it's tough to drive around the district or the city and find, see a couch here, see a couch there. There's times where, to be honest with you, I wish I had my own truck. I just pick it up, throw it in the back, but then it probably stay there for another month. But just looking to finding a way to just add another day.
Yeah, I also thought this was.
As we move forward.
I didn't think that the agenda looked short. I just thought that they wouldn't want to be there. But they're also not going to be back for like a month. So
But
Bill, you got to turn your virtual camera on. There you go.
We had that conversation under the previous
Yep.
city manager. He had said that
This is torture.
like
Mhm.
$30,000.
How's the cat doing, Bill?
So
Oh, he's
I
a
would
little
hope
menace
that
right
the
now.
administration would keep in
There you
mind
go.
what the numbers are. If those numbers are still that small
Here,
that we're
put the
generating.
cat cam
I
on.
mean, we just put a line over at the DPW yard for technology in the booth. That was $70,000. Are we going to spend?
Man,
all
I,
that?
re- I really wish a feather on a stick was all I needed to get through the day.
This is
Have you tried it? Do you want me to come over?
Yeah, get Ira see if she can whip something together.
He needs,
Okay, so thank you, Mr.
after he
Manager.
eats, he needs to do this for about 45 minutes or he will destroy everything in here.
Like you just said, evaluating the system, so looking forward to it. Good.
I thought about before we started tonight. I was like, I was making plans in my head to go see a movie after this meeting.
Yes.
Why?
What an idiot!
Yes.
Where are we going to go see?
The Bike Riders.
Yes.
Oh, so
cool.
good, man.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm trying to find a time to see it. I think I'm gonna have to drive to Danvers next week to see it.
Yes, request the manager.
Did it come
some
out at
ideas.
home yet?
I
I know it was scheduled for early release streaming.
It's probably on Amazon and Voodoo and stuff.
The future fate and creative repurposing of the Ernest A. Johnson Tunnel. Further request, city manager.
I might go
Obviously,
crazy tomorrow.
we'll do nothing in terms of spoilers, but dude, Austin Butler is it is disgusting how attractive a man he is. It's just it's not fair.
He fucking rules too.
Discovered it. Like, where does this go?
He's so good.
And of course, there's a history behind it.
All of they did such a good job
My
with
knowledge of
casting
what's going
in
on
that
is probably similar to everyone else.
the entire
on the
movie.
council, through
It's
the newspaper.
right from the opening scene. I mean, it's just that the
department
casting
heads,
is
but it
so
seems
spot
like
on
they're
for
impressed
time and
with
place.
whether or not we're gonna,
I love
save it,
everybody in that movie. I think
whether we're going to try
every
to,
yeah. I'm excited. It's playing at 10 o'clock at
I would just encourage the city
Millbury.
manager. I know wind development may have
And
some air rights. Which may
I thought about seeing it. I might tomorrow.
Tunnel, but I would
I'm
just
gonna go
encourage
see
them
Horizon tomorrow afternoon, and then at
before
7,
try to be creative about
they're playing Princess Mononoke.
Hey, research this.
Oh,
and
nice.
So I think I'm gonna go watch that, and then at 10 again, Bike Riders.
things
So I might go
Oh.
for a triple feature
leasing
tomorrow.
rights, naming rights to areas like that, and may be available or advantageous to keep it for additional parking. I went to an event there about 5 years ago.
Dude, you want to use the tunnel for additional parking?
They had tables and chairs, lighting. They served dinner, and they actually had
Will
artwork
Bergman
on the wall.
gets the
People come in and,
freaking
get
negative
food, and they
50
could,
points for House Will Bergman for this meeting.
Some artwork, and it may be a great location.
Just do a
for an
fucking
artist
public
gallery.
market
So there
down
are
there.
options. I'm not certainly
Like-
not suggesting that the city
Yeah,
spend
make it
more
a
money,
skate park.
than
Do
it's
yeah,
worth
do
to save
event
it. What I am
spaces.
suggesting is before we decide not to save it, we
Yeah,
explore
just
funding
it's
sources.
so fucking easy as long as it's structurally
It is an
sound.
iconic part
Just put
downtown Worcester.
temporary
Although
shit in
many
there
of us
all the
probably
time.
Don't use it on a regular basis. I think
Camber.
hate to see it go.
What were we asking? Pedestrian involved crash
new use
on
to make it
park.
Thank you.
Councilor Bergman made a suggestion.
Yeah.
Would you like to send out the
Cena maybe.
maybe a month ago.
I don't know.
That talked about the costs of the fixing the bridge, fixing the tunnel. Do you want to send that there so we can have a discussion?
Yeah, I think I'm referring to that report when I'm talking about the article, but if Councilor Russell doesn't mind taking it, I certainly think that's a good idea.
Okay, Councilor King.
Mr. Chairman, I certainly am very hesitant.
Hell yeah.
to ever
Yeah, we'll figure out what
support
time. Let me
eliminating,
shoot me a message. Let me know what time you're free tomorrow. We'll figure it
I
out.
do think it's a big part of downtown. I think when you talk about pedestrian safety, vulnerable road users,
I owe you your shirt.
motor vehicle safety, motorcycle safety. If you think about how Hamilton Streets intersects, I don't know if it's Grove Street, whatever street that is, that comes into Main Street by the old courthouse. And then when you're leaving and you're cutting across those 4 lanes, the traffic there is horrible. The traffic lights are deplorable. In addition to that, when you're coming down Highland Street, when they reconfigured that and they, made 2 left turns onto the street right before the police station there. I don't know if it's Lincoln or what have you, but that merging is very dangerous. It's not a good flow there. when you're trying to stay straight, when you're coming off the 2 lanes, coming off a Highland. And this takes you right underneath. It avoids the pedestrians. It avoids the congestion. You know, and I think we should do all we can. And I don't think that some sort of report that indicates some astronomical number should necessarily.
It's down. It's around the corner on the other side of the old Vogue building.
Is in need of repair. We know that there's resources to do that.
I have a video on my friends going in there late at night, about 3 or 4 a.m., and doing a Banshee screen.
Filmed underneath there, I believe. You know, perhaps we rename that Wakanda Tunnel. I don't know.
What the heck?
You know, I think we should
Because
do
they
all
filmed
we
Black
can
Panther
to
down there.
preserve it. I think it does help. And I
I
think
didn't know
as you see all of the additional apartments and affordable apartments that are coming online on Main Street, on the Grove Street area.
Yeah, we have 2, maybe 3 of them.
Traffic and to avoid vulnerable road.
Brendan, when they were
users.
reading, they made Peter Dunn read off the
Until it's not
rents
used because we
for
mentioned it
the
closed.
2 affordable units,
And I think we should. do all we
and
can,
it wasn't even anywhere
in
close
terms
to
of
affordable.
making sure that
The
stays.
studio for
There
the
is, in fact,
affordable
a win investment
was
interest.
$1,200
Report on that.
For a
Um,
studio.
You know, because
Yeah,
that certainly should.
that's at 60% AMI.
Other
Right.
Did Attell ask him to read off the rents for that shit show on Green Street?
Very workable. Thank you.
No.
I
wish.
can't wait to meet somebody who is
This was
paying
some
$4,000 a month to live in an apartment on Green Street, just so I can tell them that I used to urinate in an alleyway that is currently their
Yes.
bedroom
Gloria?
Yes.
GI?
for free.
They'd be like, "Oh my god, I love a gritty urban experience." That's exactly what the brochure promised me.
Yes. Council Pacillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty?
Yes.
Yeah, the
That was
Cove
on-
is obscene.
Which ones were those? That was just on the one item, right?
Yeah, that one's just a gross.
That was on the tunnel. That was on N. So we are on O. Request the manager, request the Commissioner of Public Works and Parks provide the council with an update concerning the alternatives being considered for replacing the iconic and antique brick sidewalks on Jermaine Street, as well as the.
Oh, fuck, we're talking about the bricks.
Timetable.
I can't handle the bricks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess some of the theme tonight, for me at least, is trying to do some deep thought into preservation. You heard from a number of the neighbors that live in the Jermaine Street area. And there are streets throughout the city that do have the old character. We just have, I think, at least one street left in the city with cobblestone. We have gas lanterns throughout the city, much less than we used to, but they still make a statement about.
Yeah, you know, I don't have gas lanterns anymore because there's fucking street lights.
And I think a lot of people appreciate
I hate
the
this,
historic
like,
nature of some of these items. You have to look
fetishization
at
of-
Beacon Hill. What makes Beacon Hill so beautiful in Boston? The brick streets, the cobblestone, and the some of the gas lights as well. So there is value in keeping things in neighborhoods that may be old, but they also may still be practical. And
It's not practical,
it
it's not
seems like
ADA
some of the
compliant.
options that are being provided for what to do on Jermaine Street are limited as far as the options that would make the neighborhood feel like the historic history of their properties was being maintained. So I'm simply asking that city manager work with the Commissioner of Public Works and Parks and provide an update on the alternatives and the timeframes that are being considered as far as addressing.
Are the
sidewalks
speed
on
bumps they
Jermaine
want in that neighborhood historically accurate, Bill?
and cost for the options for several different designs.
Yeah, they're made out of Irish people.
These 2 different options. Sounds like one of the options kind of defaulted. If we can't find old brick, we'll put in new brick or stamp brick.
Candy Mail Carlson suggested
I
putting
don't
speed
think that's
bumps on
I'm not a
Belmont Street,
historical architect, but it
which
seems to me that
is
that wouldn't be.
I think those are called jumps.
speed jumps.
We can maintain the character of that neighborhood and also maintain the character.
You'll end up right in that like quarry that's
sending a message that we do care how things look. And
in Green Hill
for
Park.
it, we should do
But
it.
if you put the speed bump on the right part of Belmont
Looking
Street,
for a report back, hopefully in August. Hopefully nothing happens between now and then on Jermaine Street because I think it's fair for us to kick around the ideas and the options before any final decisions are being made. I think it's a democratic thing to do, and I think it's what the neighbors would like to see us do, and I hope we're able to do that. Thank you, Mr.
Councilor
Chairman.
Toomey?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank my colleague for filing that. And I was just looking at the policy that the city of Boston had, especially where they have so many historic areas. And certainly Jermaine Street is in a historic district. And Boston's
Yeah, I don't
policy,
know if you can really
they say that in historic
compare
districts,
Jermaine
existing
Street to
sidewalks of brick shall be reconstructed with wire cut bricks on a bed of asphalt or concrete, with the following exceptions. Existing sidewalks that are concrete should be reconstructed with concrete. If the sidewalk is greater than 5 feet, constructed of concrete, the path of travel, include a brick feature strip, which is another option that was suggested, but and it says
I love it
or
when Kate
repairing
Googles
small
shit.
areas of existing
Oh,
bricks.
so helpful.
The bricks may be replaced in kind with mortar joints. And for sections of sidewalk where the entire width is to be
I
replaced,
want a field
then
trip
wire
down
cut bricks
to
with non-mortar joints
Jermaine
over a
Street
bed of
for
asphalt shall be used.
the entire
So
city
it's my
council so
understanding
they
that
can see
the
what they're
wire
arguing
cut is
over.
more,
Two fucking 8-foot
more
sections
angular, more
on an
straight
entire street.
lines, as opposed to like what we look at, the older tumbled type bricks. So it probably
Which are only
provides
visible because that one weird kid
greater
who spoke
stability.
earlier spent her entire
So clearly
childhood
it's a historic
digging
district,
up the
and I
asphalt
think
with
we
a
should
stick.
look at,
I want to see her fingers. I bet she doesn't have
Salem's another
fingerprints.
area, that has historic brick sidewalks and streets, so we should take a look at those. Thank you.
Often I would put the pieces of concrete in my mouth, suck on them like lollipops.
I could taste history.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to Councilor Bergman and Councilor King for your guidance on this. Commissioner Raleigh has been really helpful working with the neighborhood, and it's great to see a neighborhood that's so engaged and they care so much about their community and their street. I'm looking forward to
They
the
care about the
timeline
bricks.
and getting answers for people.
They cared about their community. They'd understand that it's
It'll
bad
be
for people with
nice when we can
wheelchairs.
just get these sidewalks figured out. Thank
rid of
you.
Thank you. Councilor King?
Mr. Chairman, just for context, these sidewalks were neglected by the city for many, 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 many years. And as they were neglected, we paved over them. I've talked previously, we brought forward the item from DPW. I don't know what committee it went to or if it went to a committee. If not, I'll make a motion that the DPW policy, ordinance, or regulation or permitting process that requires the city, when you remove one type of surface that's replaced with a like surface. We went over that here in council, and that didn't happen. We didn't repair that particular brick with brick. We paved over with asphalt, Mr. Chairman, and that was
Thank you
because
for
of
the history
neglect. I want to be very clear. I support a complete restoration. I want to make sure folks are well aware of that, Mr. Chairman. I've seen the two renditions of a little bit of brick here, less brick here in the two pictures, but we certainly ought to do this. I know that when we lost the cobblestones
A little bit of
going
concrete.
towards Table Talk, I don't know if that's Tina.
A little bit of asphalt,
Boys and
Bob.
Girls Club.
A little bit of brick, that's what I need.
That was a loss. I mean, for me.
But most of all, I just want to go.
By children. I don't know how to explain it, but it certainly is a character matter. And I would ask, Mr. Chairman, because I know, there's going to be numbers and finances and funding involved. I've asked that we seek out funding for this. I know that there's from last I recall, that there was, the neighborhood was looking into another sort of historic distinction. But in addition to that, Mr. Chairman, I would ask by way of a motion that the city also considers phasing in of the bricks, given potential funding challenges. Perhaps we go incrementally. But from what I've seen, those two renditions don't sit well with me. Perhaps they do with some of the other councilors, but they don't with me. And I won't be supporting them, Mr. Chairman. And I want to thank all the folks who have done a lot of work on this, a lot of councilors who've done it. Councilor Bergman, Councilor Pacillo, I know Councilor Russell's been helpful, Councilor Corey, I believe, Councilor Toomey, and more. But
On the bricks,
we can do this. Sometimes little things matter, and this is one of those little things. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Councilor Russell?
no, they don't. How about they don't matter?
Katie Silverstein, I believe is her name. The word she used when she came to the microphone tonight, she said disconnect. There's a disconnect between what's being said in this room.
Wow, George Russell listened to a public comment for the first time in his fucking life.
And there's also a disconnect from the longstanding policy that I always thought was in place from replacing what was there. That's always been the policy, whether it was concrete or whether it was asphalt or whatever. When we did a street, we always did it. So obviously, maybe the price on this is the moon, but if it's we need to find out what it is, and we need to see if there's been a change in policy from the administration, or if it's a change in policy that needs to come from the council. But it was always, to be honest with you, I don't know which one it was. Maybe Mr. Trainer or somebody else can educate me, but it was always our policy. Because I remember Councilor Bill Eddy had an item on a million years ago trying to change that policy, and it didn't go anywhere. Actually, he had an item on that said if we're doing a street, because right now that policy basically leaves us with patchwork. It leaves us with some sections that are blacktop and some sections that are concrete.
No, the weird kid picking away at the asphalt is how you get
Just
patchwork.
do them all. Yeah. Just do it all fucking concrete then, you morons.
Yeah, I think we always had a policy replaced the same as. I think it started back over 20 years ago when Elm Park used to be a cement sidewalks, and one day we showed up and it was tar.
Well, like
And,
everything else, we're finding out, was there an ordinance? I don't know. I'd like to find out.
I think it comes down to money and cost. Yep, sometimes. Yep. Okay.
You know how you guys love to spend money on things
Roll call.
that aren't cops.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Caloria?
Yes.
Council G.A.?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Carlson?
Yes.
Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Ada?
Yes.
Council Pacillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes, request the manager conduct fees and fines assessment, provide the council with a report detailing fees and fine collections, the areas and demographics more impacted, how to reduce and address financial barriers to alleviate the burden of municipal fees and fines for our vulnerable and low-income residents. Councilor Nguyen.
Can we also take 10Q?
10Q, provide the council with a report detailing the feasibility of creating an equitable traffic fine reform, including but not limited to creating a low-income payment plan, providing a discount and/or waiving late fees and lines for opting to this community instead of residents 150% below the federal poverty line. Councilor Nguyen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll try to be brief on this. I've been doing some research on fees and fines reform for a while now, and with the work of the Policy Link folks, and trying to find local solutions for our residents. And in their report, there are many models. And, one thing that they point out is that fines and fees have devastated the lives of millions of Americans, trapping them into a cycle of poverty and punishment. These impacts fall most heavily in low-income communities and communities of color. And of course, fines and fees are not necessarily discriminatory just by the system, but we also want to ensure that they do not place a disproportionate burden on vulnerable communities. And that's what I'm hoping to address. We want fines and fees that are proportionate to the action and not a punishment-based model. Especially as our city grows, I think it's something that I've heard many councilors talk about, parking tickets and stuff like that. But that's just
There was something on the agenda tonight that no one's talked about. HR
becomes more a part of our revenue.
put out a report about like a senior tax debt work-off program where you can like,
and
if you're a senior and you qualify, you can work your tax debt off.
That's already
like mow lawns and stuff.
The amount
like it was like they called it like volunteering, but they didn't say what it was. It's like I don't know.
You can lay bricks on Jermaine Street.
In a city where if you fall behind on your property taxes for like,
Sell your house.
they literally sell your house, and then you have to work for it instead. That's pretty great.
With someone who worked
Pretty germane
and
to what she's
for
talking
their
about
8-hour
here.
shift, they would have to run back and forth to pay for their tickets, and sometimes they're missing it because a customer is there. And so I think there's ways in which we can actually do on our end an equitable system. And once again, this isn't to say that people don't have to pay or that they don't have consequences for their actions. I think it's about figuring out ways that could support people who are disproportionately impacted by this. And so now I think is a very good time for us to really look at equitable system, as well as just really assessing multiple routes of our fees and fines and how to find ways of alleviating and finding different alternatives for people so that we could have a city that flourishes economically, but also isn't at the expense of people who are already vulnerable. Thank you.
Councilor King.
Mr. Chin, we've talked a lot about affordability and equity tonight. We have over the last few terms. I want to sign on to this. I think this is a great order. I know that back in right before COVID, I think back in February 2020 or so, I was looking into this. They were doing this stuff in Boston, and COVID hit. And
This is a must-watch video from the RNC that I just put in the chat.
Financial challenges.
Absolute must-watch. You will never guess what happens when the camera zooms out.
Who also work downtown and are having extreme difficulty with all of the ticketing that's going on. I do know that we are generating revenue from ticketing. We need as much revenue as possible. However, when you think about what it really means right now in these times, Mr. Chairman, what it means is it could be a decision.
We even go to
buy food.
Oh, I'm cracking up.
Pay for my child's copay for medication.
What the fuck is going on? What is going on?
Of life
Okay, whose name was Governor Jim Justice? Because that could apply to either one of them.
I'm Jim, and that's Justice.
I certainly think that
my next dog is going to be named Governor Jim Justice.
In addition to any issue you may have at the registry, is a bit too much. Certainly, by the time it's time to register, you probably have to figure something else, and there's some penalties there.
God, we live in a stupid fucking country. It's so bad.
It literally could be.
How are you supposed to do comedy when there's real life?
Dude, I essentially have stopped. What's the point?
Manager on the wealth gap here in our city. We've met with some.
Do you think people are being this funny when Rome was falling?
Yeah.
We've met with some community groups, and this will go a long way. I really think we should look at these fees and
probably, honestly,
that Councilor Nguyen is point guarding this. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to sign off.
Sign off. What the?
I'd like to sign off
to it. I'd like to sign off so bad.
I'd like to sign off and go watch Austin Damn Butler, please.
And bring back, and it's not $15, it's $30. And
Brendan, did you watch Masters of the Air?
No, I haven't seen it yet.
It's pretty good. It's diminishing returns ever since Band of Brothers. Like the Pacific was slightly worse. Masters of the Air is slightly worse. Austin Butler's in it, and he's really good. But it's clear they shot it right after Elvis.
It was a favor, roll call.
Because he has not shaken the accent yet.
Gloria?
Yes.
Councilor GA?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Carlson? Councilor Nguyen?
Yes.
Councilor Hayda?
Yes.
Councilor Pacillo? Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty?
Yes. Requested manager requests the Commissioner of Transportation and Mobility conduct a traffic study on Piedmont Street between Pleasant and Chandler to determine ways to which traffic patterns can be adjusted to calm speeding in the area. Councilor Ojeda.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, just to be quick. That's in the neighborhood I grew up in. I'm currently working there now in the morning hours. I run 6 weeks of free programming for the kids in the neighborhood, free clinics. And a lot of residents have come up to me knowing now that I'm a city councilor in that area, I really expressed a concern about Piedmont Street and the speeding. Again, it's a neighborhood I grew up in, walked the neighborhood many times, and definitely a lot of speeding that goes on. So just really concerned, and obviously what's just taking place most recently throughout the city with, unfortunately what took place up on, I believe it was Lincoln Street, the young girl, and then on Belmont Street as well. So, just to try to get ahead of things, and hopefully we can slow some of this stuff down and keep people safe. So thank you.
Roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Calorio?
Yes.
Councilor Agia? Councilor King?
Oh,
Councilor Carlson?
Milwaukee police shot and killed someone.
Councilor Hida?
Yes.
Councilor Pacillo?
Right.
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
Mayor Petty?
Yes. Request the manager consider combining the
That's
Major
not
Taylor
political
Museum
violence,
and the
though.
Major Taylor statue to one location. Councilor
No.
Bergman.
Thank you, Mr.
Oh, great.
Chairman.
The Major Taylor.
This
I know.
shouldn't need the explanation it's about to get, but it will get that explanation. There is a museum on 2 Main Street in Worcester, which is dedicated. In the
God, we haven't even gotten to the weird Create 508 drama yet.
Taylor.
Or Stop and Shop.
It was Public Library. I know it's a mile away, but it's a good distance.
I'm sad.
Dedicated to Major Taylor. If you go to the monument, it makes no mention of the museum. And if you go to the museum, it makes no mention of the monument. And it seems to me that it's a huge disservice to both, because neither the museum patrons know about the monument. Or
Yeah, at the convention, yeah.
People that see the monument don't know about the museum. So I did have some conversations with Mr. Homer at the library a number of months ago. Actually, I think it was probably right after re-election in November. Could have been December, January. And I'm not going to speak for him, but he also had the sense that it would be nice to have more items related to Major Taylor at the library, so that people that come and see the monument can also celebrate a lot more of the story that exists at the museum. I certainly appreciate Trinity having the museum at the old courthouse. I don't think the museum has to go anywhere, but there's just not a lot of original items.
Well, why does the order say you want to combine them into one thing?
To the library. So
That means you want one of them to move.
the library resources at the museum resources at the library would just magnify the story in a much better way than having them spread apart.
He definitely
without any
changed it up.
communication between either end.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He wanted the fucking statue moved up to the old courthouse.
all
That's
I'm
exactly
saying.
what he wanted.
It wasn't an attempt, nor does it say to disregard Major Taylor's location. I think the monument at the library is a good choice. I think there's a lot of traffic flow there. And I think because his life is educational, it belongs at the library. But I do think that the museum being so far away doesn't make sense, or at least not having more material from the museum located near the statue. So that's what the ask is. It seems to maybe have been more of an effort than it was worth, given the reception that's.
What in the world? Ohio police officers? Were they?
Thank you. Councilor King.
Thank you, Mr.
Freelancing?
Chairman. I'm not sure what the reception has been, but I can certainly tell you my perspective on this.
Oh, yeah. 5 police officers from Columbus, Ohio shot and
all
killed.
details.
Tuesday afternoon, just west of downtown Milwaukee.
Were they doing a hunting for sport thing at the convention?
Yeah, that was it's actually it's kind of like an escape room.
Yeah.
They just give you like one clip. They're like, see if you can get back here after killing someone.
For quite some time.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Professor Doughton, who's passed away, and some other folks on the Black History Trail. We've currently been once again discussing with stakeholders.
How far away is Milwaukee and Columbus?
Continuing to expand the Black History Trail. Part of that,
From Ohio?
involves
Like how many miles? I'm looking.
It's a Michigan away.
Like what were they doing?
But what part of Michigan, Brian?
One not mentioned.
The Palm.
Service to all, and I think
The
that's
diagonal of the palm.
I think that's a really quick fix on both locations, Mr. Chairman. I would ask that by way of a
Dude,
motion
it's
that we-
450 miles away.
As far as moving, it sounds like what I'm hearing, Major Taylor Museum to the library or vice versa. I really think that, at this point, We should have more community participation from folks in the Black community as relates to this historic figure of said community, Mr. Chairman. I'm not sure what to do with the item. I don't want to send a message that I support this because I'm not sure. What I do know is that there should be connections. And right now there is some work by the Black History Trail Committee, who just met a week or so ago. You know, maybe I'd maybe like to hold this for now while I bring this to them and see what their perspectives are as well. You know, and I don't know what the feedback has been. I don't really know. This is just me seeing this just a day or so ago. So I'd like to hold this, Mr. Chairman.
Want to hold it? Or?
I'd like to hold it, and I would just like a motion that but we'll just hold it for now. But I certainly would just publicly restate that museum should be more interactive and engaged, and the location of the statue should also provide indications of where the museum is, what it is, and all those things as part of this. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to hold it.
It's going to be held under privilege. Before doing so, Councilor Ojeda.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just real quick. Yeah, I believe there could be, you know, Councilor Clean, and talking to your the community you're working with, maybe something along the line. And I know Councilor Bergman was asking if there's other items, you know, that can be used along the trail or in between that continues on, speaking about Major Taylor. So maybe that's something that they can look into. Hopefully Councilor King's paying attention to me.
Go ahead. You can go ahead.
I'll write it down. I'll send it to airplane paper. But something like that, where it could be sent along the way, where there's items along the way from in between both locations. So thank you, and he'll read the notes.
Okay. Okay, we're going to hold on to the privilege and ask for the report. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman,
Yes.
Councilor Calorio,
What are we voting on? Hold?
on the
Other
report.
reports? No,
Oh,
the
okay.
held under privilege.
Oh, okay. Yes.
We're voting to send you home early.
Yes.
Councilor King.
Yes.
Councilor Moore Carlson.
Yes.
Councilor Nguyen.
Yes.
Councilor Ojeda.
Yes.
Councilor Pacillo.
Yes.
Councilor Russell.
Yes.
Councilor Toomey.
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. Request the city manager, request the Commissioner of Public Works and Parks and Commissioner of Transportation and Mobility consider increasing the amount of neighborhood streets needed to be resurfaced to the next construction season. Councilmember Carlson.
Please don't talk. Please don't talk. Please don't talk.
Yes,
Please don't
Mr.
talk.
Chairman. This
Fuck.
last year has been a
Oh.
little bit of a challenge with getting our street resurfacing done. So given the fact that we're so late in the season, what has been chosen for the picks that will go forward to the construction folks, I think what will wind up happening is we're at best maybe going to be lucky to get 50% of that done. So what I'm asking is for the city manager to take a look at in the next construction season, if we could, I don't necessarily want to say double what we've done, but certainly look at doing many more streets. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You were perfect. Thank you. Councilor Toomey.
Thank
No.
you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to sign on, and whether the council wants this as a amendment or not, I'd like to request that we also start earlier in the year for our construction season, because I think that will help, especially where we've had such mild winters and earlier springs. So whatever the desire of my colleague is, whether it's a separate amendment or part of it, it's fine.
It's perfect.
Okay.
Maybe, Mr. Chairman, we could start in February, would be great.
Okay. Everybody wants to sign on? Okay, as amended. So we'll send that to the manager with the report and as amended with everybody's signature. Roll call.
Council Bergman,
Yes.
Council Calorio,
Yes.
Council Haji,
Yes.
Council King, Council Merrill Carlson,
Yes.
Council Nguyen,
Yes.
Council Hayda,
Yes.
Council Pacillo,
Yes.
Council Russell,
Yes.
Council Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes.
I believe that when you hear that, that's the mayor hitting the gavel when someone's chatting a little too loud.
Canals Road into one-way street. Council Pacillo.
As it reads.
Perfect. Roll call.
Council Bergman, Council Calorio,
Yes.
Council Haji, Council
Yes.
King, Council Merrill Carlson,
Yes.
Council Nguyen,
Yes.
Council Hayda,
Yes.
Council Pacillo,
Yes.
Council Russell,
Yes.
Council Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes. Request the manager, request the Commissioner of Transportation Mobility explore traffic calming measures along Lincoln Street from the Rotary at Benson Ave and Bolson Street to the Target Plaza. Council Pacillo.
As it reads.
Roll call.
Council Bergman.
Yes.
Council Calorio.
Yes.
Council Haji,
Yes.
Council King, Council Merrill Carlson.
Yes.
Council Nguyen,
Yes.
Council Hayda,
Yes.
Council Pacillo,
Yes.
Council Russell,
Yes.
Council Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes. Request of the city manager, request the Commissioner of Public Works and Parks improve street lighting in the area between 540 and 560 Lincoln Street. Council Pacillo.
As it reads.
Roll call.
Wow, thank you so much, Chip.
Council Bergman.
It's the best thing I've ever heard.
Yes.
Haji,
Yes.
Council King, Council Merrill Carlson,
Yes.
Council Nguyen,
Yes.
Council Hayda,
Yes.
Council Pacillo,
Yes.
Council Russell, Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes, request the city manager meet with the proper representatives from Stop and Shop Supermarket concerning the company's plan to close the Lincoln Street Stop and Shop and about the store from, prevent the store from closing. Further request the city manager provide council with a report concerning the conversations and progress regarding the status of the Lincoln Street Stop and Shop. Council Pacillo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So as I'm sure we all know, part of a larger downsizing, 32 Stop and Shops are closing across 5 New England states. It's 8 stores in Massachusetts. And this includes Lincoln Street and the one in Shrewsbury. I want to start by thanking the administration and the mayor. I saw this on the news Friday morning. The mayor called me right away. I spoke with Senator Kennedy. She's been really helpful, and the city manager's office has been great too. I also found out today that Stop and Shop has already reached out to the city to schedule a time to discuss the closure and whatever the options are. So basically, residents are concerned. You have folks from Lincoln Village, Great Brook Valley. There's housing planned for Oriole Drive. A lot of these people walk to the grocery store. I understand that Aldi's is there. I go to Aldi's. It is not a full service grocery store. They don't have a seafood department. They don't have a deli. They don't have a butcher. Target also has food. It's not the same. People deserve access to healthy, fresh foods. And this is something that we really need to work on. So I understand, going forward, if Stop and Shop does leave, working with the city and economic development to find a suitable tenant for the space. And I will absolutely push for a grocery store in that space. It's not fair to the residents. So yeah, it's, we're not creating a vacuum. I wouldn't consider this a food desert, but it's definitely something concerning. And I think we really need to pay attention to it. And, thank you to the administration and my colleagues for all their support and help.
Thank you, Council Pacillo. Well said. So we'll send that to the manager. Council Merrill Carlson.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to rise and sign on to that area there. I also represent the other piece of Lincoln Street there from CVS up. And it really is going to be a hardship up there in that neighborhood for all the people who live there. And certainly do understand that, we can't control sometimes what these corporations do, but I do think it's worth talking to Stop and Shop. I know there's, another community in Boston, as I shared with the manager.
Do you think it's
today,
Joe Biden's dogs that are biting all those people, or is it just Joe Biden?
From closing? And maybe if we could do that, that would be great for the
They just
people
call him
who live in that
Commander.
area. what is truly
I mean,
concerning, Mr.
not
Chairman,
lying.
there
It is,
is the amount of closures that
The Democrat January 6th is he just pushes the
you know,
button.
between Denny's and, you know, the pharmacy, along with one of the, two of the restaurants in the plaza have closed in the last couple of years. I just am hoping we're not seeing a pattern up there, and anything that we could do to help stop that would be great. But the grocery store is really a big deal because there are a tremendous amount of people who walk there. I was talking to Alex Corrales today, who, as we all know, is the executive director for Great Brook Valley, and it's a concern for the residents in, you know, what we call the valley, that that grocery store won't be there any longer. And one would say, well, geez, these folks could go right down into, you know, Shrewsbury to the, you know, because I've heard people say that, but that's not easy access for people who are using the Stop and Shop store on Lincoln Street. So I just really want to say thank you to Councilor Pacillo for putting this on, and really want to share my thanks to you and certainly to the city manager for reaching out to the folks at Stop and Shop. So hopefully we do get some good news. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, sign on. Council King.
Oh, no.
Chairman, I certainly appreciate this. I like to sign
You guys
off.
are not putting any ideas on the table.
Reiterate.
You're just complaining about how a grocery store is closing in public.
This grocery store.
Jesus
is literally
fuck.
mine, Mr. Chairman.
Like I am fully on board with leveraging whatever, like even soft power that the city has to try and get a grocery
That's
store
not what
back in there.
that's not what's happening here.
But like, there's no this order. While fine to put it on, to speak about it is so fucking stupid at this extent. Like whatever, just put it on there so that everyone knows, like your constituents know you're trying to help. Fine.
The city manager will have the real
you know, she spoke for 1 minute on it. Great. But now two other counselors spoken for triple the time that she spoke in.
It's absolutely disrespectful.
The city grocery stores provide
absolutely disrespectful.
Economic help to the
Dude.
surrounding neighborhood, Mr. Chairman.
This is the public process version of this. Could have been an email. Like, just give a fucking quote to the Telegram, guys. Like, there's you don't have to speak publicly about this.
Research shows that city grocery stores are also an anchor for.
Dude, why are you reading off what you fucking Googled about grocery stores?
Maintain this. It's a win-win. We know those who are essential workers there that help.
Ridiculous. This also the way that this process is more effective is if it doesn't play out in public. Like if Eric is good at his job, then he should be able to convince a grocery store through whatever leverage or whatever like guilting them, whatever power he needs to utilize. Like that's fine. He can do that and he should do that. But this is not. This doesn't do anything.
Or just, I don't know, to have one idea.
A middle to a lower socioeconomic status, the way they purchase and the profitability in those stores are going to be different than the profitability in stores where folks have more money to spend in a Shrewsbury and places like that. And the ability to walk and the accessibility is important. I mean, we need more grocery stores, quite frankly. On my side of the city, over by Route 20, the Price Chopper, it looks like it's 1924 when you walk in that building. So we need this. I know that there's been some efforts for a grocery store downtown. I don't know where that's at. But if we can stop this with the leadership of the administration, Councilor Pacillo.
These guys talk like we live in a centrally planned economy.
A big deal,
right?
Mr. Chairman.
Like, where like we can say we need a grocery store downtown and then the government can build a grocery store.
Economic growth and vitality.
I'm all for that.
I'm all for that, but
that's not the reality on the ground. And
I know there's
stop. Like,
all of these fucks have stuck plenty American flag lapel pins on their body that have prevented us from ever having that reality.
But there's
You're
more
all about the
people
free market until
There's more
it
profitability to be had.
rears its ugly head.
This
So it
is a place
directly
we should
inconveniences
fight
you
for, Mr. Chairman.
in a
And
way
I would
that you
ask,
notice.
And in a way that you're not
do
prepared to
exactly
actually
that. And I
do
would
anything
also
about.
ask,
Yeah. So
by way of
like
a
Christian has just been
motion,
griping.
if it's not already
Right.
referenced in here.
Same as Candy. Like there's been no idea thrown out here.
Engage in any work that he can to secure other options for this location, Mr. Chairman.
I hate being a completionist about this shit.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll send that to the manager. Reports. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Calorio?
Yes.
Councilor Gia?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Merrill Carlson? Councilor Nguyen?
Yes.
Councilor Ojeda?
Yes.
Councilor Pacillo?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Worcester can't even keep the city dump open, Yenny. It's not feasible that we're going to be able to do a municipal grocery store.
2023 municipal election.
I would love it if we could, but I just
increase voter turnout. You can file that. Roll call.
wait. What was the order about voter turnout?
If you want to.
That's the oversight for all of those things.
Yeah, it's outdated, but Councilor Bergman, was that MO? Yeah, fine. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman?
Yeah.
Councilor Calorio?
I'm cranky. That made me
Gia?
cranky.
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Merrill Carlson?
Yes.
Councilor Nguyen?
Yes.
Councilor Ojeda?
Yes.
Councilor Pacillo?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
Mayor Petty?
Yes. Treasury information communication concerning the process and costs associated with the hand recount, the Republican ballot cast at the president primary election held on March 5th, 2024.
Wait, we skipped over Bergman's Create 508.
Free.
Anyone hear what happened at 10Z?
Anybody want?
Yeah, I would just like to see what
Must have
we
got
can
held.
learn from this as we go to committee. My guess is that our clerk's department did a great job, and there may be something to learn or verify and certify in that process.
Okay, so not the MO. Roll call.
Councilor Bergman? Yes. Councilor Calorio?
Yes.
Councilor Gia?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor Merrill Carlson?
Thanks, Yenny.
Nguyen?
Yes.
Councilor Ojeda?
Yes.
Councilor Pacillo?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
Mayor Petty?
Yes. Treasury information communication detailing the traffic ordinances ordained by the city council over the last 6 years, as well as all new items currently awaiting ordinances to be written by the Department of Transportation and Mobility.
Mr. Chairman?
Okay, Councilor Russell?
Mr. Chairman, I mean, this is a long list, and I've been, but as I flip through it, the ones that I noticed, at least unless they're there buried somewhere in the line, but we had this issue up on Vernon Street where there were signs up that were being enforced for decades. There wasn't an ordinance behind, so we had that issue there, and it kind of opened my eyes to some of this. But through you, Mr. Chairman, to Mr. Raleigh, if I may, or to the manager, whoever, on this list, is there like Hamilton Street, when Hamilton Street was redone? Is there Grafton Street? Grafton Street was redone. All the parking spaces on those two streets that were done over. Is there the area of Chandler Street where Worcester State College is, where we did in recent memory, all the parking in that area was all done. These seem to be a whole lot of different things, even the one on Mill Street, the controversial one on Mill Street I don't see that on the list. So we've got this long list of one or two sections or a space here or a handicap space or rescind a handicap space, and Councilor Corio's committee and their predecessors in history here have spent a whole lot of time on these ordinances, and I appreciate the effort they've made. But I'd like either a conversation now, if you want, or I'd like it to come back with a further report just about those big streets. And when we changed all the parking, I know like on Hamilton Street, we changed.
I don't know any what's happening with that. I actually didn't know they were doing a double yet or
changed the
double road
position
out there.
of them where they're going in
Sounds extreme.
sideways as opposed to being parallel intersections, and we did away with some spaces, added some spaces along Grafton Street. I always thought Grafton Street was in the state, but Mr. Raleigh said earlier that that was within our purview. I know we talked about it at length, but I always thought they had the final say on that. Was that included in here? So just, I like that in the form of a report. If it's a late hour, I don't expect to have this conversation now, where those are on this list, and if they aren't, where did they come from?
Okay, so we send that to traffic and parking, we get a report.
I'd like it to go back to the administration, but it can go to traffic and parking too, as far as I'm concerned, but I'd like the administration to respond to my questions.
Yeah, we'll send the traffic and parking, get a report on your question. Okay. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council Haji?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Merrill Carlson?
Oh, we're so close to.
Yes.
Council Hayda?
Yes.
Council Pacillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes, 12B, motions accept and adopt on the roll call. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council Haji?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Merrill Carlson?
Yes.
Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Hayda?
Yes.
Council Pacillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. Also on 12D, report of the Committee on Public Works, also accept on a roll call. Roll call. Did I get that right? Yeah. Yep, roll call.
Council Bergman? Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council Haji?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Merrill Carlson?
Yes.
Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Hayda?
Yes.
Council Pacillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes, 12E and 12S, motion to accept. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council Haji?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Merrill Carlson?
Yes.
Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Hayda?
Yes.
Council Pacillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
Mayor Petty.
Yes, 13A to 13Z, motions to advertise proposed ordinances. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council Haji?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Merrill Carlson?
Yes.
Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Hayda?
Yes.
Council Pacillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
Mayor Petty.
Yes. Okay. We're going to go 14A, motions to advertise proposed ordinance, 14A to 14X. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council Haji?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Merrill Carlson?
Yes.
Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Hayda?
Yes.
Council Pacillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
Mayor Petty.
Yes. 14Y, the motion to send it back to committee.
Listen, it's just after this, it's just 15,
Which one's this?
16,
14Y.
14. Why? Just 1 second. I lost the page before I vote.
17. It's just like 20 more
Council
things.
Bergman?
Yes.
Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council Haji?
Nah, these should fly by.
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Merrill Carlson?
Yes.
Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Hayda?
Yes.
Council Pacillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. 14Z, 15A,
don't play with those, that's
15B, motions to file. Roll call.
Yeah.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council Haji?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Merrill Carlson?
Yes.
Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Hayda?
Yes.
Council Pacillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Water Street Block Party tomorrow.
Yes. 15C to 15H, motions accept and to adopt. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council Haji?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Merrill Carlson?
Yes.
Council
Nice.
Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Hayda?
Yes.
Council Pacillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, may I just say something?
Okay.
The items we just voted on.
On the file? Yep. Go ahead.
Yes. No, I just want to make a general statement. I just wanted to thank the Transportation and Mobility Department and my colleagues and those that attended all our meetings. This is a lot of work that we've done since January.
And at one point, we had 4 meetings in the matter of 6 weeks. And so we put through a lot of items, 25 to 30 items each day. So as we see this in our agenda, it was a lot of work, and I'm grateful we got through as many items as we did. And it just seems like just when we think we've made a lot of progress, that the agenda gets bigger and bigger. So I just wanted to make that general statement. Thank you.
Thank you. So 17A, motion to adopt on a roll call. Roll call.
Oh, that's the last
Bergman?
one.
Calorio?
Yes.
Council Haji?
Yes.
Council King?
Now, who's gonna
Councilor
fuck this up
Carlson?
with a motion under
Councilor
suspension?
Nguyen?
Yes.
Councilor Hayda?
Yes.
Councilor Pacillo?
Yes.
Councilor Russell?
Yes.
Councilor Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes, before we close out, Council Bryan was asked that we do a moment of silence for Mary Mullaney, who served on the Worcester School Committee, who just passed away.
Fucking Christ.
Right.
No moment of silence for the girl who died. The moment of silence for the woman who fucking
sucked.
Fought
Very
abortion
briefly, I just
every
wanted to make a
with fucking every
statement,
fiber of her
on a
being.
comment that was made earlier on March 26th, 2024. I filed an item that the city manager be and is hereby request the police chief to provide his counsel with a report concerning any updated information that was not included in the.
This is why you watch the
report for the Worcester Police Department, including information relative to efforts that have already been enacted since the report. So continued discussion.
Okay.
Thank you.
We're going to have a motion to adjourn. Roll call. Councilor Russell?
That's how she commented on filing Gordon Davis's report for a report on systemic.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
That's awesome. I might have to leave it that.
Yes.
Her lawyer texted her to make that exact statement.
Yeah, right. She was just reading it off like that. Like that. I guarantee if I FOIA'd for texts, that would be from Briggs.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
What a fucking fucker.
What a dumbass city we choose to pay attention to.
This is a very dumb city.
Oh,
extremely
man.
dumb city.
Well, once again, maybe the only highlight of the evening is something that Attell said.
Yeah.
Everything else stunk.
Just dumb.
The bricks are stupid. It makes me want to just bring a jackhammer over there and just fuck up the bricks.
I'm gonna go to the bricks and just take one and just put it in my car and drive away. Like, okay, one less brick.
They
on
won't even
Jermaine
do shit
Street.
about it.
Yeah, yeah.
Just pick them up. Pick away at them the same way the weird girl did.
Yeah, I know. She'll be watching me with binoculars, writing on the license plate number. Wow, what a sentence about Worcester. It's a gorgeous, vibrant city with moribund leadership trying to drag us down. Yeah, I think that where we saw that the most was when Attell was like, hey, we're giving this developer $11 million in subsidies. Can we ask them to do one more affordable apartment? And all hell broke loose at that suggestion. That you could actually like have leverage and some sort of power over developer. And that it's like an actual give and take negotiation that they could not handle that.
No,
I thought that was very revealing.
I really love when there's a stand to be made, when there's action to be taken. Their only reaction is, no one told us what to think about this. No one told us we were allowed to do anything about this. And when something clearly has no action to take and they can have zero effect on the outcome of it, all of a sudden they're like, who said this was allowed to happen without my approval? Like, and the thing is, and it's not, and I know that it's not like a thing that they understand that split, that it's cynical. They don't fucking get it.
They don't
get it.
No, that's a good point. Is that it's in the cosmic struggle between corruption and competence. And competence tends to be the winner in Worcester. There's no real Machiavellian masterminds here.
Nope.
That involve themselves in the Worcester City Council. All of that is reserved for the Economic Development Coordinating Committee, which meets privately at 5 a.m. Privately at 8:30 a.m. on Fridays in the city manager's office. That is where you get like your actual serious people, like Ed Augustus and Mike Angelini, Peter Dunn, Eric Batista. The city council, the thing that happens in public, we just have completely unserious people pretending like they're serious. And that's fucking heavy, man. That's not democracy. That's not what we signed up for.
And the serious people that are there as politics are too progressive to be allowed to do anything.
Right. I mean, until there's a majority of serious progressive people on the council, it's just going to continue to be like this. And I don't know.
It rocks.
Yeah. So you just got to
do you think that like these cats, or some of them anyways, like when Mo is leaving here tonight, do you think he's flustered because of like all the hard work he did in his head?
I think that he is like has like a perpetual like grievance complex where he's like, everyone's out to get me.
Yeah.
Right? And
That
like,
I agree with.
Maybe he doesn't even understand that he's being like the biggest cocksucker of all time. Like at every meeting, he's just like, everyone's trying to get me.
I genuinely just like am curious if like there's a hallway conversation right now where like people really feel like they just put in some like honest hard work and stuff is getting done because they showed up tonight.
Joe loves to say things to that effect. He's like, we do a lot of hard work here. We're all working hard together. We're all bringing people together, working hard.
Yeah, that bitch loves to lie.
It's like, that's not work. But I feel like he knows it's not work. He just knows he has to say that to like keep the checks coming in.
Right.
I feel like he's a little bit more cynical than like we might give him credit for. Mo Bergman, definitely not. Like, he really, I really think that he like genuinely, like Kate Toomey genuinely thinks that she's like
saving the world.
Yeah, she thinks she's Olivia from SVU, but a city councilor. That's like genuinely. But I mean, what are you gonna do? We're stuck with it.
We're stuck with it.
Yep.
I have to follow. Oh yeah, Brendan. Look at
What
this.
was that?
Look at this. Look at this again. Pull that back up. Who had it? My friend found this outside of his house on the sidewalk, and we were asking everyone in the chat what we thought it was. I think that it's crystal meth. A lot of people in the chat think it's crystal meth, but it could just as easily be maybe Molly. I don't know.
So I would say that is a bag of nothing, like Elmer's glue, that was put in a bag to look like meth, and somebody got fucking robbed. And then like
okay.
And then after the hand-to-hand, they opened it up and fucking smelled it and realized this isn't fucking meth. This is fucking glue. And they threw it on the ground in front of your buddy's house.
Yeah.
All right. That makes sense because it's like.
So he should smoke it.
Yeah.
Why not?
Yeah. Next week, I'll chew it. I'll smoke it live on the stream. Yeah. Gauge my reaction. Yeah. We got, what do we got? Fred at the bus stop there?
Fred bus stop. Yeah. So
Bill, I think your cat's destroying something that belongs to you.
What's that?
I think your cat's behind you destroying something. It was a second ago. Froze as soon as I opened my mouth. It was.
Oh no, he's all right. He's all right.
There he goes again.
he's just destroying us back there.
Little scamp.
That's this. Come on, Gus, play us up. I mean, shit, there.
Thanks everybody for tuning in tonight. As always, please subscribe to Worcester Sucks and I Love It. BillShaner.substack.com. Clip this right now. This is great. This is great promo. At Worcester_sucks. Hey, this is the content you're funding. Okay, just
Yeah.
know, independent local journalism plus a cute little kitty
Cute little kid
chasing
doesn't
a
know
thing on
where
a
he
stick.
doesn't know where he is.
Corporate media will never give you a feather and a stick, people.
It's true.
Right. It's true.
Subscribe to our Twitch channel right here, right up there. Follow, subscribe. It's look, you need to keep us in cat toys. So we need it. We need all
We need to keep the cat toys coming.
subscriptions you can do. And like Yenny mentioned earlier, if you have subscribed before under Amazon's with your Amazon free subscription, it doesn't auto renew, so just go ahead and throw it back in there. You're not subscribed to anybody else. Just do that for us. We love you. Follow us at follow Woot Nanny Comedy. We got a show coming up on August 2nd at Ralph's Rock Diner. Ahmed Barucha, one of the funniest comics in America. He's the best. You might know him from Dead Kevin sketch group that was big on the internet in the late 2010s. And we're also getting ready to announce another show coming up for the Worcester Hot Dog Safari, which is on August 17th, and you can get your t-shirts. You can pre-order them right now by sending a Venmoing $20 per shirt to Worcester Hot Dog Safari. All no spaces on Venmo. Your name, your shirt sizes, and how many shirts you want, and then we'll have them there for you on the day, on August 17th in the morning. We'll be all set up at Ralph's to give out t-shirts, sell more merch. We'll have a bunch of stuff. If you've never been to the Worcester Hot Dog Safari, it's a great time. It's a great day. It all benefits the Worcester County Food Bank. It's a completely 100% charitable event, and support local businesses as well. All these hot dog vendors do some incredible work, and we're excited for this year. It's going to be a big year. Look at that.
No jerks.
Travis, tell us about it.
We're going on vacation for the month of July to tropical Webster, Massachusetts. So come down and hang out with us at the Rose Room, July 25th.
Yeah.
Jess is super rad. She's been super cool. She's been to a bunch of the No Jerks, so she asked if we'd host or whatever, if she could host. So we said, yeah, let's do it. Should be fun. Come hang out.
Hell yeah. Yeah, so make sure that you're tuned in here for all your Twitch needs, for all your cat chasing stick needs. And follow us, and he's perfect. He's a perfect little guy.
He's a perfect baby.
WCT 3000 on Instagram. It's for all your updates. Bill, when's the next book club meeting?
August 1st.
August
1st. 6 o'clock coffee, 7 p.m. If you sign up, check your email. You have
yeah. All right, everybody. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for hanging out with us. We love you guys.
Have a
We'll
good night.
see you some Tuesday.
Don't do it. Oh!